'cause you're leaving me broken, 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 broken down tonight. These dreams were meant to hide, to be locked up and cast aside. But hear these words and hear them clear. I won't give up until you're here. These stars one day will align. You're leaving me broken, leaving me broken, leaving me broken. You're leaving me broken, leaving me broken, leaving me broken. It's time I leave you tonight. I can't take the lies, 'cause you're leaving me broken, 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 broken down tonight. If the fire one day dies, keep the embers, let them take you back in time. Still remember we were once in love, but until that day, until that point in time, you're leaving me broken, leaving me broken, leaving me broken. You're leaving me broken, leaving me broken, leaving me broken. It's time I leave you tonight.
invincible.
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
with a girl like her. I won't waste that chance. 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 'Cause she got me like. Her looks, I assume they come with a price. She's smiling, but that may just be a disguise. I wanna say hi, but I'm scared she'll kill me. Could we? Will we? Would she? Probably not. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare. For a guy like me to get a chance with a girl like her. I won't waste that chance. Jump. Jump.
Pull my heart out of my chest, train my mind so I forget. Sink your teeth into my bones, dig me out, then fill the hole. Tear me apart, and watch it burn. Tear me apart, and watch it burn. All that's left is a window to my soul. Come and get it. Yeah.
Director for the Dutch StarCraft League. We're live from the Melkweg in Amsterdam, our biggest location so far, our finest venue. If you're new to the Dutch StarCraft League, we're a group of volunteers organizing StarCraft event in the Netherlands, and our biggest yearly event is the DSCL Open, an international tournament on Dutch soil. At least the finals are. Those are today and tomorrow. And we're going to go right into the venue, but before that I'm going to explain a little bit about the tournament, because we had online qualifiers in May, and then of course the online group stages in June. You may have seen those online on our channel DSC League or on Base Trade TV. Thank you, Base Trade, for casting us. And right now it's just the final 8 players. So they've been traveling from Denmark, from Sweden. There's a player from Poland, that's Guru. Of course, we've got some Dutch players as well. So we're looking forward to the matches tremendously. The first match is getting ready to be lined up right now. It's Thermal versus Strinter, I believe, in Group A. But there's not just science on the menu for this event, because both today and tomorrow we're going to have presentations from actual scientists, academics in the field of gaming research. Today is going to be Simone Kuhn from Berlin talking about why gaming in research should be fun, and tomorrow is going to be Adam Lobel talking about biofeedback in games. And we're also going to have lots of stuff to do for the audience. Today there's going to be a 4v4 in StarCraft, and tomorrow I think there's going to be an Archon mode demonstration with people from the audience possibly. And of course a Hearthstone demonstration from 2 of the best Dutch Hearthstone players, Thijs NL and Vortex. And after that the audience, everybody here can join in for an open competition with lots of goodies to be won, because goodies are what's to be won today. Actually I got one right here in my back pocket. This is a HyperX 8GB set of Savage RAM. And you can win this if you go to Twitter right now, because our contest tweet is up and running. Just go there, retweet the tweet, and you can win this HyperX set. I'm going to be announcing the winner, I think the next time you see my face. So go do it now. It's going to be fun. And I got lots more to tell you, actually. But first, we're going to go into the venue. This over here is what you'll see if you arrive in the Melkweg. And then as we continue, this is where all the magic happens, all right? So we got our players set up right over there. Oh, yeah, you're looking at the camera. I'm looking at myself over there. All right, these are the players getting ready to play their games. Admin's in here trying to make sure that everybody's happy. And over there we got our casters. Joining them in just a little bit. I'm going to show you one thing, because we're a bit delayed, right? And I'm going to show you the reason why. Right, careful, Puck. There's lots of cables here, right? Okay. So the reason why we are delayed has something to do with why there's no door in here currently, or actually no, there's some remains left. So we tried to get in this morning, try to find our cameras, which were all safely locked up behind this door, but then someone last night locked the door and broke the key inside the lock and didn't tell anyone. So when we got here this morning, that was a bit of a bit of an issue. All our cameras were behind this door. But we broke it open. Maybe we'll get to show you some photos of that later on today. And of course, what you see here is our very professional-looking production crew. There they are. All right, they'll be working hard all day today to show us all the matches. Let's go over on this side. Cameras, cables. Got some people already here for the audience. Woo! All right, and some of the players. Let's see who we got. I'm gonna go from the back to the front. Over there in the back, you got Jona sitting there, a Dutch Zerg player from AT Gaming. And then next to him is Thermal, of course, the defending champion of the DSCL Open. He won last year. And then the next row we've got on the back is Guru from Poland, from Team Extreme Supremacy. I think it may be one of his first times at a live event, so we're all very excited to see him here. And next to him is Optimus, who just replaced Goody. Unfortunately, Goody had transportation problems this morning. The car broke down, so he couldn't be here. But fortunately, we had a reserve player on standby, Optimus. He's also a Terran player, so he'll be replacing Goody today in the brackets. And then in the next little block here, we got Namshar sitting in the back there from Carnage Esports. And flanking him is Strintern, who we're playing the first match, also at Carnage Esports, and their Carnage Esports manager Vitamin standing right there we go, yeah. Cool. And then finally, all the way at the front, we got a Dutch Zerg player, Ret. Everybody knows him, doesn't need any introduction. Team Liquid player there. And then in the front, finally, currently teamless, I believe, is SpaceMarine playing Protoss. All right. So these players, as you can see, are all very focused, getting ready for their matches. And I want to give some shout-outs, actually. It's about time. Because these players are here fighting for a prize pool, right? And it's not a prize pool that we paid for, nor the people here. The prize pool was paid for by backers on the Kickstarter campaign that we ran. So I want to give some shout outs to the people who made that possible, brought together the money that these players are currently fighting for. So our biggest shout out goes to Michael Butcher. He is our biggest contributor, made the largest contribution, and actually what he gets as a reward for his contribution is 1.5 hours of coaching from the winner of this event. So whichever of these 8 players wins the event will be coaching Butcher or anyone he chooses to be coached. That's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, other shout outs to Filthy Rake, another big contributor who gets coaching from the highest ranking Protoss player, so that's going to be either SpaceMarine or Strintern. Then Jeroen Westen, unfortunately couldn't be here today. Jeroen Westen, owner of jeroentesten.nl. Yeah, he sent me an email this morning. Unfortunately, he won't be able to be here, because otherwise he would have been able to do what Bob, Mr. Endemic de Vries, is. There he is. He's gonna be. There's gonna be a picture of him taken with all the finalists. He's get autographs and gets to take it home with him. Then we have Thomas van Offeren. Gives a shout out to Tosti and Prutser from Belgium. Is that sounds Victor Borge from Copenhagen, Eilis from Germany, Steven Rustig, Christianen from The Hague, and Crowtail from the UK. Big shout outs to you as well. Spawning Tool from the US. Actually, we got lots of backers from the US. Spawning Tool, Otter is another one. Will Judd, you can follow him at AcerWill from the UK. Thank you very much. Mox from Utrecht. Mark Meidam from Mouse Control. Yeah, there we go. He's in the hall as well. So Mouse Control, of course, a very active Dutch gaming team. Unfortunately, none of their players made it to the top 8, but many of them have participated, and actually many of them are here today, either as audience or members of the crew. So that's a lot. Amcon shout out. Pickle King, Ichiroku, also from AT Gaming, also here in the premise, I think. Alexander van Dilken, Ilefros, Ilke Spaak, my good friend, congratulations on completing your dissertation and getting a postdoc position in Oxford. We'll be visiting soon. Dennis Lemmers, also AT Gaming. Danny de Roy, our head marketing. Matthias Ladwig, Nick Baltersen from Mouse Control. Mark Stiebe, the guy is standing right over there, yeah, also backing the Kickstarter, bringing up some of the money that his players were earned today. Sjors Zuidgeest, Mouse Control, he's been casting some of our matches for the DSL Open. Arne van Dongen from AT Gaming gives a shout out to Passionovic. Matthijs Breed, again, another player or a contributor to Mouse Control. He's our longtime admin, and he'll be making sure that everyone has enough to drink today on the premise. So thank you very much to all those players. More shout outs are coming in the future. I mean, later today and tomorrow, so that's going to be good. If you still want to come by the way, you can do so. Tickets are no longer available on the website, but if you want to come by, just go inside. You can buy tickets at the door. Everybody who comes in gets a free Heroes of the Storm t-shirt, together with entrance, of course, to this big esports party. And I talked about the first contest, but I'm going to repeat this again. This one, you can win it if you just go on Twitter and retweet our latest tweet. It's the contest tweet for this HyperX Savage 8GB RAM kit. Pretty cool stuff. There's going to be lots more giveaways, by the way, big ones too, so stay tuned to the stream. And also later today in the Twitch chat, you'll be able to win as well, because we're giving away a t-shirt from one of our sponsors, our newest sponsors. It's Follow Esports. Follow Esports is quickly becoming, as they themselves say, and it's true, the TV guide for esports. So if you're ever in the mood for watching some esports or have a specific game in mind, you just go to followesports.com, or you follow them on Twitter at followesportsgg. You can select the game you want to see and see all the current tournaments and streams that are running. It's very easy to use, so go and check that out. We'll be giving away a t-shirt in the chat, so keep an eye on the Twitch chat. And I think, for me, this is about it. I want to say good luck, have fun to all of the players. And we're going to go to our casters, who are going to be talking about the first match. And I can see him sitting right over there. The caster for the first match is going to be Jeroen Weimar, and next to him, Jonathan Ward. Already. Guys, over to you, and thank you very much. Everybody, have a lot of fun watching today.
Thank you very much, Frank. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dutch StarCraft League Open 2015. My name is Wyman. I'm with Wardy. Wardy, how are you doing, man?
I'm fantastic, man. It's awesome to be here. A live event for first time ever.
Awesome. Yeah, you traveled all the way from the UK here, had to get an early flight here to catch this event and be one of the casters here. Really appreciate that you came over all the way here. I heard this is your first live event casting as well, so I really, I hope you're going to do well. I'm pretty sure you will. I have a lot of confidence in you, don't worry.
Well, yeah, it's all very exciting though.
Well, it's exciting for us, but what about these players, man? Some of these players you see are some of the top in Europe. Liquid Red, Uthermal, both of these players are so good at their respective races. Uthermal recently managed to qualify for IM Shenzhen by going through a sick run in the qualifier bracket, beating players like Harstem, Snoot, Lilbo, a fourth one which I can't name. Bunny, exactly. So he beat one of every race, one of the top EU players. So he's definitely one of the greatest contenders here at this event. At the same time, we have Red, who managed to qualify twice for a Canadian event. He's going to the round of 16 for WCS, and he will also be going to the Base Trade TV tournament, which is hosted there.
Yeah, he's been playing really well lately. He's been just getting better and better. In the round of 32 of WCS, he looked pretty fantastic. So, I mean, obviously, I think Red and Ufim will have to be the favourites today, but the other players we have here today could cause some upsets as well.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely believe in the players we see here today. Players like Namshar or even our Sidin, who replaced Kudi, Optimus. I really think these are players that have all of the capabilities they need in order to win a tournament like this, or at the very least make an upset, like beating a player like Uthermal or Red. One of the Zerg players, Uthermal, he said it quite a few times that he doesn't like playing Zerg versus Zerg. So, those could be in for some surprises.
Yeah, and in his group as well, he has Yona and Namshar, right? So he really is going to have to be confident if he wants to make it through. He's probably going to have to beat a Zerg player if he wants to make it through. He could maybe get Strinter twice and beat Strinter twice, but he doesn't want to rely on the kind of bracket look at all here. So he's going to have to make sure he's confident in himself. And
yeah, I think confidence is one of the most determined factors that determines the success of a player, especially at a live event where it's just so incredibly important that you keep your head on straight. You don't start doing strange things, and you just keep focused on playing the game and doing the things you have to do in order to win against your opponent, because you are up against some of the most strong opponents here we have in Europe. So any mistake can be game breaking.
the thing is that Euphemals and Rep probably have a lot more experience than other players as well. So it's really, that's really going to play into it as well. I mean, Euphemals and Rep are kind of DSCL champions, right?
Yeah.
Rep won the Invitational earlier this year.
Yeah, he was dominating there.
And Euphemals won the Open last year, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, both of them have played in this sort of event before, and I mean, on bigger stages as well. And I mean, again, just a few days ago for both players, they're winning these qualifiers to travel off around the world, China, Canada, so they know what it's like to have pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah. Currently, I believe we're waiting for Uthermal. It seemed to be very recently popped up tech issue that we're trying to fix as soon as possible. Might have to move his PC. Shouldn't be too big of an issue though. But let's talk about Yona for a second here, because at the last Invitational, you mentioned Red. He won that tournament, and he won it convincingly. Beating players like Harstem, and I really feel it was Yona's tournament. Well, not necessarily his tournament to take, but he had a much better shot at it than he actually managed to perform, because he went out in the first day, didn't make it out of his group, and I believe he's in a much better shape than he was at that time.
Yeah, he's. I think he's feeling okay. I think he said he hasn't had a chance to play as much as he would have liked, but yeah, I think he's feeling better than he did back then.
All right. Just wanted to confirm we have a small tech issue on the side of Uthermal. Things like this at a live event, they can always happen. You never know when the PC suddenly decides to blue screen, so we're just going to have to wait and see for that and get that fixed as soon as possible. To me, that's really something that's always part of the live event, because you have a million things on your hands when you're hosting an event as an organization that you cannot control, and at some point something might go wrong, and then you're just kind of sitting there waiting a bit dead in the water. Like I think the best example of that is what we saw this morning when we had Frank up there with a freaking crowbar trying to bash in the lock of the door, and successfully so after some effort.
I have to say it was quite the introduction to the DSCL.
Yeah.
Walk in, we're just breaking through the door because that's where everything is, and we can't get into it.
Like
it was,
they needed a bit of Shia LaBeouf encouragement, do it, but to just to break open that door. And I hope we're going to see some video maybe on stream later of that, because it was quite a comic sight. Like, it's a small wooden door, but it took them like 10 minutes at least to break through it.
I mean, if I ever want to keep something safe, I'm getting a door like that.
Yeah, we need armor. This is value door. Like,
I mean, they were whacking it with a crowbar, man. Like, they were not giving anything away.
Oh man. Yeah, so here at the DSCL we once again have things going in a very interesting way. Of course, Wardy here is not the only caster. We also have Loco. He's a, I'd say, very well-established Dutch caster, player, streamer from the Netherlands here, who I hope has quite a following, and we'll hope to see some of his followers in the chat. It's kind of waving at us here from the audience. might get him on screen here maybe in a second. Also, maybe one thing that we're gonna hopefully be noticing a lot here is that we have some really awesome sponsors. Here at the front, you can see our main sponsor, Coolmaster. And then one of the other sponsors we have right now who managed to step in at the last moment is MSI. And HyperX. Thank you, Frank. I was just getting to those. They are some of the major sponsors here of the Dutch StarCraft League. They have made it possible for us to get a location like this. They've made it possible for us to have gear, to have awesome seats like the one you see right here. Thank you to Coolmaster, HyperX, and MSI for being some of our main sponsors. Right now, I believe Uthermal seems to be rejoining the lobby.
Yeah, it looks as though we're pretty much ready to go, I think, to go into the game. The players are ready, so we're finally going to get our first match of the day underway. It's going to be Uthermal versus Strinton in a TVP.
All right.
And excited to see how this is going to go.
I'm very excited to see. I spent the whole evening with Strinton at my girlfriend's apartment. She had, she offered her apartment up graciously to these players for them to stay for the night and for tomorrow night. And you're going to be staying over as well, so you're going to know what it's going to be like. Trust me, it's very comfortable. We have plenty of sleeping bags. But yeah, guys, first game is going to be underway. It's going to be a TVP. Uthermal versus Strinton. Let's get into the game.
Yeah, we're going to be loading up onto Coda here, and that's not really much of a surprise as we get Uthermal up on the screen right now.
Yep, we have Uthermal in high contrast mode. Look, staring us down. He's going to be facing his opponent, the one and only Strinton.
It's a pretty sick little introduction, isn't it?
Yeah, this is really fancy.
Quite unique.
And here we are. We have, in the bottom right of Coda, we have the purple term. Give it up for the AT Gaming's Uthermal.
And up in the other left-hand corner of the map, we do have from Carnegie Sports, it's Strinton.
Now, honestly, I couldn't think of a better map to start on. I think Coda is one of the best maps in the map pool right now. It's very neutral. It suits a lot of different styles. As a two-player map, you always kind of have to be, on the guard for, especially in a TVP, against any proxy shenanigans, because the Protoss, he knows where you are from the get-go, and you kind of have to watch out.
We see Coda pretty much in every best of 3 right now.
Yeah.
It's the go-to map. It's the overgrowth of this season's map pool, and we see it again pretty much every single best of 3. It's a map every player is pretty much comfortable on. It's a very standard map. That third base is very easy to take. The fourth base, you've got a couple of different options depending on how you want to play as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for you to be able to kind of mix things up and to play in different ways. And even though it's a 2-player map, you can sometimes see a little bit of proxy action over to the sides of or the corners of the map as well. So again,
yeah, those kinds of shenanigans are always really fun to watch. So looking at these two players, Uthermal so far is pretty much, I think, going to go for a Reaper opener, maybe into Widow Mind Drop. We'll have to see on later. But I think from Uthermal's perspective, he's in a comfortable position against a player like Strinton. Like, he knows he should be able to beat a player like Strinton if you just play solid, in a matchup like TVP. On the other side, though, we see a pretty interesting gateway placement. Like, I think this allows for a wall off to prevent Reapers from running past and doing, ring around the rosies inside the base, which is always very annoying to deal with as a Protoss when you only have a mothership core out.
Yeah, it really denies that scouting as well, which is going to be one of the main goals of the early game here for Strinton. The less Uthermal sees, the more he has to have in the back of his mind, the less he can, prepare for, definitely. So that Reaper is going to be very important, and again, Strinton already beginning to deal with that wall off, as you were mentioning.
So far Strinton has been putting all of his chrono boost into his Nexus, trying to get as many probes out as possible. He also hasn't taken a second gas, so this to us indicates that he's probably going to go for a quick expand. The question is, how quickly will Uthermal be able to scout this, and how will he react though? Will he somehow modify his build? But I don't think so. Like, he's getting an early reactor on his barracks.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. Reaper expand, you put that reactor down, the next 100 gas is going to go straight into that factory. He's probably going to start pumping out them Widow Mines because, as a Terran player, why wouldn't he make Widow Mines? They're pretty awesome.
I don't make Widow Mines. Maybe that's just me though, but I don't tend to make Widow Mines a lot. Yeah.
You would go up like 2 leagues, I promise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll try that next ladder game,
they're
because
good,
I played only one game before this. I just played an unranked game on TV, and it was TVP, and you're right, if I made Mines, I probably would have won.
The best thing about Mines is they can be prepared, and they can still kill like 10 workers.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Wow. It reminds me of oracles.
This is a really standard opening from both players so
Yeah.
far. The next thing we're really going to be seeing is the tech choice out of Strinton, and what is he really going to do with it? He's not putting any pylons out on the map. This is actually just straight up standard game from him. This Reaper's going to pop out for now. We see the Twilight Council coming in, and again, that's going to be what this Reaper wants to see here.
Yeah.
So, Blink opening most likely could be that Dark Shrine, but
Could be. Yeah.
Blink probably the way to go here, I feel.
Well, the good thing for your thermal is that he still has this Reaper out on the map. Usually when you play Terran and you still keep your Reaper alive, at around the 6-minute mark you will just suicide it in to try and just see everything that you possibly can, and maybe try to scout some very important tech. He noticed that there was a pylon in the back, but he didn't see anything building behind it. So he might try to run his Reaper all the way back there and just see what he can find. Actually, Thermal, if you look at the production tab, is currently not making any mines. He's making Hellions.
He
So
is
this
indeed.
a
And
variation.
this is a bit of a different build. So this is he's going to look to drop some Hellions, and he might even make a couple of mines now to kind of combo with those Hellions, and there we do see them starting to come up in the production tab. So this is going to be kind of it's still kind of a mine drop, but it's a little bit more aggressive because you're getting them couple of Hellions as well. Instead of reactoring out Marines, you're really relying on these Hellions and mines early on instead. So again, this is looking to do a lot of damage already. These first two Hellions moving in and looking to see if they can get damage done on this work.
There's a mothership core though, so it's going to start shooting at these Hellions, but Strinton doesn't really react, only now just pops the photon overcharge. 4 probes have already died to this harass, so this was definitely already worth it for your thermal in terms of investment. But the question is, does he do enough damage with the follow-up?
I mean, with the photon overcharge already popped in the natural, it means that these mines, when they go down in the main base, are going to be a little bit, he's not going to kill them that quickly. And his robot facility is only just on the way up now, so I think we're going to see these mines in the mineral line before there's an observer out. So this is at least going to be 2 worker kills. Depends how well Strinton does respond to this.
This is a very interesting dynamic we're seeing here, because keep in mind that there's still no stim, there's not a lot of bio on the way here for your thermal. He's going to be running in with this medevac now. He boosts it. Does he spot? Oh, the stalks are completely out of position. Is the vision there? Yes. The probes, they run away in time. There's still one mine in the medevac though. Yeah, this one mine isn't going to do a lot of damage, but there's the second one though. Will he respond in time? Yes, he sees the medevac. He burrows just in. Okay, he's going to sacrifice a stalker.
I mean, losing a stalker, I think, is alright. I mean, it would have been better to just lose 1 probe, but I think that was good damage control. I mean, he dealt with it well. Wouldn't mind if the main base went off too. I'm not sure what exactly it killed, but I don't think it was too much. I mean, Strinton was well aware that it was there. His blink has now finished, though, and I mean, he's not really going to be aggressive with this, though.
No, this is like a sort of a middle-of-the-road build that Prodasses tend to do. They get blink in the mid-game, but they don't really commit to a 2-base all-in or something along the lines. They just get a robo as a follow-up and just try to be safe against, well, for example, mine drops. And it seemed to have worked perfectly here for Strinton, so he's in a very decent position. And Thermal, looking from his build, he's actually making a Reaper. I think that's a mistake. But 1 drop heading towards the left side of the base, he's going to be trying and ramping up the aggression even further.
This is going to be a little bit interesting because, I mean, Blink is out and there's a lot of Stalkers starting to build up here. It's a very defensive setup from Strinton. Them Stalkers positioned in the middle of the main base, they can get anywhere very quickly. Thermal actually upgraded concussive shells, which is a bit of an interesting opening. And in this scenario, I really don't think it's going to do too much. I think there's just a few too many Stalkers. He's going to get this nice little position behind kind of all of these gateways.
He can snipe the pylon.
Yeah,
but still, once the Stalkers blink forward, they're going to focus the medevac and... oh, he doesn't even get the pylon. He gets 1 Stalker, probably 2 Stalkers with another shot, but I don't think that was quite worth the trade there for Thermal.
Yeah, losing the medevac's kind of the painful thing here, because the more medevacs you have going into the mid-game, the more you can drop. You can just drop, all over the place. So being able to keep that medevac count early really helps you out as you kind of go on in the game, because, I mean, the reactor's only just coming up on this starport. He's only just now starting 2 medevacs at a time. So, again, every medevac counts, so losing that one is a little bit of a shame, but far from the end of the world. He's also reacting out Widow Mines here, so again, going to use them in the composition as we see the first Colossi on the way out for Strinton.
Yeah, Thermal is now starting to move out on the map more. He's definitely the one in this matchup who's taking, is the one taking all the moves. And Strinton is more sitting back, like trying to lay back and defend. To be honest, in the current meta, that's kind of how TVP just works. The Terran is trying to make something work, and the Protoss tries to sit back and defend until they get like that scary deathball army. And it's really the Terran's job to prevent that from happening. We now have timing for him with medevacs, stim finishing up, as well as combat shield. He scans the army of the Protoss. He sees there's 1 Colossus, a bunch of Stalkers with blinkers, some Zealots. He cannot fight his heads on, I think, but he might try to sort of pull him out of position, maybe do some drops in the main. But no, he's going to pull back to the central tower.
He puts a couple of Widow Mines into that medevac there, but he is just retreating back home. I don't know if he's maybe 40 sent that medevac out. I don't think he does, because we didn't. I mean, he's not like sending forwards or anything right now. So he's just backing off, and I think it's the right decision. I mean, the third base is just on the way up now from Strinton, so he's not in a rush to do damage. Once that third base
Not
comes
at all.
up, the process is going to be a little bit more stretched out and struggling to deal with drops everywhere. So that's when he's going to step up the pressure.
Okay, Thermal scanned his army and he saw there was an observer hovering above it, and he managed to take care of it. So this is kind of his moment to make a move, and this is the moment which is always quite stressful as a Protoss, because you have 3 fronts that you might have to defend. He's got Stalkers in the main to prevent drops. He's got his army at the third, along with the Mothership Core, because that's usually the more common space of attack. Thermal is now heading. Oh, okay, he spots the army. Oh, he's going to catch some probes, though. That's actually quite huge here. Kills 5 probes almost for free. Forces the move out of the Protoss army. Meanwhile, in the main, we have the mine drops not being countered to. 1 mine goes off, 2nd mine goes off, 11 probes killed. But here comes the main fight. Nice splits here by Thermal. The Colossus in the back are actually being focused by the Marauders, but are there enough Marauders to kill them? I don't think so. The Marauders are targeting on, and both Colossi go down.
This was an incredible trade by Thermal. I mean, 11 workers was fantastic to begin with. To then kill 2 Colossi as well, it's kind of incredible. And I mean, the thing is, for Strinden, he'll be a little bit frustrated here, because he had the army to fight there. Just his Colossi were a little bit to the side. They didn't have the Zealots in front of them, and the Marauders took the opportunity. That was a really great snipe from Thermal, really taking control of the moment.
Yeah, control is the correct word here. At this point, Thermal is pretty much the one who's shoving towards his opponent, trying to get as much army to the other side of the map as possible. He's even still adding on mine, which I think is a very interesting addition. You don't usually see that all that much. But I really feel that Strinton is indeed being stretched, really far. He takes on another fight. He's trying to kite back, try to draw these Zealots into the mine fire, and takes a lot of big hits here. The Vikings are quickly taking care of the Colossi, though. But I'm not sure if there's enough bio to fight against the rest of these Stalkers, and these Zealots are now warping in. There is no charge, though. That's a huge factor.
Yeah, these Zealots coming in behind are going to kind of change
Oh,
things
he
a
takes
little
on
bit,
another Colossus.
yeah, that's the problem again. The Zealots, without that charge, as you were saying, they can't get there in time to protect the Colossi. And I mean, Stalkers on their own are pretty crap, honestly, against bio, especially with so many Marauders mixed in. So these Zealots are just consistently in the wrong place, and Thermal just continue to push forwards here. He's created himself a 60 supply lead from these engagements.
Such a huge leader now for Thermal. And the Zealots are just keep getting kited by the Marauders. The Marines doing a lot of damage. And GG, well played. Thermal, in very convincing fashion, I have to say, takes the first game. And honestly, from the start, where he did almost no damage, into another attack with another drop that just did so much damage, he completely turned that around.
He just found opportunities, and that's what TVP is all about when you play this. When you play TVP, honestly, you just have to look for ways in which you can take an advantage and slow your opponent down. And he took every advantage he got. He got, Colossi snipes when there was still an army there. He got a bunch of worker kills with mine drops. He pretty much took every opportunity he had and made the most of it. And that's what TVP is all about, because you can afford to trade. That's what you want to do as the Terran player. And if you can trade effectively like he just did, you end up 60 supply ahead, you move across the map, cool, I win.
Yeah, what's so important also is his control. Like, you see Morrow do it all the time in GSL and Pro League or SSL, where he, when there's a big fight between the Protoss army and the Terran army, and the Terran just takes a couple of Marauders and runs them forward and starts focusing down Colossi, and the Stalkers just sit there shooting at the Marauders, and they're like it doesn't do anything, and the Colossus just die to Marauders and Vikings.
Yeah, it's one of them things, like, he's just so good. Again, you have to be that good. His control is fantastic, and it takes a lot of skill to consistently be macroing behind all of this stepping forwards, chasing those Colossi. Again, he just played that brilliantly. We're going to go into Cactus Valley for game number 2. It's actually a pretty standard map for TVP in this map pool.
I agree.
The most surprising map, I think, is Iron Fortress third, but we'll come to that if we get to it. But Cactus Valley, very standard, a lot larger, and in both ways, it kind of works in both ways. Either this can mean for Strinton, there's the opportunity to be kind of aggressive and do something a little bit weird, because it's so large you can hide things all over the map.
True.
But at the same time, it's a large map, so it's very hard to move across. But that also opens it up for the Terran drops. So.
All right. Well, let's get into the game. We are going into Cactus Valley. Like you mentioned, there is definitely a lot of space here for the Protoss to do some cheeky moves, try to proxy some tech. I honestly was a bit surprised that he didn't try that on Coda. But perhaps it has, that's more of a mentality thing, like determining how you want to play against a player like Thermal. And well, his decision clearly was to just play the macro game, see how far you can get. But Thermal, he shot that down hard. So let's see if he can do that one more time.
Yeah, indeed, we're loading into the game. Getting ready to go on Cactus Valley. Something Thermal did the other day on this map against Wellmu in the Base Trade TV qualifier. Here he is,
Here he
right
is,
now.
yes.
Thermal.
But tell me, what did he do?
So he went for this kind of one-base build, which was it's kind of similar to what we saw in the last game, just without a command center. And he actually killed the natural nexus of his opponent with a combination of like Hellions and Marines and Mines, kind of zoning his opponent out. But then he died from kind of a counter attack from Wellmu, and I think that's his real weakness right now in this matchup. These aggressive plays. So I kind of like Strinton to change it up a little bit from that last game, but.
Let's see how he's going to do. We have him here in the top right. The purple term representing AT Gaming. He is Thermal.
Let's hear it for our player in the lower left corner of the map. In the red, from Colin G Sports, it's Strinton.
So Strinton, once again, putting a lot of chrono boost into his Nexus. Usually that's quite common at this stage of the game, but I just want to emphasize, you mentioned Cactus Valley, an absolutely huge map, lots of space for the Protoss to do all sorts of trickery. I kind of want to see him do that because to me that consists of good decision making. When you get completely destroyed like that on the map before, you kind of have to realize that you have to change it up in order to bring it back in a series like that. Of course, it's all the more impressive if you then do again play the macro game and manage to win. But I think it would be a smart move for him to try something that Thermal might not like playing as much against.
I completely agree with you, but the problem is Thermal is saying, I'm going to control the pace of this series. He's opened with a gas first here, and this is completely different. This, again, opens up that aggressive possibility. I don't know how well this is going to work out cross-map, though. I mean, it's going to be a little bit longer to get his units across there, so I'm kind of intrigued. This factory is going to come down very quickly. We'll see what he's going to make from this.
Yeah, I really want to know, like maybe he's going to do Hellions again. This is a large, wide open map, so Hellions, they have the ability to definitely run around the opponent's army and hit a couple of probes before the Protoss realizes what's going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the build he did against Wellmu the other day. I didn't quite catch the complete opening, but I imagine it's something like this because it's going to delay the command center for quite some time. The factory's going to come up a lot faster, so it's a lot more, it's going to be a lot more aggressive. And again, Strinton may not be expecting something like this on this map. He might not even scout because it's a 4-player map.
Yeah.
If he sends a probe out, there's a chance he scouts in the last, position.
Exactly.
So if he doesn't scout, he's going to have no idea this is coming. And this could work very well for Thermal, as we do see that Nexus coming down for our Protoss player.
Yeah, he uses practically the same build as he did in the last game, now getting his Mothership Core after the Nexus. So he definitely, is going to be looking towards more of a macro-oriented play. He just took his second gas at a very regular timing. I really feel he's going to be playing, the macro or die game versus Thermal here. But let's see what Thermal has to say about it. He's got a Riddle Mine already, getting a starport. Good thing for Strinton though is that he is scouting, so he should be at least. Actually, no, he's not going to see that because there's 2 Marines on the ramp. 3 Marines.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to scout it a little bit too late, I think, unless these Marines start moving to the middle of the map. But I think they're just going to move to the natural to try and deny information. Because if you go into the natural, he'd see no command center, and to not build your command center on the low ground would be very weird in TVP. But building these Marines at the front is going to deny that. 3 Marines is a bit interesting, because, I mean, usually you get a reactor and start reactoring Marines, so seeing 3 may be a little bit odd. But that's the only real thing he's going to be able to pick up on here. And I mean, for all he knows, there's just a Marine sitting behind it. He kind of walks through here, but he doesn't get close enough to see the command center or anything. So
he sends in his own SCV, but he doesn't see much in the main of Strinton. The SCV just died there. He doesn't see the Twilight Council either. I don't think Twilight Council or Blink will be in time to really do anything about this attack from Thermal. Thermal's build seems very similar to a very common Hellion elevator, which you see a lot in TVT. Except this one incorporates mines for more damage.
Yeah, I think the main thing with the mine is it's going to be kind of used as a zoning unit on the ramp of Strinton, so that he gets his units kind of stuck on this ramp and he can't move down the ramp without losing something. So I think that's what the mine's going to be used for here. The one thing that's kind of good for Strinton is because he's going for Blink, he really is going to add on a lot of Stalkers here early on and start building that Stalker count early.
Yeah.
And that's going to work in his favor here. So again, he really doesn't quite know exactly what's going on. But we'll see if these 3 Stalkers which are going to be out are going to be enough.
Here comes the medevac. Look at the pylon placement. It's going to be spotting this as early as possible. Meanwhile, at the front, we have 2 Hellions parked ready to go. Here comes the drop. Marines are going to be trying to focus down these Yeah, these stalkers, the Widowmine
cornered.
burrows, and one stalker is definitely going to go down here for sure. Not the best controller of Strinton, I feel. He almost takes down the second one. Takes out the mothership core with the Widowmine and the Marines, and this cripples the defense. Where are the Hellions? They're running in right now, and they're going to be trying to focus on these probes. Oh my god, this might be a slaughter.
Yeah, Strinton's in a lot of trouble, man, because he still doesn't have enough to actually kill these units. And with no photon overcharge, he can't buy time. He's warping in he's actually just building one stalker at a time here still, and it's just not going to be enough. Hellions are still roasting away
It's
on
one
probes.
Hellion, two Hellions now. I know those are going to be going down on these probes right now. Probes trying to find back a citizen's arrest on this Hellion here, but it's still, they're not fighting. They surrounded it, but they're not attacking. Here come more stalkers though, but this medevac is keeping these Marines alive for so long. And GG, Thermal completely destroys Strinton. I really have no other words for this.
I mean, he changed things up. I don't think Strinton was expecting that at all, and he just moved across the map. He was aggressive, and again, it's so hard to actually scout on this map.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, he changes things up. It goes very well for him, and it is a complete slaughter. The control from Strinton kind of slipped up a little bit here or there. You know, he got them stalkers kind of cornered. He lost one very early, and in this sort of scenario, when you're working with so few units anyway, you need to keep everything you can alive.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, this was it for this series. We're going to be wrapping this up for this one and move over to the next series as soon as possible. I believe it's going to be ZVP. I'm not sure who's playing.
It's not ZVZ, Yona versus Namshar.
Was it Yona versus Namshar? Actually, let's take a look at the brackets here and see how things are actually going to go and progress for the rest of this tournament. And you might actually be able to see the next upcoming matches.
Yeah. Yona and Namshar are in Group A with Thermal and Strinton, so I believe that will be next with ZVZ.
Yep.
And that'll be quite interesting because, I mean, Namshar, I've heard he's very confident, and we were talking about Yona feeling pretty good recently as well, so...
Yeah, I think Jonas CVZ is definitely solid. He really understands the matchups at a high level, of course, which is something that is required from high level game. Here we go, we have the brackets for you guys. So we just saw Thermal take his first match over Strinton, and the next match will be Namshar versus Jonah. We'll be seeing Loco in action here as a caster as well. Still gonna have to fight a bit over who gets the cast at, but we'll get that sorted out as soon as possible. So for now, that was the first game of the series, guys. We're gonna take a short break, and when we're done, we're gonna be going to the next game, which is Yona versus Namshar.
Making things is in our DNA. For 23 years, we've brought together some of the brightest minds in the computer industry to create and build new technologies and products that push the limits of PC building. But now, Cooler Master is looking beyond DIY beyond just doing it yourself, to a more ambitious future where we're driven by the desire to reinvent the ways PCs are designed, made, bought, and used. We spent the last few years constructing our muse, our blueprint for technology and the next generation of computing. And the master concept is the first step. We collaborated with a team of world-class case modders and power users to combine our conception of the ultimate modular case with their expertise and vision. After brainstorming, hands-on testing, and countless feedback sessions, the master concept was born. And with it, a new direction for Cooler Master's future products.
What I am surprised with from day one, coming into I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a Taiwan case company, normally you'd think really rigid, we've done this a certain way for 20 years. You've blown me out of the water. I'm in shock of what I've seen, and it's great. This needs to happen.
Our master concept is the result of a vision that every person's PC can be unique. And this is a first step in a fundamental reimagining of our relationship with fans and supporters. We're embracing the maker spirit, and we want to reach out to the community to provide them the tools they need to fully express themselves, to give free rein to their creativity.
We've progressed to a point where I think people can, really bring in their own style to it and add value, not just have, a beautiful case, have it be a little more freeform, which is why I'm really excited about having a modular level type design.
It's a dream for me to be working with these guys.
It's a new way of thinking in the computer world.
The community had spoken. We listened. And the master case represents the vanguard of our response. Inspired by the master concept's revolutionary approach to working with the community, it pioneers a new wave of case technology. Fundamental to this is our unique free-form modular system. In the master case, free-form gives you absolute control over how your case looks and functions, opening up new options to create multiple setups like home servers, professional workstations, and even gaming rigs with advanced water cooling and extra long graphics cards. From cases to power, cooling, and peripherals, our products will embrace the concept of offering greater choice and potential for self-expression. We want to give you the flexibility to make it yours.
Hey guys, I think we're back.
Should be.
So you're looking at Loco right now?
Yeah, I just joined the cast as well instead of Wardy. So today we actually got a really cool series next. It's going to be Jonah versus Numshar. And I'm actually personally very excited for this. It's going to be a very high level Zerg versus Zerg.
Definitely.
Yeah, so do you have any predictions? Actually, we didn't do that in the last one, but do you have any predictions for this one? I'm curious.
Well, Jonah has been complaining he's cold, so I don't think he's gonna win.
Well, I think he's joking around. Obviously,
Yeah.
Numshar, especially recently, has been doing very, very well. He's been winning a lot of stuff. And I would say, just in general, Numshar is a little bit of a higher level player, but
You think? All right.
yeah.
I really want to see that in action. Like, I'm not too familiar with Namshar as a player, except of course from seeing his game as, in the DSCL invitation and the qualifiers. Yoda to me is a player who has a lot of fluctuations in his performance. So he can either be like the best Zerg EU at one game and be like, well, not a diamond level scrub, but something along those lines the other if he's having a bad day. So we're really gonna have to see this and hopefully get into the game, as soon as possible and see how these players stack up against each other.
Yeah. So I actually just managed to talk a little bit to both of the players as well, and Jonah mentioned that he hasn't really been able to practice as much as he ideally would have liked to. So we'll see exactly if that comes into play, and obviously Numshar is currently playing full time. So he's been practicing hardcore, and he really wants to try and take this tournament.
Yeah, well, I really hope he's going to go as far as he hopes to get. These players, they all qualified for a really rough bracket.
Yeah, that's true.
I can experience tell you that playing best of ones early in the evening can be a grueling task because it's getting knocked out after one game is not fun. And you just have to keep, you have to keep fighting. It's some of the best players we have in Europe to make it through this bracket. So yeah, let's get into the game, guys. We're going to see how these players stack up against each other. I really hope both of these players definitely show us the best that they have to offer in StarCraft skill in ZVZ. We're going to be playing on map Coda. What do you think about Coda for ZVZ?
I actually think Coda is one of the better maps right now in the map pool, like you mentioned in the previous cast. It's sort of like the overgrowth of this season.
Yeah.
Very, very, strong all-round game. But we're actually loading up right now, so yeah, should be good.
Should definitely be good. Namshar sporting his Grandmaster banner. We have we have here in the bottom right. No, we're first gonna check out these players in really cool portraits. Just took of him a couple minutes ago. There we have Namshar. All right. Representing AT Gaming in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg. He is Yona.
And in the top left corner for Carnage Esports, this is going to be none other than Namshar.
Namshar.
So you were asking about Coda LE in general. I would say that Coda is one of the more solid maps overall. There's really no weakness. There's really no tricky shenanigans that you can do, especially on this map. Obviously, some maps are, just sort of defaulted as a cheese map, but this is definitely not one of them.
All right. So what would you say makes a map default as a cheese map?
Well, there's some maps where it's, for example, just very difficult to take a third base, especially for Protoss and for Terran players.
Yeah.
And on this specific map, you actually have, 2 third bases that you could potentially be taking. So there's a couple of different options that you have. Obviously, as a Zerg player myself as well, I've been playing this map a lot, and it just sort of, makes for very solid macro games. And I would be surprised if you see any kind of cheese, especially in the very first game that both of these players are playing in this tournament.
Yeah, both players are seemingly mostly stacking up on drones, so I really anticipate a double 15 hatch from both of these players, which means we will see more of a macro-oriented game rather than the good old ling bling early attack style that we at one point in the meta saw a lot.
Yeah, it is still definitely an option as well. You do see it, I would say like half of the games where at the very least like one of the Zerg players is trying to do some sort of aggression with Zerglings and Banelings early on. But like you said, especially lately, there's been a lot of macro games. Obviously, most of the Zerg vs Zerg met game has been focused around roaches, but there's also potential for Mutalisk, and we'll see exactly what both players will be going for.
Yona took his spawning pool just a tad bit later than Namshar's. I feel that this will net him maybe a slight advantage, but usually just an earlier spawning pool won't win you the game. It's really about the follow-up tech and the choices that you make, like seeing how early you go for roaches. Do you go for an earlier to get roach speed? Things like that are what matters, I feel, the most.
Yeah, I would say that neither of these players is really regarded as a cheesy type of player.
True.
I would say they both are definitely macro-focused, so it looks like this game is going to make up to be just a very, very standard macro game right now. We see spawning pool and gas guys just being taken at the exact same timing. And you can basically cast this entire game from production depth right now. I mean, there's really very little deviations. As you said, the spawning pool was slightly earlier, but I mean, it's not going to make that big of a difference in the end.
Both players are spreading their overlords out across the map, trying to get good vision, trying to get a good idea what their opponents are doing. You don't want to send all your opponents through all your overlords through your opponent's base, because if he goes mutas, you're bound to lose a lot of them, which is not something that you really want to have as a Zerg player. Queen's being added on now, and I really want to know what these players are both going to go for. They're both stacking up quite a bit of gas. It's double link speed at the same time.
Yeah, so there's a couple of reasons why you can be getting Zergling speed early on in Zerg vs Zerg. Obviously, this wasn't actually ridiculously early or anything.
No.
They got the spawning pool before the extractor. But most of the time, you can either use it offensively or defensively. And I would actually be surprised if one of them is going to use it offensively right now. I'm likely assuming that they're going to follow it up with a Baneling Nest as well. There we go, actually seeing both of the Baneling Nests going down at the exact same timing.
Wow.
Interesting enough, Jonah actually taking it in the main base right now. So that could actually make up for a little bit of aggression, trying to deny that Overlord Scout of Namshar that is hanging around right now. And he's actually trying to move it up, trying to see what his opponent is producing.
Yeah, there's a very good reason to build your Baneling Nest in the natural, because it's kind of it's not just a tech building, it also can be part of your wall, which can get very crucial, especially when your natural is under attack in the CVC. And yeah, like you mentioned, he is hiding it from his opponent. His opponent has an Overlord in position, but he does not know that there's a Baneling Nest in place yet. It won't have any massive implications. Both players still happily making drones, getting a couple of Zerglings out for, just for scouting purposes. Yona now running in, sees the Baneling Nest of his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, he might actually make it into the main.
Yeah, most importantly though, he saw that there were a lot of drones in the natural, so he's sort of assuming right now that he doesn't have to worry too much.
Yeah.
Just in case, he's going to be making a couple of banelings right now in the natural, but both players are following it up in the meantime with evolution chambers. So yeah, basically what we mentioned. Oh, actually, we see 16 Zerglings on the production tab right now, which may be a result of him scouting all of these workers.
But he's also getting the carapace upgrade. What do you think is the main reason for that?
It could mean that he's deciding to stick on Zerglings for a little while longer. Because obviously Zerglings can actually take multiple baneling hits once they do have that +1 armor done. But it seems a little bit late for that, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does decide to switch into Roaches later on.
Yeah.
It could also mean that he's maybe deciding to go for Mutalisk in the middle part of the game. But it all depends on how much damage he will be able to do with his aggression right now. We see the Zerg already moving in a couple of the banelings.
Yeah, he's going, but he's doing it right in the vision of Namshar, so Namshar should be fully aware of what's coming. His Roach Warren is about to finish up, but he's had to pull a lot of money into actually making links and banelings of his own. So we will see now some Link Blink Micro. Queen actually getting surrounded, but has to be chased away by the banelings. Getting a good connection here for Namshar. The supply still a bit equaling up, and we have some of the links being traded here in the mineral line of Namshar, but this attack will still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's actually following it up with more Zerglings right now as well, so he's definitely not done yet. Nice little baneling hit there once again. And it looks like so far Namshar got the upper hand out of this so far, but you got to keep in mind that both players are pretty much even in economy so far. He actually finds a couple of those banelings as well, and he's going to try and sneak out the third base in the meantime.
Oh, nice job here by Yona, sniping that drone, delaying the third base, while he's constructing his third base of his own. It's in fact almost already complete. Yona has made another wave of lots of Zerglings, and he's adding on banelings as well. And what's interesting, though, is to keep in mind is that his own Roach Warren is severely delayed. Like the roach speed of Namshar is almost complete, like it's like halfway. And Jonah still has to start his. Oh, we got some banelings.
Yeah, this is actually very risky right now. Jonah just morphing in 11 workers. So he's looking to drone up the third base heavily, and he's likely going to follow this up with as many roaches as he can. He's still adding on drones right now, which is honestly very, very scary to do. But he's going to be able to get a massive economy lead. And only, you know, it will only be like 13
he's going to
workers
cancel the
or so.
third.
Wow.
He cancels the third.
That's
grabs the
huge.
drone as well. He's now going to run away. He needs to be very careful though, because there's a lot of roaches being added on for Namshar, and this counterattack could be very devastating.
Yeah.
But Jonah is keeping him very busy.
It's actually kind of funny. Jonah says that he hasn't been practicing too much. Well, it doesn't really show in his games right here. He's pulling a Stefano right there, who always said that he never practiced, but he always won every tournament.
Yeah, I never really believed Stefano's words, but you know, the play of Jonah is really trying to get inside Namshar's head. Like, he's delayed this counterattack from Namshar by at least 40 seconds, and this is giving him time of his own to capitalize on his own economic advantage and add on more roaches.
Yeah, so gotta keep in mind that there is +1 attack on Namshar, +1 armor on Jonah's roaches. However, the offensive player right now does have roach speed, which is still in the production tab for Jonah. Yeah,
this is still quite a scary timing. You know, the supplies are about equal up, but I'm not sure if Jonah can actually hold on to this third. You know, he has a lot more workers, and he might start losing a lot of them. He's bringing in his own roaches, but I don't think he has enough still.
Ooh, he's actually forced to follow this up with drones or with Zerglings rather right now as well, which is not what you want to have against +1 attack roaches.
Oh, this isn't actually looking good for Jonah at all. He's still really far behind this, you know, behind on his tech. He probably has drawn up just a bit too much. He's lost all of those 10 drones that he made earlier on. There's reinforcements for Namshar coming in, and I think Jonah might just be able to hold on, but he needs more roaches.
Yeah, this is actually going to be very close, and while you may be able to hold on, obviously that economy lead that he had in the past is going to be gone right now. He won't have any more economy leads right now. It's actually
what are these drones doing here?
Yeah. They must have been accidentally on that hotkey group right there
man.
for the roaches.
Yeah, that's a big mistake, I feel, by Namshar. Like, he had an economic advantage, but he was sort of partially throwing it away. It seems Jonah is stabilizing, but he's still 30 supply behind.
Yeah, right now it looks to be in favor of Namshar. However, there's only 2 drones, you know, to his advantage right now, and that's usually where the game is really decided. Obviously, it all comes down to the engagement, but whoever has more workers usually will simply be able to make more stuff. It doesn't even really matter if it's roaches or hydras or whatever. But we also actually see double upgrades going down right now for Namshar.
Yeah, he definitely. And actually now Burr on the way for Jonah, so we have a big deviation in the tech paths as far as roaches are concerned, of course. How do you think this will play out with going with Burrow against the upgrades for Namshar?
Yeah, I'm thinking right now that Jonah feels very threatened, and he probably feels that he's a little bit behind, so he has to pull some sort of trick right now in order to, get an advantage right now. Obviously, something that he could do is just simply scout out where his opponent's overseas are and try and get a couple of workers or a couple of roaches rather, into the main base and snipe a couple of workers. Something like that. But it's a pretty big commitment to go for both the tunneling claws and the burrow, especially when you're already going to be behind in supply.
Yeah.
So you do see, like, right now, there's actually 151 supply, or 155 right now, for Namshar versus 122 for Jonah.
Jonah has once again been droning up, and now we see another large force of Namshar's roaches crossing the map. Just so many more roaches here for Namshar. He's over 20 roaches up, and I'm really not sure if Jonah can hold on to this. He's initiating a counterattack at the third, which will actually kill a lot of his drones. But what is the response going to be from Namshar? He's pulling back. No, he's not. Okay, he's going to go anyway, but he has to fight uphill.
Yeah, this is not a good position right now for Namshar, but he did force his opponent into the natural.
Oh, is he
that
gonna
allows
burrow?
him, to get a couple of drone kills right there at the third base. There is burrow available
13.
right now.
Oh, but he's actually killing all of the drones of Jonah, so this has equalized out already a lot. And Jonah is making new roaches, but he's still so far behind in the roach count.
Yeah, and while the third base did cleaned up on the other side of the map as well, it looks like Namshar will be able to snipe this hatchery, which obviously
that
is
snipe
huge.
is huge. And this really puts Jonah in a very difficult position with less army, less work, or actually equal workers, and less bases. What is the Zerg to do in a situation like this?
It's very, very difficult. Comebacks in Zerg versus Zerg generally are very hard to pull off. It only really happens if your opponent either makes a massive mistake or if you get a really nice advantage, for example, with those burrowed roaches. But it's going to be tough.
Oh my god, he's going to get surrounded. He needs to get out of here. So many roaches here from Namshar on the high ground. They are low on HP for a large portion of them, though, but he's now putting Jonah on the chase, and Jonah is forced all the way back. And the question is, will Namshar be able to put the nail in the coffin here?
Yeah, a couple of roaches from Jonah are on the other side of the map, meanwhile sniping a couple of the drones. However, does he have enough to hold on at home? Obviously, his opponent is going to be maxed out at this point, and it's going to be a very hard one to hold on to.
The reinforcements of Namshar are actually taking care of the harassment by Jonah. He's actually burying his roaches now, but there's an overseer here in the main fight. Now with the natural engaging, so many more roaches here from Namshar, and Jonah is just getting crushed here.
Yeah, he also has an upgrade advantage right now, getting an extra upgrade to his missile attacks right now from the roaches, and I think it's simply going to be a little bit too much right now to take it out.
Man, Jonah trying to put on the best move he has. He pulls the drones. He's killing a lot of drones of his opponents, pulling back into the main. But I really think this is going to be it for all Sirona. GG. Namshar takes game number 1.
Very well played, actually, by Namshar right there. I thought for a moment that Jonah was having that one. Obviously, he did manage to do a lot of aggression early on, and he did do a lot of damage, but it just simply wasn't enough. He droned up very aggressively behind it, and I think that may have been the main reason why he ended up, basically getting his third snipe down a couple of times.
It's the harsh reality of playing Zerg, that when you make 10 drones, that sometimes just loses you the game.
Yep, it's a very, very hard matchup to call usually, and it was just a very clean game after all by Namshar.
Yeah.
He defended very well as well versus that Zergling Baneling aggression. You got to keep in mind that he was, not making any Zerglings when his opponent was in the meantime, I believe it was like 24 Zerglings, and that was a massive, massive commitment from Jonah.
He got some great Baneling hits off on the attack by Jonah. I really feel if Jonah just pays a bit more attention to his control, just make sure his Zerglings don't get blown up again like that, he can do a lot more damage with this Baneling attack, because the timing itself was, was quite okay. There were no roaches out on the field for a good 30 seconds after the attack began. So he definitely stood a good chance of doing more damage.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
and Jonah just actually said it as well in the lobby right there. He said I wasn't expecting that you would YOLO roach all in me right there. I wouldn't say it wasn't all in because it was droning behind, but fair enough.
Yeah, clearly. All right, let's get into the next game. Once Namshar has actually decided to pick Zerg, otherwise we're going to be seeing a ZVT. That would actually be quite interesting.
It's going to actually be a game right now on Expedition Lost.
Yeah.
Bit of an interesting map because it has a gold base in the middle, and it actually has 2 of them. So a very interesting game yesterday. I think it was Snoot versus Hydra, which was a very, very awkward game when both players decided to take it.
Yeah,
But we'll see if it comes into play. Yeah, it was crazy.
Someone smacked Namshar, like...
Yeah.
He still needs to select his race. All right.
Should be
How
good
do you
to go,
think Jonah, in his current position, like he's down 1-0, I'm not sure. He made some mistakes in the previous game, but nothing, massive proportionally. Like, of course, the mistake that lost him the game is of course a big mistake, but over droning a bit. How do you feel in a situation like that?
Obviously, it's a best of 3, right? So if he loses one more right now, he's going to be in trouble. So what he really needs to do right now is just play very, very safe or take a massive risk and go all in and, you know, just try and get a cheap win like that. On the other hand, though, Namshar has the potential to simply go for an all-in right now or cut at the very least some sort of corner. He's going to be able to get an advantage like that if he really wants to. Obviously, you know, he has a little bit of wiggle room right now. He can lose a game.
All right, yeah, that's definitely for him, you know, in a very nice position to be in. You know, he can try something risky. I love the term wiggle room. It's just perfect for this situation, really.
All right. I heard the beeping right there.
Yeah, the beeping has started and the loading has started as well. We have Jona up against the ropes against Namshar in this best of 3 here at the Dutch StarCraft League Open 2015 here in the Melkweg in Amsterdam. We have a decent crowd so far. I definitely hope it's going to be filling up more because we have a lot more room.
Yeah, if you're nearby, you can still come out. But anyways, in the top right corner of the map, the player that is currently 1-0 behind versus Namshar, his opponent. Oh shit, I already called the other one. It's going to be none other than AT Gaming's Jona.
Woo! And his opponent currently up 1-0 from Team Carnage Esports. He's the blue Zerg. He is Namshar.
Yeah, so like I said, it's going to be a very interesting one right now. We'll see if Namshar decides to go for a little bit of aggression, because he definitely has the option to. For example, he could go for a Zerking Baneling all-in. We can already see the first overload in the production tab, though, so it's not going to be something super aggressive early on, but at least he has the chance, he has the option to. Whereas would say, Jona will likely just play it as safe as possible, probably even go for the spawning pool first right now, just in case his opponent was going to go for that all-in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think playing safe at this point is something you can do, but you have to keep in mind that your opponent might, you know, he might game you a bit and be like, well, he's down 1-0, so he'll probably be playing safe. So I can take the risk and play really greedy, you know, go 15 hatch, 16 pool, something crazy like that. I don't know.
We'll see. It all really depends on the gas timing.
Yeah. Let's talk about the map for a bit here, because this is a map where gold base can come into play, but I don't think that's a very common thing you see in ZVZ on this map. We also have the back doors, but
yeah,
those are also not something that's very common because it takes a lot of time for Zerglings to break those down.
There are some very aggressive moves that you can do with the gold bases on this map, and it actually comes into play every now and then. And I would say it actually is it's relatively common, especially on a map like this. The main reason is that you can actually expand to watch your opponent, get a couple of drones going there, and just basically don't give your opponent a chance. Just keep it, you know, basically just keep attacking over and over and over again. And as long as he doesn't pick off the drones at the gold, you're gonna get a massive advantage over time. But obviously, we'll see if that comes into play. In the meantime, we did actually see Jona go for the hatchery first, and the spawning pool first for Namshar. So it actually looks like Namshar thought his opponent might have gone a little bit more cheesy, or he just wants to, you know, maybe he just feels so secure right now that he is just so, you know, convinced by his macro game that he will be able to win. So, you know, he's just going to play it as safe as possible.
Yeah, that's of course also an option. You know, when you're in a position like that, you can decide to just go for the safe option and just, you know, feel confident enough that you can just win, regardless of if you play, you know, with a significant economic advantage or not, because your general play is just so much better.
So about the format of this tournament, real quick. Basically, every single player has to go against every single player in their group. So it's not like, you know, the player that wins this game or wins this series is going to be out of the tournament. They will be playing a couple more series as well. So, you know, it isn't absolutely mandatory that either of these players wins this, but obviously, you know, it will give them a nice little advantage. So yeah, we'll see exactly what comes into play here.
All right, I heard a Zergling being very very naughty here, and the first links from Namshar already being chased away, or are they the ones doing the chasing? It seems a bit it seems a bit backwards.
Well, we see no Zergling speed yet for Namshar. He's actually only mining 2 drones in the gas geyser as well, so cutting a tiny little corner right there, getting slightly more mineral income, but I actually am not completely sure what kind of a build he wants to go for. He actually also decided to skip out on that second Queen Inject right there in the natural and decided to go for a Creep Trimmer instead. So he may actually be aiming for that gold base. He may be trying to go for the middle part of the map, spread the creep over there, and get the queens into the action as well. And usually, if both players play perfect, that is going to give you the upper hand.
Oh, that would be absolutely sick if we see a gold base being taken here by either of these players. I really like the fact that you know, Jona seems to be still very calm. You know, he's still droning up. He's not afraid of some sort of all-in. Based on what he scouted, there's really nothing, you know, based on which he should be expecting something like that. He hasn't seen the spine crawler at the front, but that spine at the front, it tells such a huge story.
Yeah, you can use it for mind games, but it looks like Numshar is just going to follow this up with a Roach-Warren and an Evolution Chamber. Both players already going for the Lyra as well, so they're making up their mind that they want to go for the middle part of the game, at the very least, you know, for now. We'll see exactly what they decide to do over there. I like that crew spread, though. That crew spread is actually kind of interesting. Looks like he's spreading it towards the other third base, so probably no gold place, or no gold base coming into play this time around.
Can always have it all. Already +1 attack here on the way for Yona, along with the slightly delayed Roach-Warren. Things are seeming, yeah, very similar once again. You know, almost equal supply, very similar tech, but there's still quite a few choices that both players can make.
I don't know if Jonah noticed right there that the drone was moving over, but we'll see.
He's going to spot the third. He's going to spot the third really early. That's a good thing for Yona if he wants to, you know, play to this reactively, and he's getting roach speed.
Yeah, the thing is he actually decided to skip out on the Zergling speed, so he won't be able to do anything with this right now. Nice little read by Numshar because, well, who's going to make slow Zergling to try and pick off a third base, right? So there's a big chance he will be able to hold on to this right now. He will be able to move over that Spine Crawler as well. And he's going to put it in a position where there might be a potential Roach versus Roach fight, and I wouldn't be surprised if he moves it up to the third base, you know, after the crew spread gets over there.
He's going to lose one Zergling. Yona just trying to do as much damage as he possibly can to this hatchery, and maybe, you know, try to deal the finishing blow at a later stage. He's added on his own hatchery, but what it's more important is the amount of roaches that he's adding on. Namshar just made 6 more drones.
Yeah.
Is this thing, you think, something Yona could capitalize on?
I think the 6 drones is actually a very, very good decision.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we talked about. You know, basically him feeling that he's the stronger player right here and knowing that he can win a macro game. He seems very confident. He's just going to follow this up with pure Roach, and the Spine Crawler and the extra Queen should give him plenty of time to get his own roaches out as well. Obviously, in Zerg versus Zerg, the defender's advantage is huge. Like, just the fact that your roaches will arrive to the battle a little bit sooner will give you the upper hand. And the upgrades, well, we do see Jonah move out, but the upgrades will finish up roughly around the same time right now.
All right. I feel Namshar definitely should have seen this attack coming, like he has an Overlord in position. His current army is still on creep, and he's burrowing a Spine with a location that's quite far away from the third. There's a Queen at the third, but he definitely should see this attack coming. Let's see how this is going to go.
Yeah, so he should... Technically speaking, he should have enough right now to deal with it. Obviously, roaches do a lot of damage, but here we go. The engagement is going to be in favor right now of Numshar. The reinforcements are coming in. Wow. The Queen also actually transfusing right there.
Nice control there out of Namshar. Might actually go and try for the cutoff, but he has to keep in mind that Yona is also adding on reinforcements to this fight. Supply currently very equal, actually slightly ahead in favor of Namshar, who has managed to secure his third and is currently also mining from it. Yona, though, with slight upgrade advantage for now and possibly in the future, getting that +2 missile attack, is also mining from his third. So this game can still go either way, and it's really going to come down to control. Nice pickups here from Yona, but he needs to keep in mind that the force from Namshar is slightly bigger.
Yeah. So I get a lot of questions from people asking, like, why do people not switch to Hydras? And the simple reason is that the commitment to it is quite big. Like, right now, if you commit to Hydralisk and get the upgrades and whatnot going, it basically is costing you roaches, and they really don't want to be in that position. He actually has the option right now to kill those rocks. Cute little move. May allow him to make a couple of workers, and you can actually see that immediately coming into play. 10 more drones on the production tab because of killing rocks.
He's droning up massively behind this because he knows he's slightly delayed the potential lack of attack of Yona. Yona needs to really watch out. There's more roaches here than he can afford to engage against. 50 more about to pop out from Yona. He's going to need those in a fight.
Yeah. This is actually not looking very good at all for Jonah right here,
he's
being
pulling
caught off
drones.
guard. Yeah, the rocks going down. It was a little bit of a mind game with the rocks right here. He didn't anticipate his opponent moving down the ramp like that, and while he will have enough to eventually overwhelm him, the drones were forced off the mineral line for at least a little bit.
Yeah, now we have actually almost a mirrored situation with what we had earlier with Yona trying to sort of give the chase. Supplies have equal out at this point, so we're going to really have to take a look at the economic situation, which means that Namshar has a slight advantage, but it's really going to nullify, especially against the upgrades that Yona currently has. Yona now moving all the way across the map, and Namshar might be preparing for a counterattack. This could be close.
It's going to be an interesting one right now.
He's going to pull back.
Yeah.
All right, so at this stage, it's like the dance of the roaches. You know, it's
exactly
all about positioning. We have overlords all across the map, trying to spot all the army movements. Namshar is already taking a fourth, though.
Yeah, both players are both double upgrading. They're both making roaches. They're not switching into anything. They're not trying to go for any kind of fancy burrow play. So, like you mentioned, it's all gonna come down to the engagements right now. Ooh, actually, what is this in the middle part of the map?
Oh my God, it's a gold base. That drone wasn't going there for no reason. yeah, I kind of love this by Yona. You know, he knows he needs to get an advantage in some way, and Namshar might just react to this in a completely, in the wrong way. He needs to keep an eye on supply though. Like, look how many more roaches Namshar has at this point. This is not a fight Yona wants to take at all.
No. Well, you can see, like, as soon as he spends the minerals and the gas that he has, he immediately gets plenty going once more. So we should be seeing relatively even armies right now. That gold base could come into play, obviously. He ideally doesn't want that, and I'm sure that is. He doesn't really want his opponent to get that gold, but if he can... Oh, the backdoor rocks as well.
Oh, this could be very dangerous. Like, okay, Namshar is moving in position to defend, but he could also have been going for more of a sandwich for a walk around.
Wow.
Yona actually goes up the ramp. I'm not sure if I like that. Okay, decides to back down at the last moment.
Man, the dance of roaches, you were talking about it just now. He will be able to sneak up that ramp.
He's going to go
barely.
for it. But who gets the better conga? I feel it's Namshar who has a lot more roaches, at least on one side. Not all the roaches of Yona are fighting, and Namshar here is definitely forcing Yona to evict.
Yeah, this was a very, very risky move right there, and it looks like it just barely doesn't pay off. He's trying to sneak out a couple of roaches into the main base, trying to get them towards the natural, but yeah, that also did not happen. All of a sudden, we see a huge supply advantage for Namshar.
Yeah, and now Yona is holding on to a gold base that I'm not sure he can actually defend. Like, he's sending all of his reinforcement there, but so is Namshar, and Namshar is currently maxed out.
Yeah, that was a massive commitment, and you really didn't get anything out of that one right there. And while the gold base, it basically, the gold base basically forces Namshar to move out as well, but after getting a 50 supply lead like that, he should feel more than confident to do so.
He should feel more than comfortable to do so. I wonder if Namshar is aware of how much of an advantage he has. I feel a player of his level, he definitely shouldn't. He's actually going to go and break down Yona's back rocks. Does Yona see this coming though? He doesn't have an overlord there to see this coming. He's got some roaches on the high ground, but not enough.
Yeah, even if he sees it coming right now, is there enough for him to really get the reinforcements going right now? He will be close to be max. He's actually close to max out once more.
Yona's army is so much more split up. Oh, I think we need to zoom out a bit more in order to see what's going on here. Okay, it looks like Namshar has actually managed to successfully go up the ramp before Yona was able to cut him off, and he's now into the main base of Yona. Yona now being forced to fight between his own buildings, which are like enemy force fields. I'm not sure what's gonna happen here, dude.
Yeah, this is like the counter trickery right here with the back rocks in the main base. Sadly, he's not taking a gold behind it. That would be that would have been a complete copy, but it looks like, technically speaking, Yona should get the upper hand just with the reinforcements arriving here faster.
Still a lot of roaches there at the bottom, and he's getting crushed in that fight. He's winning the one on the top, but he needs to get a better concave, better surface area. Also, Namshar's reinforcements. He has that fourth base. Oh, this is so close for Yona. Like, he needs to hold on. He needs to take as much kills as he possibly can, but he has to watch out for the reinforcements that might come from Namshar.
Yeah, so there's about 50 supply in roaches for Namshar on his side of the map.
Oh, he's getting burrow.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of interesting. Oh yeah, tunneling claws and burrow once again researched as well. Could give him the positional advantage.
It's going to give him a massive advantage because there are currently no overseers out on the map for Yona. In fact, he's adding on 3 spore crawlers at this point. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's anticipating a Muna switch. Oh, this is quite close to. He sees the burrow. He needs to make overseers, and he immediately makes one.
Yeah, he's gonna need to. Obviously, there's nothing to actually kill the overseers, so it's not like he needs like 4 of them. But most importantly, these roaches are gonna be at full health once again.
Namshar picking off roaches left and right here in this fight. Keep in mind that he does have the 4th base at the bottom right. Some good pickoffs here for Yona. What do you think?
Yeah, the Roach Warren. The Roach Warren is gone right now, so he won't be able to produce any more units right now, which gives Namshar about a good minute, where he has a massive timing window.
Yeah, this is and he's once again burrowing. Yeah, the thing here for Yona, the fact that he doesn't have burrow means he cannot heal his own roaches, and these roaches here are getting caught completely. Oh, this is absolutely massive for Namshar. He's managing to kill off so many roaches practically for free.
Yeah, and he's forced to add on Zerglings right now as well, which is not what Yona was really thinking. Not really what he was hoping for, rather. He does have a pretty suitable amount of roaches right now,
I don't think so.
Yeah,
it's
look
not
at the supply count.
Enough. The
Yeah,
supply count is indeed massive. More roaches from Namshar are actually trickling down from the main path. Burrow also being used here by Namshar in order to regenerate. He's got the good surround here going on. Yona now being forced to retreat to his natural, but he can hold on to his 3rd and maybe just forced to concede right here.
Yeah, very, very well played so far by Namshar. Really not making any mistakes in neither of those games. Yeah, just very, very solid. Confident in his play, confident in his play style, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit too much right now for Yona to hold on to. Yeah. Like, just, it's 200 supply right now for his 120. He is gonna try and get an A for effort here, but
yeah, he's gonna try at least save his hatchery, but Namshar is just bullying him out of position. Most of his reinforcements also now currently trying to surround
The third
Jonas
base is
last
gonna go
force.
down.
Yeah, he's going to snipe it. Should probably unburrow the last of his forces, goes for the surround, and this should be the final fight of this series. Yona between Namshar. Namshar definitely clutching his win here at 2-0 in a very convincing manner. Last of the roaches of Yona are winning here, and well played by him.
Yeah, 2 base versus 4 base, never a situation that you want to be in. You know, whatever base you play, it's not something you want to experience, and especially when your unit is making, or when your opponent is making the exact same units as you are, it is not gonna go in your advantage usually. So he's trying to hold on for dear life right now.
I'm not sure if this is fantasy GG timing. GG well played. Namshar takes the series 2-0 against Yona, one of our local heroes here in the Netherlands.
Honestly, very, very well played though.
Yeah.
We saw the cheeky wink right there at the camera.
Yeah, let's be real. There was really nothing we could take away from Namshar in the series. You know, he just played excellently.
Yeah.
And I got to give it to your prediction. You know, he definitely played better than Yona, and I hope he goes far in this tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be you know, a very good tournament for him. He has a very good chance of making it out of his group, obviously.
Awesome.
And he will obviously have to go up against Thermal and against.
Let's check.
Hold on. Can we have a quick look at the brackets? Actually, that'd be a really good one to have a look at right now.
Yeah, it's just it's gonna be Thermal, Namshar, Yona, and Strinton in this group.
So it's gonna be against Strinton and against Thermal.
All right. Well, I think we'll keep it to that for now. Right now, we're gonna go into commercials, guys, and we'll see you in the next series.
Making things is in our DNA. For 23 years, we've brought together some of the brightest minds in the computer industry to create and build new technologies and products that push the limits of PC building. But now, Cooler Master is looking beyond DIY, beyond just doing it yourself, to a more ambitious future where we're driven by the desire to reinvent the ways PCs are designed, made, bought, and used. We spent the last few years constructing our muse, our blueprint for technology and the next generation of computing. And the master concept is the first step. We collaborated with a team of world-class case modders and power users to combine our conception of the ultimate modular case with their expertise and vision. After brainstorming, hands-on testing, and countless feedback sessions, the master concept was born. And with it, a new direction for Cooler Master's future products.
What I am surprised with from day one, coming into, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a Taiwan case company, normally you'd think really rigid, we've done this certain way for 20 years. You've blown me out of the water. I'm in shock of what I've seen, and it's great. This needs to happen.
Our master concept is the result of a vision that every person's PC can be unique. And this is a first step in a fundamental reimagining of our relationship with fans and supporters. We're embracing the maker spirit, and we want to reach out to the community to provide them the tools they need to fully express themselves, to give free rein to their creativity.
We've progressed to a point where I think people can, really bring in their own style to it and add value, not just have, a beautiful case, have it be a little more freeform, which is why I'm really excited about having a modular level type design.
It's a dream for me to be working with these guys.
It's a new way of thinking in the computer world.
The community had spoken. We listened. And the master case represents the vanguard of our response. Inspired by the master concept's revolutionary approach to working with the community, it pioneers a new wave of case technology. Fundamental to this is our unique free-form modular system.
we have Namshar.
So I always like doing this. I always like talking about predictions. I don't know if you have any. This is a very hard one to call, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I'm gonna go 2-1 for you, Fimo. I think we're gonna see a game 3.
Okay. 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 Fair enough. I think I'm gonna actually. Well, I was gonna say 2-1 Euthermal as well, but just because we have to, at the very least have some opposite opinions, we're gonna go with 2-1 for Namshar. I think it could be. It could really go either way. Obviously, Euthermal has been, he's been doing very, very well. Both players are playing full time, and they're putting all of their efforts into StarCraft right now. It's gonna be a very, very good one.
Yeah, and I mean, Euthermal, he says TVZ is not his best matchup, but then just the other day to qualify for IEM Shenzhen, he had the best series between two foreigners in a long, long time against Snoot. So he can play really good TVZ. So again, it's just about can he get through that kind of semi-little mental block here that he might have coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Snoot, one of the very best Zerg players that is not Korean.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, the Koreans are a little bit better, but yeah, like you said, both players can take this game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got such a standard map to start us off here. Coda, it's, there's nothing to really favor anyone here. The third base, easy for both. The fourth base is actually quite nice for the 10 player as well, because you can put in that more forward location, and that, it builds up your momentum throughout the game as well. And it's very easy to take that. The fourth base for the Zerg probably going to be put to the bottom left side. Again, I mean, they're all nice bases here. There's a lot of counter-attack potential for the Zerg player as well, with multiple different pathways. So this can be a very dynamic map.
Yes. So Namshar definitely a Mutaling Bane type of guy, and Euthermal definitely a bio kind of guy. So it's making out probably, I'm assuming right now it's going to be a very, very standard Terran versus Zerg, or at least, something we see very, very often.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any real surprises super early in this game. Namshar, he's just mining a little bit of gas right now, and I mean, Euthermal's putting down his command center. It's actually a gasless expand from Euthermal, which is a little bit different.
It's nice for this Overlord.
Yeah, he's actually probably going to get that. So that's a really nice opening. Namshar just not expecting this here, expecting probably the Reaper opening. It's kind of weird because Terran openings, they all seem to lead to the same thing, but there's a few slight differences very early on. And ooh, this is a second Rax. This is actually a third Rax too.
Oh, I like this.
This is okay. So I just said I love Terran openings lead to the very same thing, but Euthermal was like, no, they don't. This is actually what he did against Snoot on this map the other day in the IEM qualifier.
Yeah.
It opens up. I think he goes for like a combat shield sort of push, and it's very, very interesting and very different to what you usually see in this sort of matchup. Usually you see them Hellions controlling the early game. And I wonder how long it's going to take Namshar to sort of realize something's up, because of course he's going to see that lack of Hellions.
Yeah, usually around the 6.5 minute mark, we would see the first Hellions move across the map, and that would be the point where Namshar might get a little bit suspicious. But we did see that first Overlord getting picked off, and that one is huge. He won't have any scouting of this at all. There's no Overlord in the natural. There's nothing really that helps him identify what's going on, other than the lack of Hellions, exactly like you were talking about. So we'll see what he does. Obviously, he's just going to play a safe all-round style, but there's a big chance that he's going to be skipping out, at least for now, the mailing nest. As you can see, all the drones pulled out of the gas geyser for the Zerg player, and just getting deserting speed right now.
Yeah, and just a couple of Zerglings coming on the map looking to actually hunt down that SCVs, just checking over towards the third base. I imagine he's going to probably send these across the map and keep an eye on what might be moving out of his opponent's base, especially if there's not Hellions on the map, because there's nothing to really deny those Zerglings. So
ooh, nice scout actually by Euthermal, getting the full look at what is going on right here for Namshar. Interestingly enough, actually, Namshar not having any vision out on the map at all. I mean, the Overlords are very close by his bases, and he may be a little worried for drops or something like that.
I think he might have pulled them back a little bit after losing that first one, because he knows the potential for Marines to move out onto the map.
Yeah.
And we do see a few Marines on the map right now, so this is very, very early, and especially considering Namshar doesn't really have any idea this is going on.
Yeah.
He's in a lot of trouble, because I mean, he's got no Balins, he's actually got no Zerglings on the map right now.
This is an interesting push. This is something
Marines?
you don't see.
It
7
is.
Marine hit squad right here is going to try and pick off one of the queens, immediately going for the creep tumor. No, not going for the creep tumor. Not sure what he was targeting there, but he's just going to try and do a little bit of damage, be annoying, and it's working out.
Yeah, he's going to get what, an Overlord. He's just going to grab that queen, and the second queen as well is going to continue to retreat. It's just going to get up that ramp, and with that creep advantage, he'll be able to get away. But
this is a weird little timing right here, and it works out very, very well. He's going to be able to clean this up, obviously, right? It's not going to cost him the game or anything.
That queen, man. These queens have just made it away. I don't... I don't think I've ever seen 7 Marines be so effective without a
No.
medevac or
No.
stim or any upgrades.
There was nothing. It was just a random 7 Marines moving out on the map. And let's actually talk for a second about what this means for the Zerg player right now. First off, obviously he lost a bunch of queens, and he's going to be forced to remake those, which is annoying. But most importantly, the creep spread is going to be really, really bad for the most part right here. He's not going to be able to do very much at all. He's trying to do a little counter-attack right now with the Zerglings, but obviously the depot wall is going to be up in time. So very nice little opener so far by Euthermal, following this up with the victory eventually, getting up the 3rd command center as well. Still actually mining only 1 or actually no, there's 2 gas geysers right now, I was going to say.
He's moving out on the map once again, and he's got combat shields now with these Marines. So he's going to look to try and do a little bit more. We do see the Banelin nest about halfway done, though, and I believe that he'll be able to get Banelins out in time if he knows it's coming, which is the real issue. Because, again, no map vision, apart from in the center of the map, but Euthermal, he's taking a long road.
He has a couple of speedlings running around, right? He could definitely get a little more vision going on. And while he does have the middle side of the map right now, this group of Marines, once again, a hit squad of Marines moving out across the map. He's not going to spot them until they're already shooting at this overload at 3rd base. Let's see what we can do with those. There's obviously going to be queens, though. There's going to be Zerglings as well. No Banelings, but I don't think he necessarily needs those.
Yeah, I think with 4 queens and just a few Zerglings in front, I think he should be able to do
he's just going home.
this. And yeah, Euthermal, smart choice, I think.
Oh, imagine you're one of those Marines. That'd be absolutely terrifying. Like, it's like,
Right?
oh, guys, just creep over there. Let's move up.
Man, like, Marines are usually quite happy because, they've always got a medevac to pick them up, get them out of trouble. These ones, they've pulled the short
free
straws.
stimpacks. Awesome.
Both players starting their 1-1 upgrades. Not really, too much. It's been a very weird opening from Euthermal, but it still leads to this very standard mid-game where both players are getting double upgrades, Lairs just finishing 3rd base taken at kind of pretty much a standard-ish time, and both players are in a pretty comfortable position. Again, Namshar, the only real negative side from all of this I can really see right now is that he probably doesn't have his creep as far forward as he'd like it to be.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that Euthermal is in a very nice position right now. Usually with these sort of builds, you see that the 3rd base is going to be delayed, but he landed that at like 9.5 minutes, which is relatively standard right there. Couple of Zerglings actually moving across the map, looking for a 3rd base that does not exist. And we'll see if he maybe will be able to get into the natural. The depot wall. The depot wall. Oh, it's not lifting. It's not seeing it. Zerglings get into the natural.
And this becomes so annoying to deal with. Again, he doesn't have Hellions out on the map or anything, so it's just going to be Marines, and these SCVs have to be pulled away. At the same time, Euthermal is dropping. He's got a drop in the main and a drop coming into the 3rd base too, so there's damage all over the map right now from both sides.
Yeah, there's still Zerglings in the natural right now, going to town on them. In the meanwhile, there's also drops going on at the exact same time, so a lot of workers are going to be killed from both sides. Very nice position right there between the mineral lines with those Marines. Oh, he does so much damage here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely bad for Euthermal.
Oh my god.
Obviously, he kills more workers, but losing 7 SCVs for town player isn't that bad. You've got mules to fall back on.
Oh my
and
god.
These Marines are still going. Look at this. They're killing so many Zerglings because of the positioning. And wow. Now he splits up his Marines 1 by 1 as well. And he's still at the 3rd base, killing drones.
Yeah, he will be able to pick off that medevac right there, but it's going to be traded for a queen, which is not what he was looking for. It will be cleaned up eventually, but in the end, 17 workers were killed by Euthermal and 8 by Namshar, which actually adds up to a total that is relatively even. It's kind of wondering, if you look at the income tab, it's obviously going to be mule sided on as well, but...
Yeah, I like this for Euthermal though, because he's actually continuing the pressure and he can always kind of lift up and leave. Especially until Mulas come out of the map. He's actually going to pick off a couple of Banelins here as well. This is just 6-7 Marines, but he's doing so much with it, and a lot more coming across the map.
Yeah, this is where the never-ending Terran push starts assembling. He's going to split his Marines as best as he can, but there's going to be countless units walking across the map right now. The rally point is set here as well, so these units are going to keep reinforcing the existing army. And if he just gets 1 second, if he gets 1 second to get up to that 3rd base or to the natural and kill a couple of workers, that will be it right here. So we'll see. It's like, wow, nice little push out right there actually, getting all of those morphing Banelings.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of all the Banelings, and without Banelings, you just don't kill Marines. Even with Banelings, Euthermal was splitting so well. Namshar could barely trade efficiently, and now he's really struggling. He doesn't have the economy he wants. He just has to GG.
That was crazy right there, honestly.
Wow.
That was actually pretty much a flawless game right there for Euthermal, except for that moment where he forgot to lift up the depot. And come on, we can forgive a little issue like that.
Exactly. He controlled that game from the very start. He made Namshar so scared to move out onto the map.
Yeah.
He did what you usually do with Hellions, with Marines.
Who needs Hellions anyway, right?
Yeah, who needs Hellions?
I love those 7 Marines walking across the map. I don't think I've seen that before, or at least not recently. It's very uncommon. Usually Terran players wait until they finish up at least combat shield.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen 7 Marines without a medevac, without any upgrades, do so much damage. Like,
Ooh, that threw Numshar off of his game completely.
Yeah.
And while he was only really forced to reproduce a couple of the queens, the creep spread and everything is just, you know, gonna be a little bit behind at that point. So very cool little move. Looks like we already got the invites for the next lobby, so we're gonna be jumping into the next game as soon as we possibly can. But this is looking extremely promising so far for Thermal.
it's just so annoying to deal with as a Zerg player because you're expecting these Terran players again to maybe vary their build a little bit, but in the end, like I was trying to say initially, it's generally all kind of the same thing. But that was just completely different. So I think you're completely right. It completely threw Namshar, and you just didn't have units and
No.
crazy.
Very, very cool. So very clean game right there. Looks like the players are ready to go. So let's jump straight into the game.
Varney Research Station for
Oh.
map number 2.
Yeah, this map is gonna be a little interesting right here.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about it once we actually get into the game. But right now we're going to get our player introductions on our screen. I love
Oh, look at that. Looking all badass right there. The high contrasted images.
Yeah, man. They're legit.
Yeah, it looks awesome. And I like the orange as well. You know, a little bit of Dutch
Stands
pride
out.
here.
Yeah. It fits with the theme of the DSCL, you could say.
Exactly, exactly.
Take us away.
In the top side of the map, it is going to be the Terran player that managed to take game number 1 in this best of 3 series. It's going to be none other than Thermal, playing a very, very good tournament so far.
Down to the south side, he did win his ZVZ previously, but can he get his foot back into this series? From College Esports, it's Namshar.
So, Vani Research Station, very interesting map, mainly because there's an in-base expansion, and this usually comes into play very, very early on. Obviously, it allows players to be relatively safe, at least for the early part of the map. But on top of that, there's also, if you fly north a little bit, there's actually a gold base that comes into play very often as well.
Yeah, and that's always going to be something which we're going to be looking for towards that kind of 10-minute mark in the game. Where's that fourth base going to be taken from the Zerg player? Is he going to risk taking it a bit over to the right-hand side, where he's not going to have his creep spread as advanced forwards as he would if he took his fourth to the left-hand side? It's a risk you take, but if you can get that gold base up, it's a huge boost to your economy, and it really will help you out during the mid-game. It means you can afford to trade that little bit less efficiently as Zergs generally do. So,
I see what Thermal's up here. And what is he up to right here? He's not going a 7 Marine hit squad pick once again. He's not up for that.
no, he's going to go for that command center first. And of course, this is something you can do with this in-base natural. It's very safe. I mean, is a Zerg player really going to temple and, maybe back in the day?
Nah, not right
not
now.
now.
Especially knowing you're 1-0 behind.
No, definitely not. Unless you're really tilted, you just really want to get this over with. But I don't think Namshar's in that state of mind right now.
So we see a command center first right there for Thermal. Obviously on the other side of the map we see the hatchery going down as well as the spawning pool. Relatively early gas guys to follow up as well, but nothing too cheesy from either player.
Yeah, this is going to develop into a pretty standard game for the first few minutes here. Thermal taking that gas as well, so this time we actually are going to get into that situation where we've got a few Hellions out on the map, looking to control that, the early, get the early map control for the Terran, and the Zerg can, of course, be looking to move towards that third base, and that's going to be the kind of challenge for him in the early stages of this, dealing with the Hellions for long enough to get that third base place.
Yeah. So Namshar definitely a player that is looking to get a little bit later on into the game. I would say he shines, especially once the game gets past, like, I don't know, the 13, 14-ish minute mark, where he really gets like a good clump of Mutalisks going and gets some Zerglings and Banelings across the map, and he really didn't get into that position at all. So I'm secretly hoping that in this game he will be able to get to that point. It's actually mining 4 guys in gas right there. Ooh.
He really wants that gas, man.
Yeah, he really wants that gas. It could be he's a little nervous, but that's all good.
Yeah, it's a small mistake. I mean, in the long run of the game, it's very minor. Obviously, I mean, it's he's missing out on like 50, 100 minerals or so in that time, but
He actually did pull off gas right there. He's only gonna mine 100, get that circling speed going as soon as he can. So it's all good so far. He really wanted that gas.
he did, man. I mean, Zergling speed, good upgrade to have early on. He's not started just yet, though. I mean, I guess he's got other things that he's going to prioritize here. It seems. It looks as though he's got a lot of minerals. Is he going to just move towards his third base? I think he is.
Yeah, we may see the third base a little earlier than we usually see it. Usually see it around the 6-ish minute mark, but this is actually 5 minutes and 10 seconds right now, relatively early on. Obviously pretty good to get up right before the the Hellions really started roaming the map, but he hasn't really scouted very much at all. He got Overlords running around, and right now is the first look at the Terran player that he gets, you know, other than the SCV scout that we saw. He notices, okay, there's going to be a barracks right here with a reactor. Obviously, that factory is going to switch over with that reactor as well, so he will be able to double produce those Hellions. And so far, this doesn't really tell him a whole lot, actually. He doesn't really get to know right now if it's going to be, you know, very, very quick Hellions, or if well, obviously it's not going to be very quick Hellions, but he doesn't know if there's like a third command center follow-up, or once again, those couple extra barracks.
He didn't send any overlords across the map, apart from he's got one which has moved up the right-hand side. In fact, he sent overlords across the map, but he didn't send them all the way forward. So maybe a little bit scared of, again, early Marines picking those off. And because of that, again, this kind of, as you say, he's not going to know too much here. He's not going to get into that main base. He's not going to check for that third CC. And we do see a starport and a second gas on the way up for U-Film, so the potential to turn up the aggression with a little bit of Banshee play here.
Yeah, so 6.5 minute Hellions right there, very, very standard, but what he's going to find is a third base that's already going to be done, and that is extremely greedy. A couple of queens making their way towards that third base as well, and more queens being added on. So this is looking quite nice so far for Nemshar. It's going to be very difficult for his opponent to do any kind of damage here. Obviously, he might be able to run those Hellions up the ramp, and he could have actually done so right here because there really wasn't anything.
I think if he comes back and sees them two queens still so far, like, committed so far over towards the third base, he might try and run up there before, and he's thinking about it already.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Nice little cancel right there on the creep tumor. Doesn't want to lose anything that he doesn't have to lose.
And we see the armory coming down, so Ephemeral is going to turn up the heat here. He actually didn't make a Banshee at all. He actually went straight into a medevac, which means he's really just going to focus on kind of a bit of Marine Hellbat aggression. Of course, that medevac being able to heal both of those units. As with this kind of delayed speed, these Hellions have a chance to do a little bit of damage and pick away a couple of these Zerglings.
So important to note, there is a Baneling nest on the, you know, it's already on the map right now. So I'm sure we'll be able to morph in a couple of Banelings. Obviously, he's going to need at least something. Wow, one queen caught out in the open just like that. He will be able to... Ooh, he does save it just barely.
But I mean, even still, I mean, that queen being on low hit points means that this follow-up, you know, it's an easy target to get rid of very quickly here in this engagement. And Namshot just hasn't really known that this is coming, and without that knowledge, he doesn't have Banelings ready, which gives Euphim a long time here to get damage done.
Yeah, the medevac actually took a funny little route around that Overlord scout, so he doesn't notice this until already in his third base, and it's going to be a lot of workers that are going to go down right here. There's nothing to really defend against this.
No, these Banelings have only just finished morphing in, but we've got Hellbats sitting on the ramp, and they're going to soak up the majority of the damage.
Oh my god.
Namashaw's going to lose what? Like every single queen over here, he's going to... Well, these drones are kind of running for their lives, but they're not going to be anywhere useful.
So, this is actually really, really cute. He's going to have a couple of Banelings out, obviously. He might be able to eventually clean this up, but it's going to come at a massive loss. So the idea behind that Overlord that he has hanging around there on his side, or on his opponent's side of the map, is that he sees every single unit that moves out for the Terran player. But instead, the units were in a medevac. They flew by. He couldn't notice them.
Yeah, Ufilm has been doing a fantastic job of just avoiding scouts this entire series. And I mean, again, the lack of knowledge for the Zerg player is the only thing that's hurting him here. And again, we see Queens falling and Queens having to use transfuses, which means creep spread's going to be delayed from this point. Ufilm has already got that third base. He's now moving into position, and behind all of this, he's starting to add on his production. So he's looking good for the mid game. He's in a nice position, and well, there's a few Zerglings out, but I mean, with we're in this position here, you'll be fine.
It's not looking awful though. Let's not talk like the game is over, because by no means is that the case. There's still plenty of high versus further Zerg player right now as well. And most importantly, he got to that middle part of the game where he's a little more comfortable. So eventually, he likely will go for a fourth base. We see a little aggression right now actually with these Zerglings on the opponent's third base, but here the Hellbats, you know, they come chugging down that that ramp right there.
He's taking a lot of damage on this CC. He's very confident that he's going to be able to save it, and of course he does. The Spire just starts up now. Namshar has a lot of money in the bank, so if he finds a way to be able to spend that, maybe just put that fourth base down sometime soon.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You know, once he starts spending that, he's actually going to be in a nice position. He wants to drone up a little bit more. He's at 60-ish workers now, which is not great for kind of a late game, for the kind of the mid games there. You want to go at 70 to 80 ideally. So he's going to work on his economy a little bit here. There's not really too much threatening him. I mean, there's not many Marines out right now, so there's not too much potential for Ufilm to attack.
Most importantly, though, is that the Zerg player has very late upgrades right now. I mean, it's going to be like 12 minutes into the game until those upgrades really start kicking in. The Terran player, in the meantime, also actually delayed his upgrades, but they're going to be about a good minute earlier, which may not sound very significant, but it gives a very nice timing window for the Terran to do a lot of aggression, obviously with Marines and Medevacs and Stimpack and you know, the double upgrades.
Yeah, them upgrades make such a difference as well, and of course it's something that's not just going to be one timing, it's going to transition into the 2-2 timing, it's going to transition into the 3-3 timing probably as well, which is of course something the Terran player generally has an advantage in anyways. Second factory coming down again, nothing crazy here from Ufilm. He's just building up his kind of mid-game production and getting set to go. And I imagine as 1-1 finishes, Combat Shield's going to finish too. A couple of extra medevacs will be out, and he's going to start marching across the map.
Yeah, this is going to be all about the engagement right now. 12 Mutalisk on the production tab. We will have some very solid crew spread as well. But it looks like the Terran player is making, you know, he's getting ready to actually move out. It's going to be Baneling's morphed in. Is Baneling's speed already done, actually?
Yes,
Let's have a
it's
quick
just
look at
finished.
that. Oh, very good.
So, I mean, you know, Namshaw's actually perfectly prepared to deal with this, and this
Yeah.
hit squad from Ufilm is not going to do much more than just clean creep, and I think he has to be
Such
very
nice crew
careful.
spread. Yeah, if you get caught too far on creep, obviously the Banelings are just going to roll in, and there's nowhere the Terran player can go.
And there's so many Mutalisks out as well.
Oh,
There's
here we
12
go.
meters. Ooh, this is actually kind of scary for Ufilm. He's going to lose a lot
Wow.
here. Every single medevac as well, and Namshaw is just going to absolutely destroy Ufilm in this fight.
Yeah, most importantly, 0 Mutalisk went down right there, and that's the unit he really wants to try and keep alive and max out on. Very, very nice move, and he's actually going to be able to get a nice supply lead here with that as well. Ooh, he doesn't want to overextend though.
The one negative part of this for Namshaw is he still hasn't started those upgrades. So without those upgrades, again, he kind of falls further and
Yeah.
further behind, and
Ooh,
Ufilm has more of a
true.
timing. So it's really important he kind of tries to do something with this lead he's gained by making kind of a lot of units. But
Wow.
he's attacking with Mutalisk, and at the same time, we have Ufilm moving across the map here. looking
Yeah,
for
the
this wolf
Mutas are
base.
on the other side of the map trying to pick off a couple of workers, but they are going to be forced home. That's one way to defend, I suppose. It's just by moving out into your opponent's face. It does work out quite well. The Mutas are on their way, so he wants to try and wait for as long as possible, but the drones, in the meantime, are going down.
Ooh, the first mine is pretty nice here, but nice splits from Namshaw, really just soaking up the
Wow.
mine hits. And again, as these mutas come in, these medevacs are going to be in trouble, and Ufilm is once again going to be completely cleaned up here.
Yeah, very ballsy move right there by Thermal. Not sure if that was really worth it right here. He did get a couple of worker kills, but obviously it's really all about that supply right now. He wants to try and get as far ahead in that as he possibly can. Still, you know, only just now actually starting +1 melee upgrades and +1 armor. Finally starting as well, 50 minutes into the game. Well, the +2/+2 is already halfway done for Terran.
Yeah, these upgrades are going to kind of be the defining kind
Yeah.
of thing throughout this entire game for Ufilm.
Ah.
He has so much time. He's going to have 2-2 while it's still going to be 0-0 for the Zerg, right?
Oh,
For a
it's the
little
never-ending
while.
Terran push. It's happening again.
Here we go, coming across the map. Namshaw's on 83 drones right now, so he has a lot of income to kind of like fight this, you know, fight this army once, remax, and go again. But does he just have enough? Again, these upgrades, I'm really scared. He's just not going to be able to trade effectively enough.
No, the Widow Mines are burrowing forward. Obviously, he has to be very careful. One good Baneling connection will be able to clean up this just fine. Oh, that's not really what he was looking for right there. Finally, Stimpack being used. He's going to lose a couple of Mutalisk if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's just trying to pick off their mines before they kind of hit a big clump of Banelings once again. And Namshaw just letting a few
Wow.
units stream forward here, but the mines are doing their job. Great splits by Ufilm, just, you know, spreading these
Oh.
Marines so thinly.
The Thermal's so good at this game, man. This is a very, very well executed fight. And while he's being
Oh, no.
aggressive, obviously he has a very nice economy behind it as well. Killing off those couple of workers at the fort base really does help him out. And right now there's really only Mutalisk left, which is not what you want to be facing, you know, or the Marines with.
Yeah, this, I mean, Ufilm looked as though he's kind of run out, but then the never-ending stream of Terran comes across,
Yeah.
and he continues to fight here. Mines are coming off cooldown.
They're so low health, and he might be able to clean this up, but like you mentioned, the Terran units are right at his front door once more.
Yeah, this is the problem. You know, Namshaw just needs to kind of buy himself a little bit of time. He was fighting 2-2 against 0-0. At least now he's going to have 1-1 finish, which is going to help him a little bit.
Look at all the Widow Mines. The Widow Mines are right here. They're gonna be actually done very soon, and they will be able to shoot once again.
Yeah, and Widow Mine's actually in the back there, not getting the best of shots. This 4 in a little bit of trouble, and Ufilm are going to have to pick
Wow.
up and back off. If he just regroups a little bit, though, I think he's going to be okay. And here we go, reinforcements coming forwards.
Nice micro so far, actually, by Namshore, making the best of the units that he has. We'll be able to pick off that Thor, potentially.
Oh.
There we go. Oh, he really wanted to kill that Thor. It's at the cost of like 4 mutas.
He's
though.
lost so many mutas. He's down to only 6 mutalisks on the
Yeah.
map right now, which is, you know, absolutely nothing. It's not enough, and he's still
Slowly
trying to
but
deal with
surely.
the mines.
Yeah, slowly but surely, the Terran player is just gonna be able to steamroll him right here across the map. I mean, Stim being used once again. Gonna pick up the hatchery eventually.
Yeah, this hatchery has been on the lowest of hit points for so long, but finally gets taken down. Ufilm again just splitting, and these Banelings, they just don't trade effectively, which is what he
man.
needs.
Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. The
Yeah.
Terran player just moved all of his unit producing structures straight onto the other side of the map, just rallying the units across, and yeah, Mutalisk engaging Marines once more. Definitely not what we would like to see here.
These Marines, like the upgrades are just carrying them through this, and Marauder's tanking a little bit as well. And again, Namshaw's just about going to push this back, but there's more and more Terran coming across.
And in the meantime, there's actually a fort base for Thermal as well. He's just casually flying it over right now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just going to be GG. You cannot fight that.
No. Beautiful games today by Thermal, honestly. Really not missing a beat.
No, he has been on top of it. 2-0, 2-0 in TVP and TVZ. And the thing is,
There
the
we
most
have him.
impressive thing, he's looked, again, in control of both series throughout both the games pretty much the entire time. So,
Very mannered. He seems very calm right now as well, which is obviously a good thing to see. He's been playing a lot of games. He's been winning a lot of games as well.
yeah,
But
man.
very well done right there by Thermal, taking both series in 2-0 fashion. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to have a interview with the winner, which is obviously going to be Thermal. So I'm going to give it over. I thought I was going to give it over to Frank, but
Yeah, it looks as though it's going to be Thomas instead. So, we're going to get Thermal on the mic and see what he has to say about his
Yeah.
victory. Moving into the round of 4. In a moment. Or 2. He's just having a drink, putting his cap
Yeah.
on, make sure he looks good for the camera.
can make sure everything looks great. Okay.
Gotta keep your image up, man.
But yeah, very good series so far by him, going twice 2-0 in his group. So very well done.
Yeah, okay. It's Thermal.
Well, congratulations on that pretty convincing win over there. So, how do you feel right now?
Feel pretty relaxed, actually.
I thought so. You look pretty relaxed as well. You've been doing well lately, and with well, I mean really well. Like, you qualified for China. Guys, come on, that's worth a clap. No, and now, taking this convincing win, we've seen you do well online. Is there anything you fear right now?
Well, I was fearing Zerg, but it went pretty well, I guess, so not really.
Okay, and your group tomorrow, because you're through to the next round. Anyone you want to avoid?
Well, I think actually everyone in Group B is kind of hard to play against, so not really. I guess Red and Guru will be especially hard because they're Zerg, quite good Zergs as well, so I guess Red and Guru.
Okay. Now, I've been talking with the audience a little bit, and they had a question for you, and I think it's worth asking. Not a lot of people know this, but you're a pro right now, full-time player. How does a pro player start playing StarCraft? Like, what happened? At what point did you think, well, I'm just going to pick up this game, or how did it happen?
Well, actually, I only played StarCraft 2 because my brother bought it for me.
Yeah.
And I played for about half a year, and I got invited to a qualification for ESWC back in 2011. And originally, my parents didn't even allow me to go to Utrecht. And they were like, if you qualify for the final in Paris, how are you going to go there? But my father was like, if he qualified, you should let him go. And I ended up qualifying, which was very surprising. And I guess that's where it took off. And then after attending a lot of events, I got the feeling that it was like, it was really worth a shot to go full time. It seemed really fun. And actually, it was not as fun as I thought it would be at the start, because it's actually really hard to motivate yourself, but that's how it started.
And your parents, they're pretty supportive now?
Yeah, now they are. Like, I travel a lot, and I have quite a bit of money, so now they're okay with it.
That's cool. Well, good luck in the next round. Thank you, guys. And now we're going to a little break. See you in the meantime.
Making things is in our DNA. For 23 years, we've brought together some of the brightest minds in the computer industry to create and build new technologies and products that push the limits of PC building. But now, Cooler Master is looking beyond DIY, beyond just doing it yourself, to a more ambitious future where we're driven by the desire to reinvent the ways PCs are designed, made, bought, and used. We spent the last few years constructing our muse, our blueprint for technology and the next generation of computing. And the master concept is the first step. We collaborated with a team of world-class case modders and power users to combine our conception of the ultimate modular case with their expertise and vision. After brainstorming, hands-on testing, and countless feedback sessions, the master concept was born. And with it, a new direction for Cooler Master's future products.
What I am surprised with from day one, coming into, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a Taiwan case company, normally you'd think really rigid, we've done this a certain way for 20 years. You've blown me out of the water. I'm in shock of what I've seen, and it's great. This needs to happen.
Our master concept is the result of a vision that every person's PC can be unique. And this is a first step in a fundamental reimagining of our relationship with fans and supporters. We're embracing the maker spirit, and we want to reach out to the community to provide them the tools they need to fully express themselves, to give free rein to their creativity.
We've progressed to a point where I think people can, really bring in their own style to it and add value, not just have, a beautiful case, have it be a little more freeform, which is why I'm really excited about having a modular level type design.
It's a dream for me to be working with these guys.
It's a new way of thinking in the computer world.
The community had spoken. We listened. And the master case represents the vanguard of our response. Inspired by the master concept's revolutionary approach to working with the community, it pioneers a new wave of case technology. Fundamental to this is our unique free-form modular system. In the master case, free-form gives you absolute control over how your case looks and functions, opening up new options to create multiple setups like home servers, professional workstations, and even gaming rigs with advanced water cooling and extra long graphics cards. From cases to power, cooling, and peripherals, our products will embrace the concept of offering greater choice and potential for self-expression. We want to give you the flexibility to make it yours.
But he said he was, still feeling okay after the game, so not put too far down. So, but he still has to get through Strinton first, and I actually don't know who's going to win this.
Yeah, this is a scary position for both people to be in. Like, Strinton's play, of course, wasn't convincing because he got completely demolished by Uthermal. But the same kind of happened for Namshar, and Namshar clearly seemed to be like a tier above Yona in those games, even though Yona still definitely had a shot at winning them. So this could really go, either way. It's a PvZ. I wouldn't say I'm out of my element, but this is not the matchup I am personally the strongest at understanding. But it's still going to be really interesting. So I say let's get into the game and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's see what these guys are going to get up to here in this best of 3. Again, loser out. They come all this way for nothing.
Yeah, it's for a player like Strinton who's had to travel a long way just to travel and and then get eliminated in the first 2 matches has to be a bit sour. But that's really the way things go at a tournament like this. Like at least half of the players get eliminated at the start of the day. So here we have Strinton. Currently, I can see him from here. He's currently very, very focused on his screen, on this game. He wants to advance. And the same goes for Yona. Even though he felt a bit disappointed, he's definitely going to do his best in order to advance.
Yona has a pretty legit picture, doesn't he?
He's got experience.
He's experienced at taking photos.
Yeah,
he's got the poses down.
I've coached him a bit. All right. Well, we have here in the bottom right, of Coda, we have the blue Zerg from Team AT Cooler Master. He is Yona.
And his Protoss opponent in the upper left-hand corner, representing Carnegie Sports, ladies and gentlemen, it's Strinton. Have we had Coda as the first map in every series so far?
Oh man, I think Loco talked about this extensively. Like, people really like Coda. I like Coda, so I honestly can't blame them for it. It's just a map that just works in many ways, and the balance is good. It gives lots of different options to both, almost every race and almost every matchup. So it's not any surprise that we're going to see this map a lot in these games.
Yeah, again, it really is a staple in the kind of best of 3 series map pools nowadays. And, first map, very standard, and a lot of people just want to play that standard map to get us started, see what's going on, see what's happening, see how they fare against their opponent in what should be a fairly straight-up game.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, because, like I said, or like you said, I really don't know who's actually going to win this game, from the start off. I feel both players, if they just play inside their comfort zone, they definitely have a really good shot at beating their respective opponents. I like this gateway on the high ground for Stern. Oh, actually, he's going to scout the natural. He's going to probably be threatening with a bit of a cannon burst, but that's not possible since there is not a forge in play.
Just
needs to turn up the volume a bit on his white noise so he cannot hear the casters. That's of course, since the players are not in a separate venue, they use separate headphones with white noise generators, so they cannot hear the casters. And yeah, we have a bit of an annoying probe here being chased away by the drone.
You're not going to go free hatch before Pool because he's moving that drone over there now, and I mean it's actually quite surprising to see him get this down with this early scout from Stratton. So I think, yeah, he's going to put it down.
Oh, this is really good from Yona. Like, Strinton went for a gateway expand. Yona went double hatch before Pool. This is like the build order counter to that build, and he did it blindly. Actually, no, his overlord saw the nexus.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just saw that the probe wasn't really threatening anything at the natural. If it was going to be a cannon rush or anything, he would have already tried to start putting pylons down. So Yona just putting that free hatch down and very confidently going to get himself into a very good position to begin here today.
Yeah.
As probe comes back in to the main base of strength, and he just wants to make sure right now that he checks for the gas, because if he can see the gas going down, he has a nice idea as to when that Zerg speed could be on the map and when he has to be kind of prepared for that potential aggression.
Yeah, same way around. What I really noticed is that we immediately have double gas being added for Strinton, and he's double mining with 6 probes. So he's definitely focusing on on his income right now. The question is though, who's going to be the first player to really make a move? I really feel that Strinton, because he's going to be playing against 3 hatch before Pool, has to make something work here. He cannot just sit on 2 base and try to get something out, because he will be overwhelmed when he moves out on the map with a decently sized army.
Yeah, he's I mean, it's going to be a little while here before we really see what he wants to get up to. I mean, right now his mothership core only just starting, his warp gate just starting as well. we'll see what he wants to do. I mean, he's on 2 gases. It's going to be, you know, the ball's in his court. You know, does he want
Yeah.
to be aggressive? Does
Exactly.
he want to just take a fast third base himself? You know, and a lot of it will come down to what he makes here initially out of these gateways, and he starts to open a sentry to follow this up, this initial stalker. So already looking to get some force fields out and to start building that energy, and that could lead towards sort of a kind of, you know, an 8-minute-ish push with a few sentries with, you know, force fields built up on them. A lot of potential here
Yeah.
to maybe be aggressive if he wants to.
I really just want to see a tech choice come out of Strinton here. You know, so far he's added on a sentry, which doesn't really indicate anything. He's still banking up a lot of gas. So this, I feel Robo is the most logical choice here, because it gives the Protoss just so much more options along with sentries. You know, to go for a bit of an immortal sentry push, which is still something that Jonah definitely you know, has to be very careful of. Like he has Zergling speed, and he can transition into a Hydra Ling composition, which is very flexible and good in the mid game. Jonah is getting a good scout off though. He sees 2 gates, and he's sending in his Overlord, which is currently uncontested, and he spots a forge being built, and he sees no additional gates. So he
Yeah.
knows that there is no real serious aggression coming up very soon.
This is going to be the most straight up standard free base Protoss build there is, basically, unless he really throws a spanner in the works here. This is just going to be Twilight Council going down, +1's halfway done, head into Blink and +2, take the third base behind it, and in fact we already have the probe moving into position to start setting up that third base. And it's a good time to start doing it, because as the forge finishes you can start getting that cannon set up. So Strinton just going to play the straight up game here, 3 bases on the way up, and again, Blink +2, a lot of stalkers and those early sentries with a lot of force fields is a perfect combination to be able to defend that third base. And right now, Yona, not really doing anything to kind of move out and to deny this or be too aggressive.
Oh, I was really waiting for Strinter to make a move. Like he was banking 400 gas, and I'm like sitting there like thinking, like, dude, what are you doing with your money? Then he warps in 3 sentries and gets +1 attack. So yeah, he's definitely aiming for some sort of a more mid-game type army. But it's still, for me, it feels always a bit scary when you see a Protoss just relaxing. He did get a nicely timed third base though, so he's not going to be massively behind against the Zerg, I feel. But Yona is just getting all the space he needs. Like, he's getting a Hydra Den and Infestation Pit. He might actually go for like a quick hive with Vipers.
The Infestation Pit is crazy early here. I mean, usually what you will see, the Hydra Den makes sense because it's going to be kind of a Ling Hydra composition.
Exactly.
But the Infestation Pit this early on, this is going to be kind of a mega fast hive, or maybe he adds a couple infestors in.
Yeah, and it hasn't been spotted yet.
No.
Protoss is not aware of this, and yeah, we see Hydras as well as the upgrades for the Hydras immediately coming out. So Yona definitely has chosen his tech path. I wish he would focus a bit more on his creep spread though. Like, I suppose he's not anticipating any aggression, but he still hasn't really, worked that much on his creep spread. He's sending out links across the map, and he saw. At least he should have seen with that Overlord this small move out from Strinter. And yeah, he spots it now with the Ling in the middle. So he might go for a run by into the third and try to snipe some probes.
Yeah, he's got all of them Lings over to the right hand side. He's going to start moving forwards with them. There's nothing really here to defend.
there's
The
a
sentry's
cannon,
out on the
but
map. I mean, a cannon's not going to kill all these Lings fast enough, though. And there's
so
a lot
many
of probes.
already falling. Is he going to focus? No, he's not really microing here. Needs to get those functions. Oh, the recall is actually coming down.
Ooh,
but he's
I don't
losing
like this.
sentries left and right.
He just lost like 3-4 sentries
Oh,
maybe.
most of
and
the Links escape. Oh, yeah, okay, they do. Wow, so this was a massive win here for Yona.
I mean, 7
getting another
workers,
sentry.
number like 3 sentries killed. That's fantastic for him. I mean, it's worth losing the majority of those Zerglings for. They did the damage they needed to do. They forced the Protoss player back onto his own side of the map. And now Strinton's in a weird position where he doesn't actually have that many force fields, so he can't move out. And also defensively, he's not going to be in a great position either. A couple more Zerglings are somewhere picking off probes or so.
I'm so surprised at the tech choice of Strinton. Like, this is, I believe, a more common build than it used to be. But +2, Blink, Alpha 3 base, perhaps with Archon support. It is a build that can be very deadly against an unprepared Zerg. That's why, for example, would really like Yona to really work on his creep spread more, because it seems like he's just, if he's not prepared, he's going to take so much damage. High Tempo is being warped in. All the upgrades being added on for Yona, and he's finally getting a 4th base. I really wish he would have taken that earlier.
The Templar Archives is a lot earlier in this game for Strinton than usual. And he's getting Storm too, which is what I'm actually most surprised about. Because the Templar Archive is super early makes sense, because it's a response to the super early Hive.
Yeah.
But the Storm is something, I feel as though he's making it because he's like, I've just lost all my sentries. I just need something. Because generally, Sentry Stalker is going to be okay against this army for a little while, with that +2 and with that Blink. But now he's lost all of those sentries. He doesn't have those force fields, so he needs something a little bit different. He's going to try and go for storms here. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of up to Yona because you can land great storms, but if the Zerg just splits away, responds quickly, it's they're not going to be enough. I don't think. So this is going to be very, very interesting, a very different CVP. And of course, Vipers are already on the map as well to land a couple blinding clouds.
Yona should be aware that there are Templar. He still has an Overlord at the natural of Strinter and getting good vision on the high Templar count. So you should definitely be aware of what's going on and just what the composition of his opponent is. At the same time, like you mentioned, I really feel the ball is in Yona's court. He's not that far ahead on upgrades. Ooh, the Hallucinated Phoenix spots the army. So this should really call for Strinton to to reposition his army. For Strinton, the storms are just going to be incredibly crucial. Like, he needs to land perfect storms if he wins this. There are Vipers, but I'm not sure what their function will be besides Blinding Cloud.
Yeah, Blinding Cloud's going to be very good though, forcing those units to move forwards, and you can see he's just going to completely zone these units out. And now, I mean, yeah, a couple of storms land, but Strinton can't move towards his natural, and a lot of units moving up there. He wasn't in a good position to
Yona needs
defend
to not
this.
overextend. Nice feedback on the Vipers. One Blinding Cloud does go up, and the units underneath don't do anything. And Yona is actually winning this fight with only half his army.
The other half of the army is killing the natural expansion. Yona is just so far ahead from that early run by. Strinton, he tried to make something happen here, but it just wasn't enough. The storms don't do enough.
Wow. Natural has been destroyed. GG. A complete strengthening here by Yona, showing the power of when you go 3-base Zerg this early unpunished, and then the Protoss just goes for this sort of mid-tier composition, and you hit him before he finally manages to really buff up his army, and that was just completely one-sided, that final fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything went Yona's way, Then Protoss units were moving through the middle of the map. He counterattacks at a perfect time. He gets a good amount of damage, and he pulls the Protoss army back. He kills sentries on top of that as well. Nothing was going Strinton's way. He never got into his groove this game, despite going for what's a very standard, Protoss build. He got completely put off, and Yona just played it out perfectly once he gained that advantage.
Exactly. Yeah, let's get into the lobby for the next game. What's also very interesting is that I really wonder what Strinter's real plan was. Did he go for a third Nexus after spawning the third hatch, like as a response, or is this just the way he feels to play, like he feels comfortable playing? Because it didn't just really work out. Like, you're going to be up against a Hydra Roach composition at least in the mid game against a Zerg, and adding on Vipers was just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I think that, again, losing the sentries is the real defining factor in that game, because without the force fields, your stalkers, etc., are not going to do anything useful.
Yeah.
You need them force fields to split up the army. That is your mid-game power. And then you slowly add in that late attack, unless you kind of mass up gateways and go for one big attack, but that still is very reliant on the force field. So losing 4 or 5 sentries, it completely changes the game plan, and again, it's not what he was building up to deal with.
Yeah, he got really unlucky with the recall as well. I'm not sure what determines the position of the army when they recall on top of the Nexus. I think it's their position relative to the Mothership Core, but I've never really experimented with it. But those sentries, they got recalled right on top of the sentries, and all the sentries had to do was like, well, I'm just going to beat this sentry to death until it explodes. So Yona got, well, I wouldn't say he got lucky. He kind of forced his opponent to make a decision that ended up just not working out.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, because I wonder if Strinton, I mean, obviously he doesn't really know, and it would have been a risk, but I wonder if he could have just kept moving forwards and maybe trying to get some damage done himself.
It was still a very threatening force.
Yeah, it's still a scary army, but it's such a risk to take, and I think it's probably the safer choice to go back home, but in the end, of course, it didn't work out at all for him. So
No. Yeah, it's always like, if his response might have been a bit earlier, it might have had a different outcome. But yeah, it was just a bit too late for that. It's interesting though, because as Protoss you can usually move out safely onto the map when you have recall, but in this case he still lost a lot of sentries, so I'm not sure how Strinton feels about life. Like, maybe he's just like, oh, I got unlucky, maybe I just made a tough, the wrong mistake, I'm not sure. Let's for now just take a quick look at the brackets and see where we are in the tournament, because we're just waiting for Yona to get into his place. We see that Ufernal already managed to qualify for the next day, so good, well played by him. It was very convincing 2-0-2-0. Namshar, of course, beat Yona and will be the opponent of whoever wins this match. And currently Yona's up 1-0 against Strinton, and I really wonder how Strinton is feeling right now.
yeah, he must be under a little bit of pressure. I mean, he hasn't won a map at all here today. He said he hadn't had the best of practice coming into this, because he's been busy with school or university and stuff.
true.
So
It's tough. It's a tough time of year for people who are studying to play StarCraft as well, man.
It's always rough combination.
Yeah, but he's making the most of it, I'm sure, and he just needs to kind of compose himself a little bit here. It's going to be Cactus Valley, though, which is going to be a very interesting sort of map to play this on, because generally, you would say, generally I feel this is a fairly good map for Zerg. It's not dreadful for Protoss. The free bases, again, you can get up to nicely, but it's a very large map, and that generally will favor the Zerg player, being able to take the bases. But of course, the Protoss player can counteract that with the War Prism play, etc. as well.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get inside this game and see how this is actually going to play out. We have Strinturn against Yona. Yona, of course, being the local favorite in this match, really wants to win a DSCL title, I feel, because he's been playing in the DSCL for a long while, but always seems to get shut down sort of halfway in the final rounds. And I really wonder if he's going to make, he's going to make it to the finals this time. He's not the only good Dutch Zerg, and yeah, here we have him looking forward towards that win.
We spawn into Cactus Valley. Wyman, take us away.
Indeed. We have in the bottom left of Cactus Valley, we have the green Protoss from Team Carnage Esports. He is Strinturn.
Down to the bottom right-hand corner of the map.
Clicking very fast.
Clicking away. There we go. He's back. From AT Gaming, it's Yona.
Those weren't actually Yona's hands, by the way. I think those were
Yeah.
Strinturns. I wasn't quite sure, but it was well timed. All right, so Cactus Valley, you mentioned big map, 4-player. We see Yona already scouting in the correct direction with his Overlord, so that's definitely a small win for him. Getting the correct scout, seeing what his opponent is going to be up to as soon as possible. And this might really throw a bit of a wrench in Strinturn's plan, because when you're on a 4-player map as a Protoss, you might be inclined to go for a Gateway Expand or a Nexus first. And if Yona spots that, he might once again go for something like a free edge before pool, knowing that he's perfectly safe.
Yeah, definitely. What I think is most notable about these spawning positions, in particular the horizontal spawns, is that it probably will favor Strinturn a little bit more. If this was cross-map, the walk distance across the map is huge. And of course, once you start warping in units, etc., that doesn't matter. But initially getting across the map would take that a little bit longer. Both players are going to open with Hatch/Nexus first.
Yeah. Wow.
Which isn't surprising at all.
It's not surprising at all, but it's more about the gathering of information. Strinturn, fortunately for him, will actually scout in the correct direction as well. So he will be able to spot what Yona's up to. And it looks like Yona is actually going to go for a free edge before pool again blindly. So this time Strinturn will, I think, maybe have a bit more time to think about what he really wants to do in response, because what he did in the previous game just didn't really work out.
Yeah, he's going to hide this probe behind the mineral line, but, okay, he's going to build a pylon, but, this hasn't really got any, there's no threat behind this.
There's nothing behind it.
Yeah, he's just trying to force Yona to, react, but Yona's already in the main base, he already sees the pylon, sees the gateway, so he's not worried, he doesn't even pull a single drone down there, and, Strinturn just cancels that and goes into the main base to continue scouting and sees that pool coming down late. And
no gas.
Yeah, knows exactly what he's up against. So, nice probe scout. Back at home, double gas on the way for himself, which already eliminates a couple of different builds. One gas you could go for a very aggressive kind of 5 gateway sort of thing and just warp in mass zealots and hope.
Oh yeah, that's always an option.
But yeah, with double gas, it looks as though he's just going to follow this up fairly standard for the time being.
What would be really cool if Strinturn would be like, oh, okay, so you're going 3 Hatch, I'll go 3 Nexus, because I see you don't even have a spawning pool. I've never seen it happen, and especially on these positions, I would not recommend it. But it would be cool to see, though.
Yeah, the problem is, though, even if you just go, even if you delay this one pool, the way the lava mechanic works, you all of a sudden you just make 20 Lings move across the map, and the process is like, this game's broken.
I can't do anything. Stupid Zerg.
It's not very often the Protoss complains about the Zerg, is it?
No.
Oh dear. Alright, Sven just heading back home with his probe, but he is actually going to send his zealot out. So this is kind of a reaction to that 3 Hatch before pool. He's going to send out the early zealot. He's got a Stalker on the way as well, which you wouldn't be surprised to see coming across the map too.
There's going to be Queens.
Yeah, it's still kind of nice though, and with the Stalker combined, he might be able to get a little bit of damage done. I'd be surprised if he really killed anything though. But I think more than anything, it just forces a couple of Zerglings, and there's 6 Lings, and that could be 3 drones. So
that's excellent. For Strinturn, just forcing that out of Yona. of course, you have to commend Yona a bit also for having that state of mind and seeing like, okay, there's a Zealot on the way. There might be pressure followed up. I'm 1-0 ahead. I'm not going to take a risk. I'm just going to grab a couple of additional links. And one of the main advantages of having links out on the map, even without... Oh, he gets a surround on the Zealot, actually. He's going to kill it. Yes, he will. Nice. That's a great pickup for Yona.
Yeah, that's nice. It really slows down the kind of follow-up aggression, which was going to be the Stalker joining it. So
and now the Stalker is forced to retreat, so this really shuts down the early aggression from Strintern.
2 extra gates come up, and we start to see the gas taken out the natural as well. So I kind of feel this is just going to be a forge once again for Strintern in the near future. And probably again move towards that third base, I feel. I don't think he's going to kind of risk anything on 2 bases here at all. I think he's just going to go up to that 3 base, and there is that forge.
This is cute, but it's not going to work. Oh, actually, is Strintern paying attention here?
Yeah, he will.
Okay, he will. Okay, I think he killed like 1 Zergling, but that's worth a force field for Yona. I would definitely say I'd happily trade 1 Zergling per force field.
Yeah, I mean, he made these lings, may as well use them for something.
Yeah.
I mean, of course they could be. I mean, he's actually got pretty good vision, so he's not really too worried about kind of proxy pounds or anything on the map.
He's got great vision, by the way.
Yeah, he's got fantastic vision. He sees pretty much everything, and he's in the main base too.
Yeah, he's got an Overlord in the main base, which is now being taken out by a Stalker. It's going to see pretty much everything. He sees the Forge being chrono boosted, and that kind of tells the whole story. And yes, this other Overlord also spots the third base, so Yona knows exactly what is going on. It is exactly the same thing as in the previous game, but keep in mind the third is further away from the natural than on Coda, so Strintern will have an even harder time holding onto this base against the Roach Hydra-based attack.
Yona's going to change things up ever so slightly from what he was going for in that first game. He's Roach Roaring. He skipped speed, so it's not going to be Link Hydra. And yeah, Roach Roaring on the way. So just primarily Roaches for now. I mean, we probably will expect to see the Hydra then come down because Roaches on their own just is kind of asking to die.
Yeah.
So we'll see something additional come in from Yona, I'm sure. But for now, just that Roach Roaring, and again, just a slightly different way to get in towards the mid-game, essentially, or to enter the mid-game.
I'm still surprised. Like, we saw this in the previous game, how far Strintern delays his attack. I mean, his tech. Like, he doesn't... He went for Templar initially. Okay, now he's getting a Robo. That's exactly what I was waiting for. He's building a Robo Bay inside his own base, meaning he will be able to go up to Immortals, which is the correct choice. You know, there's a Roach Warren. He's going to scout that for sure. He should also have seen the Infestation Pit. I'm not sure if he actually clicked on it. But once again, Roach's Infestation Pit, it's going to be a different fight this time. At least it should be.
Yona cancels the Infestation, but he's going for a Burrow on these Roaches, so he's going to go for kind of a Burrow Roach attack.
Wow.
And this might catch Strintern off guard, because what he's going to be preparing for is potentially that Hive once again.
Yes.
And not so much a mass of Roaches, which is what this very much could be right now. Some Ling's not really getting too much done.
There's still no Link speed. Like, it looks like he's just not intending to get it at all. So this should sort of tip off Strintern and saying like, hey, the composition is going to be a bit different this time. Force Field's cut the Roach army in half, and Yona losing. Oh, he's actually focusing down the sentries. That's a nice job, but not a very worthy trade at this point, I would say. And he's still getting a Hydra, and now he's adding on the Infestation Pit.
That Burrow upgrade is going to complete, but he doesn't actually have tunneling claws, so you can't Burrow movement right now as nice Force Field.
Oh,
Perfect
gets on top of the sentries.
Yeah, he needs to keep those alive, as many of them as possible, and he's going to lose quite a few here. He's already lost a lot of energy just Force Fielding. Nice burrows there, but there's an Observer on the way out, so they will be dealt with momentarily.
Yeah, there's cannons everywhere as well, so vision shouldn't really be the problem here for Strintern. If he can keep holding this off, he should be able to do well. But Yona is really shoving forward now. There's a Photon Overshoot being popped. I'm not sure if he should commit to this. Okay, nice job turning around, trying to kill some of the sentries and the stalkers, but Strintern so far is dealing with this quite nicely. Oh,
yeah,
but there's nothing in the main.
Yeah, he's going to be able to warp in a few units though in a couple of moments, I believe, maybe soon. He's still attacking towards the third base as well, just trying to push forwards with these Roaches, but Time Warp and a Force Field will turn those away. 10 workers killed here in the main base, and that Burrow just going to continue to be annoying here, so again, without another Observer
he's starting to run out of Force Fields at the third, so these Roaches will still simply just be able to go on top of these Stalkers and just, you know, beat them to death. Hydra's being added on right now, and I really like the way Yona's handling this. Like, he's got burrowed Roaches in the main. He's really pulling Strintern apart, and Strintern, you know, he's running out of Force Fields. His upgrades are still not, you know, at the point where they used to be. He's finally getting Immortals, but once Hydras hit the field, it might not be that great.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting scenario because Yona really has actually done quite a lot of damage just with these Roaches. He's forced more sentries to be warped in for kind of additional Force Fields. Tunneling Claws is now finished. These Roaches have Burrow movement. We see a couple moving in towards the natural as at the same time the third base under attack.
Oh, he shows Burrow.
Yeah, he shows it. But I mean, he's just, yeah, I mean, just little
Oh,
by little,
man.
Yona just picking away at Strinton here, and more workers down in the natural.
Yeah, Strinton, like he's really being pulled apart on all sides. Okay, he's finally sending in the Immortal to take care of these roaches, and as we all know, roaches are not so good versus Immortals.
Oh, force
Well,
fields to the
corpses
third
really
base.
go flying.
Force fields went down to the third base, but Yona just burrows and retreats out of there, keeping some more roaches alive. And he's got so much money in the bank. He actually doesn't have enough gas yet. His fourth base is not up just yet. And when it does come up, he really will want to get those gases going.
And now again, the Viper's being added on. Yona actually adding on a macro hatch right now in his main. +2 is still far away from completed for Strintern, but Yona is really starting to approach max capacity on the supply. And once he hits max, he's going to go for it.
These Vipers are going to be pretty scary. No Templar Archives just yet, and it's
Exactly.
something which Strinton really does have to prepare for with that. And there it is going down. So he's going to have the feedbacks available. But does he hit them? He's going to have to try and hit them before the abducts go down on the Immortals. And even if he hits them afterwards, I mean, at least he'll still be able to deny the blind clouds. This is a nice find by
Yeah, this is a very nice pickup. Going to find some Stalkers. Blink away the herd Stalkers. And you know, this is a nice micro battle between the two. Yona does manage to grab a kill or two. Actually managed to escape with 2 of the roaches because the Observer wasn't moving with them. Yeah, so Strinton has sort of stabilized. But these Immortals are just going to be so important. Like, he has to keep these alive against the Vipers, prevent them from being pulled. But it's really, it's not easy.
With the number of Hydras here, I wonder if he maybe just drops the blinding clouds on the army and doesn't worry too much about the abducts, because he doesn't have that much energy on the Vipers here. He didn't, you know, get them up to full energy before coming across, but he does have 3, so there's a lot of potential here. And right now, Yona is just opening up the map a little bit, opening up a slightly faster attack path down towards this third base, and Strinton's out of position. He's not ready for this.
Not at all. There's only 1 Templar, so not many feedbacks available yet. Yona finally getting in position, is right on top of the third base already, sort of splitting up his army. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Okay, he's getting the Hydras in position. He's getting his first Blinding Cloud ready. And here we go, Stalkers move forward, getting Blinding Clouded on. And Yona's in a really good position here.
Nice abduct on that Immortal, the second Immortal as well. 2 of them going down very quickly there. And Strinton just doesn't really seem to have the firepower to deal with this army. Throwing overcharges down, but he's slowly losing workers. He does have Zealots on the other side of the map with a Warp Prism, but he's working away on a Macro Hatchery, which is kind of the least important thing to pick off in that main base.
Yeah, that's really not going to be helping him. And there's already road reinforcement here ready to clean it up. The Queen should be able to pick off the Warp Prism. It's actually already evacuating the rest of the units. And still a ton of Hydras in the natural. But he's finally beating this back, and he blinks on top of the Hydras. And Strinton holds.
He holds, but the damage he's taking is huge. He'll kill off the rest of these Hydras, which is nice, but the Hydras were there. They were dealing so much DPS for so long. They've picked off so many Stalkers and Sentries, and I mean, the resources lost is actually in favor of the Zerg player right now, which is actually kind of ridiculous. Wow, so Yona just going to remax here. He's just going to go again. Did he keep his Vipers alive? He kept 2 of them alive, which is really nice again, so he doesn't have to remake them.
They're hidden in a part of the map that I almost cannot see. That's quite interesting.
Oh, where are they? Oh, right, they're right on the edge.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so Yona's poised, you know, positioning for another fight. I don't think he should take this. There's too many force fields and Immortals to take care of his roaches.
He doesn't have his whole army.
Yeah, he needs support of his Hydras and his Vipers in order to win this fight. Like, Strinton is not dead by any means, but he doesn't really, you know, what would be his game-winning move in this series? There's really nothing he can do.
He needs to fight half of the army at a time, and he really needs to win kind of 2 fights successively, kind of very convincingly as well. But it's not happening because Yona's attacking perfectly at the same time.
The third.
Yeah, third going down. I mean,
Storm on top of the Hydras doing a lot of damage here, but not really killing anything. Decent force fields here, and looks like the right side of Yon's army might be cleaned up. There's still Immortals doing so much damage, but the Hydras are focusing down these Immortals, doing a very good job. But the third has been completely ransacked here by the Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, without a third base, it's going to be very difficult for Strinton to come back in this. I mean, it was kind of difficult before. He kind of needed some really good fights, and that wasn't the really good fights he needed. He needed to keep his third alive. He needed to pick off a lot of them units convincingly, but he just didn't. And now, again, Yona's just going to keep on rebuilding Roach, Hydra, and, well, once he deals with these Zealots in the main base, he'll be pretty much good to attack once again. Strinton is just struggling to rebuild his third.
Yeah, Yona hasn't had a lot of difficulty with defending against his Warp Prism. Usually that's one of the nastier forms of harassment you see, but he's been able to deal with it quite well. He doesn't have like any flying units, so this Warp Prism is still alive and it's still warping in Zealots. But you know, he has Spines in the third, he's got Hydras in the main defending. Doing an excellent job at really shutting down Strinton, who's now desperately trying to rebuild his third and stay in this game and stay in this tournament.
And Vipers are still up to that kind of weird position on the left side of the map, and He does know they're there. He's selecting them, so he knows he's got them. As they would have maybe been useful in his main base to abduct that warp prism into some Hydras. Either way, just a single zealot warping in for Strint and now a second one. But
Yeah, he
Yona's
has
on the map.
What's
again.
interesting is that he does have them hotkeyed. He has them in hotkey 1,
Yeah.
but he isn't really doing anything with them so far. You should really bring him into this fight, to close out this game. There's 4 Immortals, so before he marches in with his roaches, he needs to do something about it, but no. Okay, now he's moving the Vipers, but he's in a bit of a different position. Great storm here on top of the roaches and the Hydras, temporarily keeping his army from moving, but
He has one more storm and it needs to be fantastic, and well, hitting that small clump of units isn't quite going to be enough, I don't think. As these odds are still doing some work here and there, though. Yona's third base has been ransacked a little bit, and he is taking some damage, but he's taking a big fight over towards the third base once again. And
where
can
are
he
the
break through?
Vipers? Vipers are not with this fight, and that's actually making a huge difference because now the Immortals deal so much damage, but the Hydras are still alive, and these Stalkers are trying to take care of them, but the Hydras are just doing so much damage in this fight. They're being surrounded by the Stalkers, more Stalkers being warped in, but this pylon cancels this warp in, and oh man, Yona, is he gonna take it, or is Strinter gonna hold once again?
Yona just had such an advantage going into these last couple of fights that even though they've not been the best fight engagements from him, they've still been, good enough to just keep trading. And, again, losing that third base strength means he's really struggling to kind of stay in this. And
here come the reinforcements for Yona. It's not really everything, but it's enough. It's GG. Yona takes out Strinter, who is now unfortunately the first player to go out of the Dutch StarCraft League Open 2015 finals. But Yona must be very relieved in this situation. He gets the fight on. He gets to play in, I believe, the next series again, to see who gets the advance to tomorrow.
yeah, man, he gets that rematch against Namsha. And of course, the rematch is always a very funny thing. You get to, you get to think about what happened in the first series. You get to make, fix your mistakes and look at it in a different light. So, real opportunity for Yona to maybe come back from that 2-0 and fight back tomorrow.
All right. I think we're going to be heading over for a small giveaway to Frank. He's got some sweet stuff to give away. Yeah, he seems very
He's happy, man.
Definitely.
He's excited.
All right, guys, take it to Frank.
Slowly.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I am live. Thank you very much. All right, guys, I've got good news. Bad news, unfortunately, for Strinter, because losing the losers match means that he is out of the tournament. We'll be seeing some more of him maybe in the stream later, but for now, that's it for him. But congratulations to Yona. He makes it through to the decider match tomorrow versus Namshar, so it's still very tense for both of those players. So here we go. I'm going to make someone very happy, and it is Guus. Guus Nederland on Twitter. Oh god, I got too much stuff in my head. Guus just won this HyperX Savage RAM 8GB kit, so congratulations, Guus. He won the first Twitter contest that we had. We have a round of applause for Strinter. Who's this applause for? I missed it, sorry guys. I've got a new contest as well. So if you go to Twitter right now, you can see the contest. If you take a screenshot of the stream, and then use some Photoshop or Paint or whatever magic on it, and then tweet it at DSC League and at HyperX, at CMNL, you could win one of these, which is a Cooler Master Octane gaming gear set. That is a keyboard and mouse, very awesome, and you can win one of those. Just take a screenshot of the stream, do something fun with it, and just tweet it at DSC League and at CMNL. All right, guys. And remember, guys, if you've lost or if you've missed any of these games, you can find them on YouTube, youtube.com/DSC League after the event. And for now, I'm just going to say we're going to be right back with a very exciting new part of the program today. We're going to have a presentation from Simone Kuhn from Germany. She's from Berlin, actually. Stay tuned because she's going to give a presentation on gaming research. So she's an actual legitimate scientist. I'm very glad to have her. Stay tuned because we'll be right back with Simone's presentation. Thank you.
Making things is in our DNA. For 23 years, we've brought together some of the brightest minds in the computer industry to create and build new technologies and products that push the limits of PC building. But now, Cooler Master is looking beyond DIY, beyond just doing it yourself, to a more ambitious future where we're driven by the desire to reinvent the ways PCs are designed, made, bought, and used. We spent the last few years constructing our muse, our blueprint for technology and the next generation of computing. And the master concept is the first step. We collaborated with a team of world-class case modders and power users to combine our conception of the ultimate modular case with their expertise and vision. After brainstorming, hands-on testing, and countless feedback sessions, the master concept was born. And with it, a new direction for Cooler Master's future products.
What I am surprised with from day one, coming into, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a Taiwan case company, normally you'd think really rigid, we've done this a certain way for 20 years. You've blown me out of the water. I'm in shock of what I've seen, and it's great. This needs to happen.
Our master concept is the result of a vision that every person's PC can be unique. And this is a first step in a fundamental reimagining of our relationship with fans and supporters. We're embracing the maker spirit, and we want to reach out to the community to provide them the tools they need to fully express themselves, to give free rein to their creativity.
We've progressed to a point where I think people can, really bring in their own style to it and add value, not just have, a beautiful case, have it be a little more freeform, which is why I'm really excited about having a modular level type design.
It's a dream for me to be working with these guys.
It's a new way of thinking in the computer world.
The community had spoken. We listened. And the master case represents the vanguard of our response. Inspired by the master concept's revolutionary approach to working with the community, it pioneers a new wave of case technology. Fundamental to this is our unique free-form modular system. In the master case, free-form gives you absolute control over how your case looks and functions, opening up new options to create multiple setups like home servers, professional workstations, and even gaming rigs with advanced water cooling and extra long graphics cards. From cases to power, cooling, and peripherals, our products will embrace the concept of offering greater
All right, hi everybody. We're back with a new exciting part of the program. There's some technical difficulties as usual with the DSCL, but we're fixing them. What we're going to see is a presentation from Simone Kuhn from Germany. She's a scientist from the Max Planck Institute in Berlin. And I met her in Nijmegen at the Donors Institute a few weeks ago. She does research into gaming with brain data. But what she noticed when doing her research is that most of the games that were used in science are actually lacking a crucial component of what we all know games include, which is that they're fun. So she noticed that all of the games that were used in neuroscientific studies were actually very boring. So what she did for one particular study was actually approach a gaming studio and had them make a game for the specific target group that they were experimenting on for that one. And it was a huge success. And she was triggered to look more into how gaming affects people's minds. So I'm a philosopher of mind, so I'm kind of biased in this. She was looking more into how gaming affect people's cognitive abilities and their brain structure in particular. So if it's possible, we're going to switch to Simone. She's joining us via Skype from Berlin. So we're going to put her on screen, and at the very least we'll be able to hear her. If not, we'll be back in a couple more minutes, but so far, is she there? Yeah, okay, I think we can switch to Simone. Simone, take it away. Here we go.
Okay, shall I start? All right, my name is Simone Kuhn. I work at the Max Planck Institute for Cognitive Neuroscience and Human Development in Berlin, and I'm interested in video gaming and neuroscience. Shit. Yeah, let me share it again.
Still on? Yes, it is. What we're going to do is take a real short break and trying to fix this. Skype is somehow not letting us share screens. We'll be right back. Just a quick, short little break, a small little countdown, then we'll be back with the presentation. Sorry about that.
the melody of my escape, vibration of my soul, it sends me to the peak. Can't be finding me alive without the music around. There will always be love alive.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We have MacGyvered our way out of the problems as we usually do, and we're now ready to go into the presentation from Simone from Berlin in Germany. Simone, I'm going to give the floor to you right away. Go ahead and amaze us with some scientific knowledge bombs.
Okay, I'm Simone. Nice to be here in a way. I do neuroscience, and I'm interested in video gaming and how that may affect the brain. So let me walk you through a few slides, and I would like to see the next slide. On the left side, you see what scientists have used in order to train rodents, namely rats. So they use an environment like, for example, on the left, which just looks like a big garbage can in a way, but having more stimulation seems to help rats to grow their brain. And that you can see on the right side, where we have an image of the hippocampus in a control rat that is living in a standard cage. And on the bottom, you see the rat living in that sort of nice environment with enriched factors. There you see that they have more neurons and more sort of branches and axons in the brain. That means by the environment that we put ourselves in, we can grow our brain, which is interesting. In humans, and now the next slide, please. We cannot so easily look at single neurons. So what we do is we use magnetic resonance imaging. As you see here on the left, that's the machine. We put the head of the subject into a so-called coil so that we can measure the brain. Unfortunately, you can't see the brain scan on the right side now, but you can nicely image gray and white matter within the structure of the human brain. Now to the next slide, please. And since we can do this in humans, what has been done is that taxi drivers and bus drivers have been compared. And what they found is that taxi drivers tend to have a bigger hippocampus in itself. So these yellow blobs here indicate that taxi drivers have more volume there compared to bus drivers in London, which has been interpreted as an effect of training. So meaning if you learn to drive a taxi, you need to know the city well, more than a bus driver, which grows your brain. Next slide, please. And then we did a study in our institute where we wanted to train this ability to become a taxi driver, let's say. So what we did is we used a 3D environment. Actually, that was one taken out of the video game Quake. And what we did is we placed animals at certain points and asked subjects to remember where these animals are in that new environment. And we were able to show that people train this ability, so they get better at performance, as you can see in the middle plot. And at the same time, the hippocampus ages less severely. So we can basically train the hippocampus by playing a sort of 3D video game in a sense. And now to the next slide, please. And then, since this worked so well in that artificial environment, which is clearly not a video game and very boring for the subjects, what we did is we asked adults how much video games they are playing, or they have been playing during their entire lifetime, and have looked at, is this correlated to any particular region in the brain? And what we found is that the more adults played video games during their lifetime, the bigger their so-called entorhinal cortex was, the areas here marked in red on both sides of the brain. And that's particularly interesting since the entorhinal cortex is involved in coding where in space you are located. So basically, if you sort of retrieve, I'm next to the tree and the table or whatever, these areas actually code where you are in space. And interestingly, this volume in that region was associated with playing, in particular, platformer games, as well as puzzle and logic games. So having played these games, particularly, let these brain regions potentially grow, or we aren't sure yet, to be honest. On the right side, what you see here is video gaming in 14-year-old children. And what we've seen there is that the current hours that they are playing, so we asked them, how much do you game right now? That was associated with what we call cortical thickness in the prefrontal cortex, which is really, really surprising because the prefrontal cortex is usually involved in strategic planning, in learning mathematics, in updating memories in the brain. So really in all these positive school-like abilities. And actually now these 14-year-olds show the more they've been gaming, the bigger that brain area is. So for us, that was really interesting. And in no of these analyses, we found any negative effects of gaming. However, these results cannot be taken causally. So we don't know what the hen or the egg is. So what was there first? Were these brain regions bigger before and therefore people liked playing video games? Or have playing video games really caused the brain areas to grow? And in order to find this out, and I would like to move to the next slide if possible, we trained naive subjects, so people who usually do not play video games, in Super Mario 64. You might find that funny, but people who do not play video games can at least play Super Mario, and it would be, I think, a long way to go to StarCraft. So what we've done is we looked at their brain before 2 months of training and after 2 months of training, and have looked at what brain areas changed due to that training intervention in comparison to a control group that did not train. And surprisingly, we found that and that's depicted on the right side, the hippocampus grows in those who train Super Mario, as well as the prefrontal cortex and what we call the cerebellum. It's again the two regions, hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, that I've talked about before, involved in spatial navigation in a sense and in strategic planning, that seem to be growing in size due to video gaming. And if we move to the next slide, you can also nicely see that the more people said they liked playing the game, so the more they sort of had the desire to play the game, the bigger their brain grew, which nicely shows that actually being engaged in a task and loving to play games can be a promoter for brain plasticity, which I think is totally thrilling, because that means we have to find things that people like doing because they learn better from it. And on the right side, you can unfortunately not see the video right now, but what we did is we tested people before and after training with the video game, how they navigate in space. And actually they learn to navigate better in space due to playing Super Mario. All right, and to the next slide. Why do I like video games so much in training? That is because they are intrinsically motivating. So you don't need to pay people massive amounts of money to actually train, but they like doing this. On the other hand, it has been in other literature shown that with training with video games leads to wide transfer effects. Transfer effects are effects that you train, let's say StarCraft, and you actually see that people get better in whatever other thing, be it something at school, be it something at work. So, and that's something seldomly seen, that people can use a skill they have acquired in a training regime outside of that training regime. And that's particularly easy to achieve with video games. And the last point is, video gaming seems to elicit striatal dopamine release. You've probably always heard of dopamine as the sort of happiness transmitter. And that seems to be related in turn to brain plasticity. So gaming makes people happy, and that in turn leads to brain plasticity. All right, and to the next slide. And this does not only happen if you use commercial video games. So we've used Super Mario, but we've also lately tried to design a game specifically to train older adults. So we recruited people above the age of 65 years, and we wanted to train them in what we call response inhibition. You probably all know this. You are about to make an action, and then you stop it in the very last moment because you decide otherwise. And that's an action being led by the so-called right inferior frontal gyrus, the area that you see here on the left bottom. And usually we psychologists tend to test this by showing people lots of axes to which they have to respond, and then seldomly presenting some case in between to which they are not to respond. So this is how we train doing and not doing something, yeah? Very dumbly, let's say. And let's go to the next slide. I thought we can have more fun by doing something like the game Fruit Ninja, which is just about the same. Every fruit that comes along needs to be sliced, except these bombs, because whenever they occur, you're not to touch them. So it's the same principle. I then talked to game designers, and they said with older people, you can't have them destroy food. I mean, they'll hate it. So what we did is we had this game on the right that we programmed, which was involving a Mediterranean cruise, and you actually saw where your ship was depending on your performance, and the actual task was collecting food items to your plate. So you had to swipe from the top and collect basically everything except a few things that were depicted on the napkin, essentially. So, and people loved it. I mean, these above 65s, they loved doing it. They trained for 2 months, and then if you go to the next slide, we actually saw that this brain area demarcated here in yellow, which is the right inferior frontal gyrus that is responsible for response inhibition, actually grew in this green group that trained with this game. And we didn't find this in the other groups, namely a passive control group that did nothing, and neither in a group that did these typical Dr. Kawashima-like training modules that are supposed to be good. So my take on this is that actually playing a real game that is designed as a game and is rewarding and everything in nature is the best way to train even specific skills as response inhibition seen here. And on the right side, you nicely see that the more people trained, so the more time they spend with the game, the bigger the cortex got. So essentially that means the more people played, the more it did their brain good in a way. And please to the next slide. And here is something that I found in the literature where people have tested StarCraft professionals. Unfortunately, only 23 in number. And I think you should better compare people who do not play StarCraft with those who do play StarCraft instead. But what they've done here is they correlated the career length with cortical thickness in the brain, and again also found particular regions being positively associated with the length of the career. So actually we can summarize that you are training your brain while playing StarCraft, which I think is nice. And that's basically the end of my presentation. If we go to the next slide, I'd like to thank you and would say enjoy gaming, and open to questions.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, there we go. Thank you very much, Simone. I love the presentation, and of course I was very you can see me now too in about 30 seconds. I loved hearing you talk about a kind of like a positive approach of investigating gaming effects on the brain. And I've got just a few quick questions. So basically, like I'm an uninformed member of the audience, right? And what I've just heard is, so as long as I play fun games, I'll have good grades in school, right? So as long as the game is fun, it makes me learn a lot. That will be pretty unnuanced, I think. So you already talked about saying that there's you can't you don't know how the causation goes. But do you have like an underlying assumption that you're working from that maybe gaming has a positive influence, or would you say you yourself are really not sure what's going on there? There's change, but you don't know what happens.
I'm pretty positive that the change generally seems to be positive. I've now been doing 3 different studies in which we train people, and we haven't seen any decreases so far. I mean, it doesn't mean that more brain is necessarily really helpful, right? I mean, it can grow and you don't know, is it water? What is it really that grows? On the other hand, we've never seen any negative impact, namely less structure due to gaming. Although I have to admit, we have done it in normal ranges. I mean, these people have played maybe up to an hour a day or so. So we haven't done anything where we had people play 9-10 hours a day, which I think could be harmful already, and I have no clue about this. So we've done it in a normal, healthy range, I'd say. And there it seems to do good.
All right, pretty cool. And so did you just present the first results of a study done with StarCraft?
No, the last thing isn't my study. That's data from people from Japan, I think.
Okay, because the only thing we are really interested to hear is that StarCraft is better for your brain than League of Legends, but I don't know if you can do any make any predictions about that yet. But but so what I wanted to ask basically, do you think there's specific? Of course, you've already talked about this, but specific skills that are being trained with specific games. For example, so what would you train if you played StarCraft? It wouldn't be spatial recognition probably, but what would it be?
My hunch is it would be speed in particular, because you have to be pretty fast. And the other thing would also be prefrontal cortex, because you're strategically planning ahead. I mean, you really need to monitor lots of things. And we have something that we would call dual tasking, that you have like multiple tasks that you need to do at the same time. And that is also something being achieved by prefrontal cortex. So that would be my prediction.
Cool, thank you. I have a final question. So we've heard a lot of negative reporting on the effects of gaming in the media and from science as well, like you told me a couple of weeks ago. So there's been a large negative, storming vibe surrounding gaming and research. Could you say, maybe, do you think that you may be on the forefront of a new positive wave of research into gaming, or a more, dare I say, neutral or objective look at what gaming does with your brain?
Yes, I do think so, because and it's not only me. There are by now several people engaging into actually objectively looking at what can we use video games for. And I think the rest of the science that has been done, also looking into does video gaming make people more aggressive, has been heavily biased. I mean, they've been having people play, say, Call of Duty for an hour, and then have looked at whether they can remember aggressive words better. And they have sort of then concluded, since you can remember aggressive words better after having played for an hour directly before, which is clear, which every person would show that effect, that this means people get more aggressive on a long-term basis in action, which is ridiculous. I mean, there's no way. I mean, we are now currently doing a longitudinal study training people in Grand Theft Auto in order to see whether that has long-term effects. Although I think the science has been greatly biased in wanting to show it makes people aggressive, and it has a bad impact.
Thank you very much. I'm very enthusiastic about your outlook on the way this science should be done. If we can ever be of any service, maybe provide a couple of StarCraft pros for you to experiment on, just let us know. And for now, we just want to thank you a lot for your presentation. Thank you very much. And for the people in the audience here, stay tuned for the people on stream, because we're going to be back really soon with Group B, featuring Guru versus Optimus first. Goody, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it. His car broke down. So it's going to be Guru versus Optimus first, and then Red versus SpaceMarine for Group B. Simone, again, thank you very much. And to everybody else, see you in just a little bit.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm here with SpaceMarine. SpaceMarine. We're in Amsterdam, man. Yeah. Amsterdam. First time? Actually, it is. Okay, well, I promise you we'll have a good time here. It's also
Alright guys, welcome back to the Dutch StarCraft League 2015 Open Finals. We are here in Amsterdam at the Melkweg. And we're going to see some pretty good players play some pretty good StarCraft.
Definitely. Next series that we're going to be casting is going to be Optimus versus Guru. Now, a bit of an interesting situation we got going on. Optimus replacing Goody because Goody's car apparently broke down earlier today. It turns out Optimus was in time to replace him. And on the other hand, we have Guru, who apparently took the bus from Poland and drove all the way over to the Netherlands. And apparently it's not completely clear if it was 18 or 15 hours, but he was in a bus for a very long time.
Yeah, it's proven to be an interesting challenge to extract the information from Guru today. But yeah, it seems he's made the travel today with his father, who was also here.
Okay.
And yeah, you know, he's here, and we're going to play some StarCraft with him. Let's take a look at the brackets and see you know, what this group actually looks like and where we are actually at in the stage, because in the stage of the tournament, because I really want to see like what is still ahead of us and what have we had so far. Like the previous game, what did you think of it? The previous series we saw?
The previous games were very, very solid. Obviously, we already saw Euthermal advance. This is going to be the second group right here. It's going to be Guru, Optimus, Red, and SpaceMarine. So the first series we're going to be casting is going to be Guru versus Optimus. Now, two players that most of you might not be as familiar with, but they're still very high-level players.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry?
I absolutely
Yeah.
agree.
It's going to be a pretty good series, though.
All right. Well, it looks like the players here are ready, so we are going to get into the game and get the show on the road. We have Guru, who's a Zerg against Optimus at Terran.
There we have Optimus, by the way.
Yeah, that is the one and only Optimus. He must be not too unfazed with Goody not being able to show up.
He probably didn't wake up imagining that he would have to go to to the Dutch StarCraft League.
Well, there was a lot of like supposedly Guru has a bit of a history of dodging land. Like it's only happened twice, but he said he would go to a land in Poland twice, but he didn't show up. So there were people speculating a lot on Twitter about Guru not showing up. So maybe he came here anticipating to have to replace Guru, but that is not the case. So here we have in the bottom right Representing Team AT Gaming, he's the Blue Terran, he's Optimus. Woo!
And in the top left corner of Coda Alley, it is going to be the Zerg opponent. Playing for Team Extreme Supremacy, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Guru. Now, Guru is actually is widely regarded as a ladder hero. He basically plays a couple of thousand games every single season. So this guy is just laddering away, and that obviously makes him one of the players that will be mechanically extremely strong. He won't be missing Queen Injects. He won't be missing Creep Spread, or at least we are assuming that's going to be happening.
Exactly. That's how you get good as a ladder hero.
Yeah.
You have mechanics. You play perhaps reactively, or at least a certain style that really like suits you as a player, that you feel really comfortable with doing over and over and over again. And that's that's like the definition of a ladder hero. The weakness of a ladder hero, especially if you barcode a lot, is that you can be predictable. Like some players, like Euthermal, used to be very predictable. Now he likes to mix it up a lot more. The Muslim is kind of regarded as a bit of a predictable player. So that's also a weakness that some players can exploit. So I wonder if Optimus has had any chance to to exploit that.
Yeah. The interesting thing as well about Guru is that a lot of people are not aware of him, or not as a lot of the competitive scene. You don't see him too much, but a lot of the pro gamers like very highly regard him. They actually say he's one of the very best ones, and I've actually heard Liquid Red pointing out he could be the very next Devano. So pro gamers actually are, speaking very highly off of Guru, and I'm curious what's going to happen. He actually opens up with a spawning pool first right here. Relatively uncommon. Might be a little scared of the double Rex opener.
Yeah, that might be something like that. Like I've seen Optimus play a lot of TVZ, and he really likes to make it up, but he also likes to play bio. And yeah, exactly. And going for double racks on a two-player map is certainly not something that is beyond his capabilities. So maybe Guru is basing this off his previous ladder escapades against Optimus, and is maybe anticipating something like that. Optimus is actually SCV scouting, so he's gonna be able to see sort of what's going on here.
Yeah, so both players obviously going for a very standard build so far. I mean, we saw the spawning pool first, nothing too crazy though. He will definitely, not be behind because of that. It's just a little safer all around. If you are, maybe expecting your opponent to a little bit to go for a double proxy Rex, or at least, to have the option to go for it.
Yeah.
Definitely nothing too surprising so far though.
So a lot of people, like Optimus is on the same team as Euthermal. And a lot of people for a long time regarded Optimus as basically being a lesser Euthermal, as in, I mean, like Optimus would always, place a couple places behind Euthermal in, in tournaments. He would use similar builds, and when they played against each other, it was really interesting. Like they would usually play similar styles. So I really want to see like how does his style compare to that of his opponent. And well, he's actually hunting overlords, and I think this one is pretty doomed.
Yeah, no, that's obviously two Marines, so he's going to be able to pick that off.
He needs to micro them directly, though. Yeah, there we go.
That's actually a pretty big pickoff. It basically prevents Guru from scouting the main base later on. He obviously wanted to go to the little bit of dead space behind the main base of the Terran player, but he won't be able to get over there, at least for the moment.
He's got another Overlord position at the natural of Optimus, though, so he still will have some scouting capabilities. But this supply blocked him quite a bit, and he added on two Overlords in the position where I don't think he really wanted to. He only now just gets to actually use his larvae and add on drones. So that definitely sort of disrupted his, his flow of his economy. And he's actually pulling the other Overlord he had on the map back to his main because he fears, the Marines of Optimus are on the hunt right now.
Yeah. So as a transition from those Marines and into the command center, we see the factory being added on right now as well as the reactor, and it looks like he's already adding on the third command center. So extremely standard play here by Optimus, nothing too surprising.
Yeah, it seems a very good standard combination. Like he's walling off at the front, which I feel is really good practice when you're playing against a Zerg who might for some reason might just decide to all in. Guru, on the other hand, is adding on a third hatch. And there's no Roach Warren or Wailing Nest in sight, so I would not expect something along those lines. He's adding on an early double gas, though. This is quite uncommon in TVZ. Usually you see players do it when they go for roaches, but I don't see really anything along those lines yet.
Yeah, he might decide to actually go for a bit of a faster lair. He's just about to get to 100 gas right here. We do see the Roachborn going down, so it might actually be some Roach play instead.
Yeah.
Obviously a pretty safe timing right here. He doesn't want to be caught off guard with like a Hellbat timing attack or Marines in the main base with a dropship or something like that. So this is very, very safe. And he's also adding on some Zerglings here to start scouting around the map a little bit, because as of right now, he doesn't really know a whole lot.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a lot of information. Some Hellions are already near the watchtower to defer any speedlings from doing anything massive. And Optimus seems to be going for the Cloak Banshee opener. Now, the decision from Guru to go for Roaches is something I kind of like, because it's so safe against a lot of things.
Yeah.
Roaches, though, of course, they don't shoot up. So Banshees can really bring a whole lot of hurt, and you need to have a good queen count and, well, preferably a bunch of spores positioned as well. I see Optimus having a barracks that doesn't really do anything. So I really feel like he's going to be abandoning the Marine tech path and will be transitioning into mech.
Yeah, exactly. We don't see an armory going down just yet, but we do see the cloak on those Banshees. So we'll see. It's not done yet. It actually has another like 40-ish seconds left, so he will need to wait a little bit longer. It will be done once that next Banshee pops out. A couple of Hellions already out on the map. He's gonna try and deny a little bit of creep, but he's gonna headbutt right there into a couple of Roaches. Definitely not what he was looking
We
for.
have a lot of Zerglings. Oh, the Hellions are going to get caught outside. He needs to lift the depot, but he doesn't. And Zerglings get in, but the 4 Marines in the bunker. Okay, that's actually not so bad. Like, he's still got 1 Hellion in the main. 2 more are going to pop up, but he's going to have to do something with these SCVs, park them near the bunker. Okay, so the other Hellions are there in position, and they will clean this this annoying force of Zerglings up rather quickly. But still, Guru. Did he actually kill an SCV? I didn't see any counters come by.
Yeah, he got 1 worker right there, so it's definitely not the best thing in the world. One thing to note though is that he obviously basically deterred the Banshee from going across the map by simply attacking. There's a scan in the main base right now, more Zerglings on the production tab as well, but it bought him a lot of time. And what he used that time for is to add on that Spire. So the Spire is going to be done. Well, it's not going to be done yet, but he will be having a couple of Mutalisk out, and obviously Optimus will be aware of this as well. He needs to be careful with his Banshees, because losing them without even killing a worker would be a much bigger loss than the Zerglings of Guru.
So the Roaches are sort of slowing down the Hellions in the middle of the map. Same for the Banshees. There's 2 Vikings. I like this really by Optimus. Like, he's adding on Vikings. If you can keep growing your Viking count while the opponent is while the Zerg is adding Mutas, they can become really a force to be reckoned with in the mid game. Like
a couple of Hellbats. Gotta be very careful with those Zerglings. Wow.
Oh man, that's an absolute massacre for those. All the Zerglings get completely toasted, and now the Hellbats can actually support the Banshees as they are fighting these queens. But the first Mutas are out now, and these Banshees will only do limited actual damage to the Zerg economy. He's gonna focus down drones. Well, he may get 1. No, doesn't even get a single drone. So Optimus takes not the most ideal of trades. Like, he needs to get units out and be able to defend against a counterattack. Otherwise, he's gonna lose his 3rd.
Yeah, this is where Guru becomes really scary. Basically, what Guru is gonna do from now on is just make Mutalisk and drone up that 4th base. He had the 4th base in the meantime.
I don't see any turrets.
No, there's no turrets out at all. Actually, he's trying to make out Banshee right now as well, but couple of Vikings are definitely not going to be enough. And actually, Guru doesn't realize it. He could just go for the mineral line.
Oh man, here he comes, and the 4 still hasn't popped out. This is actually a problem here for Optimus, because if this 4 pops out, he's just going to get magic boxed. There's another Viking here, but still, okay, he's trying to lurk towards the barracks, which will, he's going to be able to focus on 1 meter. Here comes the 4. He needs to bring SCVs to repair.
This is going
to this is going to do so much damage to all of the SCVs. They're trying to repair the Thors. Another Viking pops out. So there will be, he will be able to hold here and not just straight up lose the game. But this is not the most ideal situation for meching Terran.
Yeah, well, all in all, it actually was handled quite well. I feel like it was mostly because Guru didn't realize there were no missile turrets. I mean, he was just assuming it. Right now, there are going to be double missile turrets in the 3rd. So he's going to be forced back, at least for now, with those Mutalisks. But in the meantime, he's just happily getting drones at that 4th base. The 4th base already up and done, and he's actually getting the gases right there right now as well.
Okay, so what's really interesting is that, oh wait, you have a bunch of Zerglings actually in 3rd doing a lot of damage. There's no Hellions here to defend. Finally, Optimus moves his entire army over towards the 3rd, a bit of overkill, but the Mutas are not, they're not counter-attacking, even though there are no turrets yet in the main still for Optimus. Optimus invested in double armory at the start of the game. He's got 1-1, but he's not upgrading any further because he's taking too much damage. Oh, here come the Mutas in the main, though. They might do a lot of damage if these SCVs don't get excavated.
No missile turret. So the missile turret is missing right here, and those Mutas they will just wreck town right here. Like, there's really no reason for him to. He's just playing it super defensive. He doesn't want to take any unnecessary losses, but the Thor wasn't even remotely close. Very, very risky play right there, though, by Optimus in order to, just skip out on that missile turret.
Yeah, I like the addition of Vikings. you can use that money. I suppose if you have enough Vikings, you don't really need that much turrets, maybe. But still, adding them on is a solid decision. Here they come again, taking care of those Viking turrets before there's even any defense. There's no Thors here either, so once again, a lot of damage here being done by Guru. It's almost maxed out.
The splash damage, though, it's pretty enormous. Now, interestingly enough, Guru is actually going to stick around with melee upgrades as well. So while he was upgrading very, very late, it looks like he's not planning on transitioning out of melee units. Usually, when you are up against mech units, you want to go up for maybe a composition that can kill it head on. Once a Terran player maxes out on all of these mechanical units, it's going to be very difficult to actually stop it, especially with Mutaling Bane.
Oh man, these units are actually taking a lot of damage from the turrets and the Vikings. Not sure if this is like worth it for Guru. What I don't understand is the way Optimus is controlling his army. He seems to have it all on one hotkey, but if you actually, as a meching Terran, you need to, and you're building Thors, it's usually considered to be a better idea to put to put like one Thor in each mineral line, so you don't get caught out by mutas. Like they can't magic box if you have like one Thor underneath and a whole bunch of. Oh yeah, here we go.
God.
Lots of links running in along with the mutas. The mutas taking a lot of damage from the Thors though, and there are Hellbats, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. They're taking damage from the mutas as well. Some of the links, they're going to be deterred at the high ground. But this is a good trade for Guru because even though he's losing most of his forces. He can replenish them so much easier. There are Hellbats though at the top right, and those are doing a lot of damage, but the spines might be enough to hold them off.
Yeah, in total 53 workers already went down in this game for Guru. He manages to get an insane amount of value out of those Mutalisks and about the Zergling run-bys as well. And it looks like that is his plan. I just mentioned how hard it is to kill maxed out mech players. He's just basically never allowing Optimus to max out. He's just going to simply make a lot of units, keep running these Zerglings into the mineral lines and just trying to keep the army small.
Oh, here we go again, a whole bunch of links. Well, get shot up. And I don't think Guru's force might actually be big enough right now. Oh, Optimus needs to siege these tanks if he wants to stand a chance in this fight. There's a lot of Hellions still though, and they're doing a lot of damage to the Zerglings. But no, it's not enough, and Optimus is just GG's.
Very well played right there by Guru, honestly. Mechanically, very, very, very strong.
Yeah.
I don't think he really missed a beat during that. Like, I mean, he just ran over Optimus.
He completely ran over him. Like, I feel there were plenty of mistakes that Optimus made in his defense, because when you play meching Terran on this map, there's a lot more precautions you have to take. Like, if you play see like a player like Goody or Velo play mech on this map, they get a turret ring. Like, there's no other way they play it. They get a turret ring, and then stuff like this just doesn't happen. Like, the muta count cannot be as effective as it was. So I feel it was more the mistakes from Optimus that allowed Guru to really push on with his Mutaling composition, because normally Mutaling is like almost the worst composition you could have versus mech.
I guess the thing that allowed him to use it successfully is just the constant attacking. I mean, he basically never allowed the Terran player to stabilize at all. He was just constantly threatening run-bys with Zerglings and constantly running those Mutalisks between the natural and between the main base, and it was just very powerful. Now, they immediately hosted up the next lobby. So I think it's time to jump straight into it.
It's time to jump into game number 2 as soon as Optimus is ready. I hope he can get his mind clear, and like think how he needs to play in this game in order to win. We are playing on Echo, which I believe is decently sized for mech. I think if he plays more defensively, spreads his unit out in a more efficient way, and maybe use depots for walls to prevent run-bys, stuff like that. There's a lot of things you can do as a meching Terran to really, prevent your opponent from running over you like that.
So I think if he was planning on playing Bio, he probably would have done it in the last game. Generally speaking, Echo is a little bit easier to defend the third base on. Obviously, you have that nice little patch of land that basically, there's a little low ground between the natural and the third base. If you can have a quick look at that, it really does give you a lot of value. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe he does decide to go Bio on this map as well.
All right. Well, here we go. In the bottom right, we have the Red Terran representing AT Gaming. He is Optimus.
And in the top left corner, the ladder hero, relatively unknown, but playing very, very well so far. And actually talking some Korean right there. I have no idea what he said. It's going to be none other than Guru.
What team is he on again?
It's called Extreme Supremacy, if I'm not mistaken.
Very nice.
It's a very badass name, I can tell you that much. I've never actually heard very much about the team at all, but yeah, I guess I can see why a lot of the pro gamers are speaking highly of him. Obviously, it's hard to call after just seeing a couple of games of him, but he's playing very, very well.
Yeah.
Really not missing a beat at all during that last game. I mean, he got that Roach Warren, and after that it was just sort of game over. It felt like he
just
made a
shut
couple
down-
roaches,
yeah.
just shut everything down.
Yeah, that's you know, when you're playing mech, you can either be very successful against the roaches, but you kind of have to strike before they get out. If you
Yeah.
strike after roaches are already out, your Hellions and Hellbots are just not going to be all that effective. So it's definitely a safe way to play on ladder, for example, and it really paid off for him. Oh, once again the pull first here from Guru.
Yeah. Introducing
Interesting.
new meta right here. I noticed a couple of people that do swear by going for the pool first. I know Tafel really likes doing it as well. Most of the Dirk players will be going up for a hatchery first. But like I mentioned, it's not really going to give you that big of a loss. I mean, it basically means like 1 or 2 larvae of difference,
Yeah.
so it's not even a drone or anything. He's just going to follow it up with a hatchery relatively early on here as well.
Yeah, and from Optimus we have the barracks first, but no gas being added on. So this looks like a very old school build that I used to do all the time in Wings of Liberty, which is the 1 racks fast expand. And add it on with a Marine, and this allows him to once again go Overlord hunting. However, this time I think the Overlord will be in a position that the Marines cannot simply get to it and shoot it out of the sky.
Yeah, the real question is, do we see a 7 Marine hit squad though? I would love to see that. You remember that game versus Uthermal that we saw earlier? It was such a crazy push, and obviously they talk to each other. They're on the same team, so they know what's going on. Basically, for anyone wondering what we saw earlier, Uthermal went for a 7 Marine timing attack with no upgrades, no combat shield, no nothing, but he did a lot of damage with some random 7 Marine. So if we see on, maybe we'll see it in a little bit as well. Maybe we'll add on the double barracks as well. I would be very interested in seeing that strategy a little further, but nope. Double gas going down at the same time.
Yeah, it seems like a very similar opener once again from Optimus. He hasn't, he's sending 2 Marines around the map, but he's sending them in the wrong direction. Otherwise, he would have maybe would have been able to spot that Overlord that's heading towards the right side of the map and pick it off. But unfortunately, no, he's not gonna see it. Yeah, so far for Guru, like he's probably gonna be getting link speed quite soon.
Yeah.
He seems to be gunning for it. No third hatch or anything yet. We usually see that around the 6-minute mark. And this game looks very familiar to the previous one, except there's no early Overlord kill quite yet, actually.
Yeah, so do you think he's going to switch into anything else? Do you think he's just going to stay in a similar position? Oh, a little bit of an Overlord snipe here. He found one after all. But
I think it's going to get away, though. There's no high ground vision for Optimus. This might actually get very close. Yeah,
what would you do, though, in this situation right now? If you're 1-0 behind, would you go for the exact same strategy again, knowing that your opponent just absolutely picked it up?
Oh, he gets the
my
Overlord. But there was already one underway for Guru, though, so
Yeah.
it's not that big of a drama. I think the way Optimus is playing right now is just trying to play in the way he feels the most comfortable playing, perhaps especially against a player like Guru. I'm a bit surprised that that is mech. I from this point anticipate that he's going to be playing mech. But usually a lot of people who feel comfortable playing mech play it really well. Or at least at a grandmaster level, so to speak, and that's the most comfortable way to play they feel. But in the previous game, he didn't really show that. Like, he didn't showcase his particular skill in that. So I would expect him to be going for a bio composition. I mean, bio is just the strongest mechanism map, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. But we do see the third base going down right now for Guru. He already got the Roach Warren on the way as well. And it seems to me that Guru is just playing like a style that works against everything.
Yeah.
He's not cutting a corner. He's not like skipping out on the queen, or he's not really cutting, he's not really trying to save that 400 or 200 minerals on the Roach Warren, obviously in combination with the drone. And he's really just trying to be safe against everything, which, at the very least makes me think that he feels very, very comfortable here.
What's interesting is that once again Optimus is going for an early third command center, but there are roaches already being produced. So if this is an attack from Guru, then things might
Cloak
go
as well.
Yeah, Cloak before the Banshee actually.
Yeah, this is an exact copy of the last game so far.
Yeah, so so what I find really interesting is that it's the very early third command center on ladder. I would really never do that kind of thing because it seems so unsafe. Like, sure, if you can hold your third and defend well, then you're in a great economic spot as a Terran. But it seems like such a vulnerable position to be in. Actually, we have a Baneling Nest being added on for Guru.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he switched it up a little bit, I suppose, but it's not really
gonna lose another Overlord.
Yeah. It's all things he can easily deal with.
He's showing a roach. He's showing a single roach. This has to be like a huge stealth for Optimus. Yeah, he's gonna pick it off, and then he's gonna see another roach, and now he has to know what's coming. He has to get that Banshee queued and try to kill as much roaches.
Yeah.
I don't really get this move by Guru. Like, these roaches are not going to do anything. They're just going to die to Marines and Banshees.
Yeah, he's buying himself a lot of time, but this time around he doesn't have the lair going up, so he's just gonna try and get back home with those roaches. Like, no, don't kill me. But they sadly are gonna be pushed away. Now 10 drones on the production tab actually. He doesn't really care about this aggression.
No.
No spores yet either. That's
No.
actually kind of interesting. I would freak out right now and just immediately add on the spores, but we already see the 6 gases being taken, so it definitely looks like he's planning to switch into Mutalism, but the lair is not even remotely done.
Optimus just lost 2 headings to these roaches. That's really not necessary by any means.
There's nothing though. There's absolutely nothing right now in the main base.
Yeah, I don't really get this this decision making. Okay, we have Lynx now coming in to defend. Does he have an... Oh, no, he's just going to be able to kite and try and kill most of these Lynx. The Banshee not being cloaked though, it could do a lot more damage if it was cloaked because there's no detection here. And the Hellion's still alive.
Wow, beautiful defense so far though. All like circumstance, or like all situations considered right now, Guru is actually playing this out very, very smartly.
But
I mean, he hasn't lost a drone.
Yeah, but he needs to do something against these Banshees. Oh, he's got detection coming in with the Overseer though. Finally loses a Queen. Some of the Hellions have transformed into Hellbats and are taking a pretty cost-efficient fight. So Optimus is doing okay, but he really needs to be aware of his defense, like not get a run by again. Oh, these Banshees are finally getting their word's worth. And here come the Hellbats in the mineral line and doing a lot of damage.
I don't think it was enough right there. Honestly, he killed in total in this entire game 2 workers. That
Oh,
was
don't
beautifully
fight
handled.
We almost flew into a Spore Crawler there. Okay, so what's really important when you're playing mech turn is to keep these Banshees alive, because these Banshees give you map control. If they get killed by Mutalisk, okay, whatever. But they kind of secure you in the mid game. What's important though is he didn't notice the 4th of Guru being built, which is currently halfway under construction. There's really no way for Guru to defend it without Mutas, and the Spire isn't even complete. So he could have picked that off. Meanwhile, Lingron might at the 3rd, but this should be easy to defend for Optimus.
That defense right there, I want to go back to that defense just a second for Guru. That was insane. He had he had like 6 Zerglings against like 6 Hellbats and 3 Banshees. He had a couple of Queens and...
He had more Zerglings, I know for sure.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
he
man,
had like
it felt
20.
insane. Yeah, he remade them once they were finally at his 3rd base, but it was really well defended. In the end, he ended up losing 1 worker to all of those units.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
that was
good.
more
That's
than
true.
worth it. 17 Mutalisks on the production tab.
Oh
wow.
my god. Bro, please build some turrets. Okay, he's building turrets. He's got one at the 3rd under construction. Okay, so as long as he positions his army correctly, he should be able to defend this a lot better.
And the Thor is out already as well, which makes a massive difference.
Yeah, Thors really make a massive difference. But this time, he's not adding on Vikings. Like, he just finished the reactor on the starport, so I do expect Vikings to be on their way.
Yep.
But he's still got a pretty decent Banshee count.
Yeah. So this time around, he's actually playing a lot more Thor heavy. Not seeing any siege tanks just yet. Ooh, that's so risky.
Oh, he needs to get these 4s to some... Oh, I'm not sure if this is correct. He needs to pop those Marines out.
Oh, there's no Marines for the repair just yet. First Thor already falling.
Oh, but he's
Second
going to
Thor
repair
under
and
heavy
surround.
assault.
Oh, he's popping the Marines out as well. So this is a good defense here from Optimus, and not a very good trader for Guru, losing quite a few Mutas in order to pick off a single Thor. Okay, so this is what I like by Optimus. He's building 2 turrets at the front. Things like this are what really make meching Terran turtle Terran, you know? Having turrets in the most random places, building a depot wall. Speaking of which, I'm surprised he hasn't broken down the cooling tower at his 3rd, because that really helps. And yeah, now Thors, Vikings, and the onus is kind of on Guru.
We see a Hydralisk then right now. Might be because of the lack of siege tanks. I mean, he hasn't seen a single siege tank yet. Then again, Hellions do very well against Hydras as well, since they are light. He's going to try and poke with the Mutalisk right now into the natural, see if he can do a little damage. And it looks like he found a gap where there are no missile turrets. Once again, picking off a lot of SCVs here. There's actually no missile turrets in the main either.
Where's the reaction here from Optimus? Not really doing all that much. Another Thor here is taking pot shots at the Mutas. No missile turret here in the mineral line of the main though. So
there's a couple right there. So
here we go. This is going to do a lot of damage to Guru's army. Oh, he's losing so many Mutas there. Like, he killed off a lot of SCVs. Like 15. But is it worth the trade? I'm not sure.
Well, I would assume he's just trying to switch into Hydralisk right now. I mean, he's already producing a couple of Hydras and a couple of Mutas as well. It's kind of an interesting situation. He got the infestation pit done, so he will be able to tech up to a hive if he chooses to do so. But let's just take a second to notice these creep spread. I mean, he still has Queens dedicated to creep spreading at the 14-minute mark. And
what about this push out though?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like, +2 is halfway here for Terran.
Is there Baneling speed? Did he finish up Baneling speed? He did not.
Oh man. I'm not sure if Optimus's army composition is really
he's going
that
for
good.
counterattack. He just doesn't want to face this army.
Yeah. He's going to try and get us around maybe with the links or just to run by.
Yeah.
If he runs by into the third, it's completely dead. But I don't think Optimus' strategy here is to play the long game. I think this is his final push.
Zerglings though.
Yeah, he's going to completely ransack the third.
No, Optimus is turning around. He doesn't want this.
I'm not sure if this is the correct decision.
Wow,
here for Optimus,
that's a massive loss for him right now. So many workers are going to end up falling.
Yeah, he should have maybe run those SCVs back towards the army or something like that, and now they're just going to get taken out. And because the cooling tower hasn't been taken out at the third, these links can actually just run away.
Yeah.
At least most of them. Okay.
Okay, well maybe they will end up falling, but I mean, killing gas guys is not even that bad of a situation. So right now, there's a huge advantage for Guru. Guru is meanwhile attacking up to a hive.
Yeah.
He got the +2/+2 on the way, and he's really just been able to play his own game. 44 workers in total went down. He's going to be able to simply reinforce his army composition with whatever he wants. He has basically the money for everything.
Yeah, Optimus is not playing the Turtle Terran style as we know it.
I mean, he replaced
needs to
Goody,
watch
but
his
he's not
army.
Goody.
His army is almost torn apart, and these Zerglings and these Hydras are making a move on the siege tanks and the Thors, getting us around. But here come the Hellions. Are they good enough though against the Hydras? I'm not sure. There's no blue flame.
Yeah, there's no speed yet on these Hydras, so he gets to be very careful. I mean, Hellions do very well, especially once they get blue flame, but sadly don't have that yet.
And the economy of Guru is just insane. Adding on 40 more Zerglings. He's completely maxed out, getting upgrades, finally getting the Baning Nest that he really needs. He's going to lose the Hydra then though, so that's going to make a difference. And now the Hellions run in.
He just sacks that base. He doesn't care.
There's is this another wrap around here by Guru? Is he going to counterattack again?
Ooh. So many workers went down though. Right there, Optimus, very well done. 31 workers all of a sudden. He killed none during this entirety of the game. But once again, Zerglings forcing the liftoff right there, killing more and more
but there's
SCVs.
siege tanks on the high ground. But are they too close to the depots?
No, you gotta be very careful. Whew. Such a commitment to do that, especially when that...
This army from Optimus is getting really scary though. Like, what does True really have? It's gonna come down to Baneling hits, I think. And of course the angle of the Hydras. Are there overseers even? Because otherwise the
Oh, the Banelings! They gotta connect with those Hellions. If he does not connect properly, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble, but it looks like he managed to do so beautifully.
Oh, huge Baneling connections, and there's still overseers here, so the Hydras can actually shoot down the Banshees. And this army from Optimus gets completely annihilated.
Yeah, so other than losing that fort base, it looks like Guru really didn't care too much. I mean, he just killed another base from his opponent, and he got another base going on the other side of the map as well. He actually is double expanded.
Yeah, it's the power of Zerg being able to just plant bases down everywhere and get your creep going.
Optimus is not dead yet, though.
No, he's got a standing army with a lot of tanks, and there's not that many mutas. Actually, he's making 3.
Ooh, we see Vipers on the production tab now.
Yeah. I think this command center is dead. Like, if Optimus moves out to protect this, then he might just get pounced on and die. It's not even gonna matter.
Ooh, so many siege tanks right now, though. We gotta be very careful. Hydralisk takes so much damage.
Yeah, but he's still gonna be able to take out this base, so... The economy situation for Optimus is looking extremely dire at this point. He's only got, like, what, 45 SCVs?
Yeah, we see a switch right now to Ultralisks as well. We got Ultralisk and Vipers coming out very shortly, and it just casually made 17 workers. Crazy amount.
It's going to mine some more gas. Like, I feel Guru is in complete control of the game at this point. Optimus' only chance really seems to be to try to max out once again and just win with that army. But he needs to get like the perfect composition, because if he keeps making tanks, then Ultras and Vipers will completely destroy him. And if he makes too few Thors, then, well, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, he does have reasonable upgrades, so, you know, there's a little bit of momentum that he gets going right there, but if he moves out right now, he got to be so careful. No, it looks like he's actually moving back, I was going to say.
Yeah,
he knows about the fact that Vipers are out, yep.
Yeah, he notices the Viper and decides to spread out his tanks. But this gives Guru like so much breathing room. Like he's on 5 bases mining or something like that. 6 gas. Wait, like is that 12 gas guys at the same time?
Something like that. I think it's 10. But
no, they're actually equal on gas income because he hadn't taken a lot of geysers.
All right,
he's been playing very mineral heavy, so that's okay, you know.
Yeah, if you look at the upgrades though on the production tab right now, it is pretty crazy. He's getting Adrenal Glands, Chitinous Plating. We see +3/+3 going down as well.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's just simply gonna get a lot of units right now.
This is
and
like the
try and
Zerg
finish
dream
off the
against
game.
Terran.
Yep. Like right now, you know, he knows the Terran player is not gonna move out, and he knows that he's very, very siege tank heavy. Now, what counters siege tanks? I guess it's Zerglings and Ultras, and Vipers are always good in that comp as well.
What's important though is that Guru keeps his cool. Like he has he's a bit of a bank, but he cannot attack into this. Like that would be the That would be the biggest mistake. Like, there's still a lot of tanks here, dude.
He doesn't even care about the Hydras. He kind of wants to give up the Hydras at this point, I
Okay.
assume, because they're not going to be great. But, you know, slowly but surely picking off the Terran player. The main base is about to be mined out. The Natural doesn't have many resources available either. And as long as he prevents Optimus from taking a 4th base, he's just going to sit back, keep throwing units at it, and eventually the Terran player will mine out.
Yeah, I guess that's something that works. I mean, he's just his income is just so much higher than Optimus's. But what's important there is that he doesn't overcommit. Like, if he throws away like this entire
Yes, that's
army,
true.
then a counterattack might. Oh, okay, yeah, this is not something you want to do, Optimus.
Oh, look at the crew threat. The crew threat is literally
wait,
everywhere.
there's no Vipers actually. Without Vipers, this can work.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. Oh, here we go.
Here
He
we go
is
indeed.
sieged up.
Oh, he needs to land the Vikings in order to fight this. Oh, the siege tank do so much damage to the
That is
Hydralisk. Holy
insane,
crap.
Yeah. +3/+3, just about to finish up.
He built an armory there. I'm not sure what the plan was.
Yeah, he really wants to try and get the 4th base. He knows he's mining out.
Yeah.
He knows that in a minute time, he's going to have trouble.
Oh,
Well,
he
he's
needs to
already in
siege
trouble,
up.
but
Siege up. Here we go. More Hydras coming in. Oh, so much damage being done to these Thors.
Yeah.
Scan for no apparent reason, but the siege tanks are they're out of range, and now the Hydras can
the
pick
4th
up the
base.
command center once again.
Yeah, he's reinforcing without any Hydralisk. He's just trying to get more Ultras going, trying to get more Zerglings happening as well. And while Blue Flame is finally finished up.
He lifted off his
Not gonna
main
be that good.
main base CC. He's now flying in towards the 4th in order to get an established base there. But really, you know, his income is almost grinded down to a halt. He's bringing SCVs, Hellions to repair. Yeah, he needs to do everything he can in order to hold this this 4th
Yeah.
position if he wants to stay in this game in the first place.
Who needs Swarm Host, man? You can just play Mutaling Bane aggressively against mech, apparently.
Yeah, you can. It's not very cost efficient, but you certainly can.
Yeah, if you get a huge economy early. And I gotta actually hand it to Guru right here. Very, very well played so far. I mean, it's not game over yet. And obviously, you know, we see a pretty sizable army right now for the Terran player as well. But this is a very cool style to play.
Yeah, it's a cool style to play, but that's, yeah, okay. If you get enough Ultras, then I really feel that this kind of has to work. There's not a lot of floors, though, and you need floors to somewhat, you know, stay alive.
The Unsiege.
Oh, what's the Unsiege for?
Oh, he's gonna move back. He
Oh.
sees all the units going towards his 3rd base. There's a lot of Ultralisks right now. 3 more on the production tab, already 8 out. That's huge.
Yeah, that's insane. Oh, Corruptor's being added on now as well in order to counter the Vikings.
I wonder why he even cares about the Vikings. I guess he really wants to get the Vipers going once again. A very nice creeps or tank spread though by Optimus.
Yeah.
I mean, he's basically, even though there is no Blinding Cloud, we know that he doesn't. And very, very nice spread right there.
Yep. I'm surprised Guru isn't. Okay, is he gonna go? Okay, here we
Oh,
go.
that is
But these
so
tanks are really
risky.
clumped. Oh, this is risky indeed. If he lands the Vikings right now, then the Ultras might be targeted. Like, the pathing isn't really good.
Just
on his
powering
Ultras,
through.
but
GG, well played.
Wow. Guru with a pretty decisive victory, I would say, there against Optimus.
I'm very impressed here, actually, man. That was a beautiful series right there by Guru, playing very, very well. While Optimus was trying out some very cool ideas as well. It felt like he was just, you know, being schmacked around doing all of that.
He didn't have a whole lot to say in that fight. Like, at the start, maybe it could have gone a lot better. But there were a couple of crucial moments in that game where he just lost too much of his army and just couldn't hold on to to the ever-incoming flood of Zerglings and Ultralisks.
The defense against those Banshees and Hellions early on felt like absolutely crucial to me. The way he basically handled that without making any units until the units were already at his base, that's pretty insane. Normally you see Zerg players trying to prepare immediately. As soon as you see the Terran player moves out, you want to start making Zerglings, Roaches. And he was just making drones at that point.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
all right,
very
guys.
cool.
I hope you enjoyed that series as much as we did.
That was awesome.
And we're probably going to go to a short commercial break. And when we're back, you're going to see the next show.
Yeah, Red versus SpaceMarine.
Nice.
It's a good one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dutch StarCraft League. My name is Loco, and I'm joined by Wardy today. How are you doing right now?
Good, man. We've had some good games, and Guru living up to the Guru hype.
Yeah.
So many people are excited to see him at LAN.
Yeah, definitely. But we were just talking about how he's such a ladder hero, and it's actually kind of funny. I can see him sitting just from here, and immediately after that game, he like clicked the find match button once again to go ahead and ladder up. It's pretty insane. He just played a crazy series. He actually cancelled the search right now.
He queues on the bus for like 15 hours, comes and plays and plays and just plays. I just don't know how he does it.
Yeah,
Passion.
it's very crazy. So the next series we're going to be casting for you right here is going to be Red versus Hero Marine. Or not Hero Marine, sorry. Space Marine.
You got that.
I got a save right there, wow. It's going to be a Protoss player, Protoss versus Zerg, and obviously I know there's a lot of Red fans. Red recently being on a roll.
Yeah, Red's been on fire, and I mean, the main thing to talk about is that qualifier run through the Base Trade TV tournament. I mean,
yeah, that was insane.
And I mean, he beat Naniwa in the finals to qualify. I mean, I wasn't expecting it. Like,
well, yeah.
he beat Snoot in the qualifier as well. He's on point, and I think it'd be a surprise if he didn't come out of this group in first place.
Well, I don't know, man.
Well,
if
yeah,
he wins this one, he's going to have to go up against Guru. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, man.
I'm all hyped for Guru right now.
I am on the Guru hype train. I am.
We'll see. I have seen a couple of games of SpaceMarine as well. A little bit harder of a player to obviously find games of. Red obviously being around for years and years and years and being on Team Liquid. You know, I'm sure that a lot of you will be aware who he is as well. SpaceMarine, I would probably consider him the underdog in this series just because of how good Red has been playing recently. But could you tell us something about him?
Yeah, I watched a lot of Space Marine matches, but not super recently. He played a bunch of Team League games like over the past year or so. And he's a player who can really do anything. He can be super aggressive.
Yeah.
Or I remember one game I cast for him went an hour long. So we really could see kind of anything here. So it kind of, I suppose it's going to be very map dependent. I guess how confident he feels going up against Red, who is going to be a scary player. And, you know, the one weakness that Zergs really have, I feel, is against kind of very aggressive timing sometimes. And I think if Space Marine can find something that works, he might be able to do this. But Red has been on point lately, so...
Yeah. Obviously, LAN experience really comes into play right here as well. I mean, let's be honest here. Red has been going to a lot of LANs, and I don't know exactly how much experience Space Marine has, but I can almost guarantee you that's not going to be as much as Red. Now, we did already get our lobby invite, so I'm sure we're going to be starting this game so very shortly. Yeah, I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, our first map's going to be Volume Research Station, so quite an interesting
first map.
Yeah, especially in ZVP because them gold bases. You can have one gold base, you can have two gold bases, you can take all the gold bases.
Take all the gold.
Anything can honestly happen here. I'm really intrigued. It's going to be up to Ret, really, because it's going to be, you know, does he take that gold base? Does Space Marine punish it? Does he let it slide? How does he want to play this out? So it's actually a really interesting map to start off on.
Yeah, and it looks like the gamers are ready right now. And yeah, if it's up to us, let's jump straight into the game.
Yes, let's do that indeed.
Come on then. The player introduction as well.
Yeah. While that comes up, Con, what's your prediction?
What's my prediction here? I'll be honest, I'm a little bit of a Red fanboy, a little bit. So I'm gonna call it, just to be fair, 2-1. 2-1 for Red.
I'm gonna go 2-0 Red.
2-0 for Red?
Yeah, I think Red wins this. I think he's in good shape.
Yeah, he is definitely in good shape. I was just, you know, going for some competitions. But actually seeing some banners as well in the crowd with some of the Red fanboys here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear him. But anyways, let's jump into the game. In the top side of the map, we have the Team Liquid player. Is going to be probably the favorite in this group, but still, obviously, he's going to have a hard time to actually get on the very top. It's going to be none other than Team Liquid's Red.
I would be amazed if Space Marine gets that sort of cheer.
Hey, I want to cheer for Space Marine right now as well. Okay, it's your introduction. Let's go.
Paused.
Oh, dang it.
He's ruined my momentum. I mean, it's going to be hard to follow that up anyway, but now it's all gone. We've lost everything.
The hype has been built right now. Looks like he got some trouble with his hotkeys, which is quite useful if you can build units. I mean, I would say that's good.
Hotkeys are really good in StarCraft. They really are. That's one thing I can say for sure. Space Marine's actually teamless right now, which is quite interesting. He was playing for Team Red Bloods for quite some time. So he's currently teamless. So it's quite nice.
From Denmark, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, he is indeed. He's actually a player I've actually known for a really long time, because back when I kind of started casting and stuff, I casted a lot of the Danish StarCraft League. I casted a lot of the Danish StarCraft League, and he was a player who played back then, and he was a very successful player alongside Bunny, of course, who turned into this great WCS player. So, yeah, I've actually seen quite a lot of Space Marine now, I think back. So, yeah. But I still...
Rat is such a known name, you know, so a lot of
I
people
still don't think he's going to take down Rat here. And especially after hearing the cheers for Rat, I don't want to go against him anymore.
No, you got a crowd against you right now.
Yeah, I don't want like stuff thrown at me.
Yeah, so Space Marine just making sure that his hotkeys are set up properly, obviously. You know, you don't want to switch hotkey setup in the middle of a tournament. That would be a very bad idea. So yeah, he's just making sure that all the hotkeys are set up properly. It's probably something like the camera hotkeys, which aren't there by default.
Increase the difficulty, you know? Just like...
like StarCraft on hard mode.
this red guy, I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I'm Protoss, going to make it a bit more difficult for myself. I don't know. So yeah, we're just waiting for Space Marine to get those sorted out. And again, once we get into this, very intrigued to see where those first drones do go for Rat. Again, which base is he going to take first? Is it going to be one of those gold bases?
Yeah, and Space Marine just said he is ready. So I think it's up to the admin right now to decide exactly when the game is going to be on pause. But definitely going to be a very good series right here. Let's jump straight back into the game.
Let's go, go, go.
I'm excited for this one. All right, like you mentioned, it's going to be very important whether or not, you know, we see that gold base being taken early on, and we got once again a pause.
Oh. I was building up to do the introduction as well. I was like, right, let's do this.
I already introduced Red though, so we can't really like double do it.
Well, no, but we can do Space Marine.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably forgot one of the hotkeys right now, but fair enough. Yeah, so on this map in particular, we basically have two gold bases. One is, you know, basically pretty close to your base, but not really. It's very hard to actually expand towards. And the thing about it is that as a Protoss player, you really have a hard time taking a third base to begin with, but definitely a gold base on this map. So sometimes we actually see the Zerg players trying to aggressively take the opponent's gold base, and by the time they find out, maybe later on into the game, that base is going to be mined out already. So sometimes we see some very cool plays that, you know, that happen.
Yeah,
when that is going on.
I think over time I've seen every combination of gold bases, like, you know, just the standard one gold base, which is your own, or you know, or you know, the middle gold base and your own gold base, or your gold base and your opponent's gold base. We've seen it all, and again, if the pros player isn't confident in how they want to respond to it, it can really kind of you know, throw them off.
Definitely.
So Space Marine has been given the pleasure to count down as we attempt to go once again into the game.
All right. We've already hyped up Red plenty, so it's your time right now, sir.
All right. Just in case you guys weren't ready, down to the bottom side of the map, we have our Blue Pros player. It's Space Marine.
There we go. There we go. We got some hype going on from Mr. Space Marine as well. Very cool to see. So, yeah, like we mentioned, the gold bases, we don't even know if they're going to come into play. Let's be honest, like in most of the games, we don't even really see them. It's just something that as a caster, you're always going to be hyped for. Yeah, there you can see
already drone scouting, man. He's already coming across, and he's taking
I've actually seen Red play a couple of proxy hatches,
he could proxy hatch at his opponent's kind of natural third base. And that's something which we saw in WCS a couple of times last season and stuff, so that can be very effective.
This gives me like chills back to like Wings of Liberty days where people actually like spine crawler pushed.
That's what this build is designed to do. You put down the spine crawlers, you slowly push towards the natural wall.
Oh!
And Ret.
Yeah, pulling out all the tricks right away. I'm actually kind of surprised that he does this. It might obviously be to just, you know, throw players out of the tournament or like off of their game in the rest of the tournament. And we actually see a Nexus burst for Space Marine. Wow, this can actually get scary really fast.
He needs to, he needs to scout, but the thing is, the way your scout pattern is, unless you go down there.
No, he's not seeing it.
This is the problem, you know. Unless you make sure you go down there and scout for it, you're just not going to see it. So.
He's actually getting the gas geyser as well. So he is planning on maybe following it up with roaches or something like that. Interestingly enough, though, most importantly, we see Space Marine deciding not to wall off at the top of his ramp, and this is huge. Like whatever he goes for right now, Red will be able to get into that main.
Yeah, definitely. And in another way, it kind of works out nicely too, though, because the spine crawler is not going to be able to like pick off pylons, etc., in the wall. But again, I mean, once say some lings or roaches on the map, they have free access into that main base.
So he is scouting around right now. He knows a little bit about what's going on. He will be finding out very shortly, though, that there is no in-base expansion for Red, and he knows that something fishy's up. Let's see if he's actually going to check. Yeah, Marine, or not a Marine, rather. A probe moving down, and he does find the hatchery on the low ground.
He does indeed, and Sixling's already on the way for Red. Immediately a Forge on the way for Space Marine, so that's going to be his response to this. A lot of cannons on the high ground. It's probably one of the best ways to go about this, and there's that Spine Crawler starting to come down, but again, not really much to kind of push forwards, and I think that's why he made a lot of links first, because he saw there isn't anything to really push at that round.
Oh my god, he's adding on the Queen, he's adding on the Spine Crawler as well, and Zerking Speed pulled the drones out of the gas, and I'm kind of worried for these pylons. I mean, there's only 2 pylons out right now, but they're not covering all of the bases, or all of the buildings, rather.
I'd love to see a Space Marine start to come into like a Mothership Core, just anything that can't be damaged here. That can hit from the sky. That creep going to be pushed forward from the Queen, and that'll allow the Spine Crawler to move forwards. And
a Spine Crawler rush? Is this for real right now?
It's legit, man. It's happening as probes get pulled off the line. Space Marine's dealing with this very well, though, I feel. 2 cannons.
Yeah.
These probes, the Zealot.
Oh, one probe going down right there. Second Zealot just finished up as well. Queen is going to be able to get in here. He's trying to basically get that that Spine Crawler burrowed right at the bottom of the ramp so it can start hitting Zealots. But here we go. The cannons are finishing up, and this should put a halt to this for now.
Yeah, these 2 cannons are absolutely... They're huge in this game.
Yeah, he's droning up as well. Yeah. He's actually droning up the opponent's base. What?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm calling the opponent's base, but it's not really.
I mean, because he can't really push down. He can't kill the Spine Crawler, right? He doesn't have the DPS for that just yet, so he may as well just kind of take away some minerals from his opponent later in the game. And one of the other really annoying things here is that creep spread is going to be all the way on the other side of the map. It's going to take him a very long time to clean up, because he has to get an Observer or an Oracle out to have that mobile detection.
So what's the plan right now if you're Space Marine? I mean, he's adding on more cannons. He's basically ensuring that he doesn't die to this, but, I mean, what's the follow-up?
I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, I don't know what the best option is. Maybe add on gateways and attack, but he's invested so much defensively. Maybe a Warp Prism could do a lot, because, again, Red's very much so focused at kind of the front here. There's a lot of different... I mean...
So many cannons.
Yeah, he has... The thing is, he has 2 bases, and Ret is... going to kill off this probe, which is trying to scout that gold base which Ret has taken. I mean,
fair enough, though. Like, we've been hyping up Red quite a bunch so far, but I gotta actually hand it to Space Marine right now of handling with this. I mean, he didn't really take any damage other than 3 workers. I mean, your opponent built a hatchery in your base, pretty much. I mean, if we consider this his side of the map. Oh my god, he's actually making so many drones right there right now. It almost looks BM, but it's actually a legit follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the worst that can happen for Ret is he loses some mining time as he runs these drones back
that's
home.
true. That's true.
So, again, I don't really know what the best follow-up is for Space Marine. 2 more gates, +1's on the way. But again, like, what is the long-term plan? I mean, he's on 2 bases, so he can do a lot. But
we see the gold base as well. Wow, I actually completely missed that. But meanwhile, Red decided to take the gold base below his, well, I guess natural. So he's just gonna have a crazy economy right now, and he's just casually following it up with a lair. We don't see a Roach Warren yet. We don't really see the tech path that he decides to choose, but I mean, I would assume it's either gonna be Hydras or Roaches right now, or maybe even Mutas. No, I don't think it's gonna be Mutas. That'd be weird.
He's only got 3 gases, so I don't think he can really afford Mutas. He doesn't really have much gas saved up or anything right now.
Nice little scout right there by Red as well, noticing those extra gateways.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 gates on 2 base, so it's not really super important though. So it's kind of weird because, I mean, with this Robo coming up, I think Space Marine maybe just chronos out a couple of Immortals and maybe he just tries to attack.
This is so confident though by Red, because most Zerg players will be getting a Roach Warren right now. I mean, he's basically cutting a corner right there, and it turns out to actually be a pretty legit guess. I mean, obviously it's not really much of a guess here, but it's actually like something that most Zerg players would get down as soon as possible. And there we see the choice of tech that Red wants to be going for. The Hydralisk Den is going down in the main base.
We see that Warp Prism on the way out for Space Marine as well, and that could be very, very important if you can get across the map and just stop doing some damage. But I mean, a few links positioned.
He's gonna find the gold. He's gonna find the gold right here.
Yeah, he is indeed. So.
Whoop. And he's gonna be very disappointed right now. He's gonna be very sad.
It's kind of interesting. What does he pick up in this Warp Prism? 2 Zealots, a Stalk, and a Sentry. So he's not looking to really kind of force field the ramp or anything, or not for
Hydras is gonna be out. Yeah, he's just gonna pick off an Overlord. Wow. I mean, a couple of Zealots being warped in right now. Those don't fit in that Warp Prism anymore. So.
I mean, what he is doing is he's just
workers. Oh my god. Like, excuse me, I'm coming through, going for the gold.
I mean, I don't know what to make of this game. There's 3 Spine Cores for Ret, which aren't going to be a part of this game at all. And Space Marine's just kind of go everywhere. He's sending freeze
Yeah.
outs towards the goal. He's heading towards the main with everything else.
I mean, he
Can
still
make
can't
this work?
leave, though. He can't leave.
No, he
his
can't.
main.
He's stuck on 2 bases, so he really has to make something work from here. But he is going to be able to get force field on the ramp, and that means there's Hydras here. That's kind of the worst timing possible for Space Marine.
Oh, missing the force field as well. That's not ideal.
Yeah, he has to get out. He can't really commit to anything. He's going to see that, well, essentially the 4th base coming in
This
for
must
red.
be a frustrating game so far. I mean,
He's moving down the ramp with Immortal a couple of sentries, and he's going to be able to take this down, and I think he will be able to finally shut down this base. But again, Red's already mined so much from this. He's already kind of, profited in so many ways.
yeah. So this is the lost mining
he
time
needs
that
to
we
get
were
rid of
talking about.
drones. There we go.
He's going to be able to kill quite a lot right now, and I actually quite like the transition that we see from Space Marine as well. We see the robotics bay going down. We see a couple of Immortals and Blink on the production tab as well. He's got to be careful though. He could actually lose this army. Wow. Radis actually doesn't want to run the workers. Where's the Hydras? The Hydras are coming.
Why is he sending his workers back to the same base?
Oh my
This is
god.
a bit crazy, yeah, but yeah, the Hydras are coming, so actually this isn't that big of an army. This Immortal is going to go down.
He recalled literally about 4 meters. Like,
He did, but he lost the Immortal in the process as
Yeah.
well. Like, that's huge. That's like a major part of
my
his
God.
army. He
And
kills the base, but...
before the first Colossus were started up, the Hive is already almost done. I mean, Vipers are gonna come into play very shortly. Could even go for Ultralisk just to break the force field on the ramp.
This isn't good for Space Marine anymore. He lost his Warp Prism.
I wouldn't say
like,
so, no.
yeah. Like, I think with the Warp Prism on the map, he had the potential to do something, but now I don't know. I mean, there's a Hive on the way. Vipers are gonna come out. I mean,
Yeah.
one Colossus, the Vipers are just gonna laugh. And he still can't take his fitness because there's creep
Oh, he's
and
gotta
lava.
be careful with this army actually. There's only 1 sentry. He doesn't have a whole lot. Mothership Core also not here. He could actually just lose so many Stalkers here.
Yeah, this
Ooh,
is
the
dangerous.
Colossus.
There's Blink, but I mean, there's just so many Zerglings. Hydra's coming in from the top side as well. That Immortal is isolated. The Colossus will help a lot, but already a pretty good trade, honestly, from
Yeah,
Rex,
that was pretty good actually.
Although I don't know,
Yeah,
actually.
I quite like that for Space Marine. He still has
Yeah,
a
me
sizable
too.
army. Obviously, can't be overconfident. In the end, there is only it's only 3 base against 2 base right now. And while this was pretty one-sided so far for Red, we do see
He's
that
gonna
the
catch these
Colossus don't really
Hydras.
have much.
These Hydras are going to engage in the middle of the map, and this
Ooh, he's gonna
Colossus is going
lose
to
them.
come in as well. Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of these Hydras
Wow.
and a couple more on top of that. So Space Marine pushing across the map, he kind of has to make something happen now.
Yeah.
I mean, Vipers are about to pop out, and they'll help a lot. Again, them Abducts are going to be absolutely huge in this.
Yeah,
but
he's heading for the gold base right now. Do we see a War Prism anywhere? Now, there's actually a probe moving out right now as well to make sure that there's a pylon that they can use to warp in from. But this is indeed on a timer right now. I mean, as soon as the Roach speed finishes up and the +2 attack and the Hydra speed, I mean, what's he going to do? The Vipers are going to be able to abduct these Colossus, get rid of them, and at that point, this fight is going to be very one-sided. So there's definitely, only a small timing window. We actually see the gold base being taken from Space Marine as well.
yeah, I think that's the better choice here because I
Wow.
mean he has to do something it feels as though he has to do something a little bit drastic to get back. Yeah, this makes this very risky, of course. No real way to retreat. Blinks on top of this army. There's nice blinding cloud though. That's huge, and the Abduct as well. And it looks as though Red might just about be able to turn this around, but he is running out of Roaches and Hydras, and there's another Colossus arriving.
To be fair, this is a perfect follow-up for Space Marine. He's getting rid of everything that is going on right here. And while he ended up losing a Colossus and a couple of Gateway units, I mean, that's nothing he can't come back from. If he's going to lose those Vipers, that would be huge.
Yeah, he's gonna just get away. Oh my god, 2 8 points there. Space Marine is making this work. I mean, the supplies are very, very close, and he's got Zealot at
Oh
side
no,
of
he's
it
going
at
to lose
gold.
all of these drones as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's fighting Zealots with drones. That's not ideal at all. He's lost a lot already, and this one Colossus is just kind of untouchable. The Vipers aren't around because they're kind of
what a
getting more energy.
turnaround. What a
It's not over
turnaround
yet,
right
though.
here.
That's the thing. This could still kind of go either way. Ray has so much money in the bank he's not using. Stalkers blink forwards in the main base, and drones are being pulled once again.
Yeah, he's going to be able to obviously just blink to the low ground as soon as he feels necessary, and there we go. Picking off a couple of Roaches once against these Zerglings, though. They will be able to get these units down if he isn't careful. Well, he's going to be able to reinforce it with the Colossus. And crazy scrappy game so far, but got to keep in mind that gold base has finished up for the Protoss player as well. And while there aren't any workers at it yet, it could definitely come into play shortly.
Space Marine has more and more units coming across the map. These Stalkers in particular is nice. Well,
No, he
Duck
doesn't
doesn't do
have
much. Yeah,
doesn't
another
have enough.
Colossus. Red doesn't have enough at all. Space Marine's going to force the GG.
Oh, whoa! What happened there? Very well played by
Well,
Space
honestly, I
Marine.
don't know
Wow.
what happened for the entire 17 minutes of that game, but that has to be one of the weirdest games I've cast in a very long time because the initial strategy didn't work from Red. That's a strategy which isn't just meant to put you in that position. It's meant to kind of win the game or put you in a severe advantage, and it really didn't do that. It made Space Marine look like he was kind of in a weird position, but he dealt with it very well. And Red just didn't quite have enough in the end to be able to deal with it all. It was a very weird game, honestly.
It was a very weird game, yes.
It's crazy.
I mean, I would not say that's the standard on that map.
No. Well, I mean, we were talking about, weird things can happen with gold bases, but I think we didn't expect,
Yeah. The Colossus being a little bit too cost efficient right there in the end, and just throwing these little armies at it really didn't help.
I wonder
cleaning up the Protoss.
I wonder if Red just sat back a little bit more and gave up that forward base a little bit sooner and just built up his army and didn't engage in the middle of the map so often.
Hang on to it a little
Yeah, I think he felt as though he had got himself a good lead, whereas really he was kind of a little bit like, he wasn't as much in the lead as he thought he was maybe.
Well, at some point he was like 60 supply up though, so you would say he's in a nice position. But looks like the players are ready. Let's jump into the game.
I've got no idea what we just witnessed.
No, there was a pretty crazy game number 1 here.
Coda going to be the next map, which is a lot more standard. I'd be surprised if we saw anything too crazy on this here.
It's actually like that last game was so well played by SpaceMarine. I'm actually a little surprised about exactly how that went. I mean, did he make any mistakes during that game? Honestly, did he make any major mistakes? He dealt with the aggression early on very well. He dealt with the pressure at the third base as well. He picked off the armies very, very smartly as well.
I feel as though the only thing we could have seen him do better was the control of the warp prism. Because that's actually something which he got out very early, but never really achieved anything with.
That's true.
He sent a couple of zealots here. They got dealt with very quickly initially. Initially, Ret was all over him in terms of clearing up that warp prism, clearing up the harassment. It was the main army of Space Marine which Ret was unable to deal with. As it's not going to be Coda. We're going to be going on to Iron Fortress, which is a pretty good map for Zerg. I'm surprised Space Marine didn't veto this. I imagine
it's hard to take a third base on this, but I mean, if it's going to be if it's going to be one of those series, I mean, he's not going to need a third base.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if he's got something planned for this. I'm kind of intrigued as to what map, who picked which map. Because I definitely feel as though this would have been Ret's map pick. But for Space Marine not to veto it means he must have some kind of idea as to what he would like to do.
I mean, there are plenty of 2-base all-ins to work from. This map in general, for anyone being not aware of it, it has a relatively easy to take natural, but the third and fourth bases are a little bit further out, so it becomes very difficult. It's Iron Fortress. It's usually kind of tough for a Protoss player to take that third base and to actually keep that third base. Now, that obviously immediately means that the Zerg has a relatively easy time on that map, because, well, hey, they can take an expansion a lot earlier, and they don't need to worry about, losing it early on. I mean, what's going to be out for a Protoss player? Just a couple of Zealots at most, and he can deal with that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Obviously, if he didn't veto it, he definitely has his strategy planned on this map, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be some sort of 2-base all-in.
Yeah, definitely. Something I've seen a lot of Protoss players do on this map sometimes is kind of like a Warp Prism 7 gate or something like that. Something where you just try and hit the main base or something. Because again,
Ret is a little too good for that, though.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. It's a tough map. I'm very intrigued as to how Space Marine is going to approach this. Now, I mean, he definitely can take a third base, but it is going to be hard. So, again, how is he going to try and take that? If that's what he wants to do, will he just all in? I mean, what spawns are we going to get is going to define a lot of this as well. Is it going to be easy to push straight up, straight down? No, it's not, because we come into cross spawns.
Definitely. So in the top left corner, wow, talk about spawn positions right here. In the top left corner, we got the purple Protoss player currently being 1-0 up. It's going to be none other than SpaceMarine.
Down in the bottom right-hand corner from Team Liquid, we have our red Zerg player, our Dutchman, trying to make his way through to that winners match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ret.
Definitely a fan favorite, I would say right here.
You could say that.
A little bit. I mean, it's the Dutch StarCraft League after all, right? It's not like the Danish StarCraft League. Fair enough.
That's very true. Yeah. It could stand for both, though. I mean,
it's like a home crowd right here.
DSCL, isn't it?
That's it's like a new meaning to DSCL.
Maybe they'd have to change.
What other countries do we have with a D? Did I put you on the spot right there? I didn't mean to.
Deutschland.
The Deutsch StarCraft League. There we go. That works.
Kind of, in a way. I can't think. There must be another country that begins with D. There'll be some really obvious one that we're just missing.
Yeah.
And everyone's like screaming at us on Twitch like, oh,
yeah, I'm sorry, idiot. Twitch chat. We're very dumb. We just commentate games. Anyways, so we see a cross spawn location right here. We just talked about how it's difficult to take a third base. Especially in these spawn locations, I would say it's very difficult to take a third base. I mean, where is he going to take it? Is he going to take it towards the right side of the map or towards the left side of the map? Either way, he's expanding towards his Zerg, which is not really what you're hoping to do.
Yeah, I think he would take it towards the right-hand side here. But very interesting, he has opened up a forge, so it looks as though he actually wants to try and maybe cannon rush here early on.
Ooh, man.
But
Ooh,
he's
he
pulling
is.
his probe back.
We see a
Oh, no,
hatchery
he's got it back,
first.
oh.
We see a hatchery into a gas, into a pool. Oh, this is the
This-
greediest Zerg opener, and we see the most aggressive opener for SpaceMarine.
This is going to be very difficult to deal with for Red, because he's not even got an Overlord nearby, you know, he's got absolutely no
man.
idea about this. One cannon on the way down.
He doesn't know. He doesn't see. He's not scouting with a drone. I've been watching a lot of Red games, and he always puts the drone out here. There we go. We finally see the drone going down to the low ground, but that first cannon is going to be almost done.
Yeah, it's way too late. He can't even, at this point, he can't even pull drones to begin dealing with this.
No,
he
no,
really can't. So I think what he has to do is just send this drone out on the map, try and take a hatchery elsewhere.
And these are some scrappy games that we're witnessing right here. I mean, yeah.
But
I mean, I'm expecting he's going to cancel at least one of those
Oh,
cannons.
he loses that drone. That's a little bit of a shame. He has got another drone on the way out, and again, he will want to try and, you know, get a hatchery out somewhere. He can't just play this on one base. You know, that's going to be kind of the least ideal situation possible. So this probe's going to put up a pylon though, and this drone cannot make a hatchery.
Man, Red must not be happy right now. He must be feeling pretty awful, especially
So-
after losing a game where you had a pretty solid lead.
If this probe gets a pylon block on this other base,
What's he do?
What do you do as a Zerg player from there?
What I would do is probably go for like a Nidus all-in off of one
Yeah.
base or something silly like that.
But surely that's so predictable, right? Like
It is. That's the problem with it, and he doesn't actually have his overlords in a good position for that
I'm really
either.
surprised he doesn't drop that other pylon.
Yeah.
I really feel as though he's just got everything to gain from dropping it. I mean,
He can just cannon rush this once again, though. I mean, the spawning pool is done right now, but he doesn't have any Zerglings on the way.
Red's already got a Rotron about to finish up here, so he's got Red has a lot of gas in the bank. So he's going to be able to afford 8 roaches right off the bat, and I mean, I guess he could maybe, I don't know what he does. I don't know if he just avoids these cannons and goes straight across the map, or whether he actually just fights them. He's actually only making 2 roaches right now. There we go, another one on the way. Is that just because he doesn't have lava? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting game right now. You got to keep in mind that those are still pylons, right? So if he goes for any kind of gateway aggression, be it Blink Stalker, be it any kind of Zealot push, these pylons that they are powering the photon cannons rather are going to be very useful as well. This is so annoying for a Zerg player to deal with, because where do you keep your army? You're always going to have to split it up, and at some point it's going to be very hard to hold on to. Obviously, SpaceMarine right now has the option to just simply transition to that all-in that we talked about, and like 2 base all-in, definitely an option right now. I mean, it's gonna be going in his advantage, I would assume. Right now, we'll see exactly though what he's planning to do. Interesting wall here. What is this? Putting the cybercore behind the pylon. Well, fair enough.
I think he realizes that something aggressive may come his way, and he realizes that pylon's going to be quite the weak point, really. So I think he's just already saving himself here. Red does bypass the cannon, so he's just going to go across the map and attack here, it seems. But he is droning up as well.
Wait. Did he actually see that these roaches were moving across the map? Did he have vision of that? I mean,
he must have. Yeah, he has to have vision. So
yeah, but he's not doing anything. He's not adding on cannons. He's only adding on 1 sentry. I mean, 1 sentry is not going to beat this.
The thing is,
he must not have noticed. He must not have noticed the units. Where's the cannons?
I don't know.
Oh my god, these are from very, very scary roaches. We got 9 in total, and for the Protoss player, in total we got 1 Zealot and 1 Sentry. Now the Zealot is, trying to hold position right there, but I mean, 1 cannon is not going to be enough. He can do crazy amounts of damage here.
Yeah, these roaches are going to be
here
able
we
to do
go.
a lot. That Zealot's on its way down already. Force field plays very, very quickly.
Oh,
but
the micro.
Yeah, the
That
cannons,
was beautiful.
the cannon's just going to fall though, and
Oh
now
my
what?
god.
This just has to. I mean, SpaceMarine just must not have seen it somehow, and
Oh
it's just going
my
to GG
god.
right there.
I mean, I have a pretty good understanding of Zerg versus Protoss, but this is not really part of it. These are some weird games that we're witnessing right here, but solid victory by Red. And even though SpaceMarine had vision of those roaches moving out, he must have not just noticed. Like, he must have just not seen it. He was chrono boosting out a sentry. I mean, that's not going to do much.
It's a very difficult series to cast when you've got no idea what's going on, isn't it? Like,
so what do we see the last game? Like, 6 pool into double proxy gateway? Like,
maybe. The one thing that could maybe be crazy is if we see a game on Inferno pools, and it's not going. It's going to be Coda.
It's going to be Coda. It is going to be Coda. So
surely this is going to be a standard game. Surely.
See, the thing is, I would assume that Zerg, like Red is the superior macro player, right?
I'm going to go out there. I'm going to say Red just goes straight up double Roachhorn build. With
double Roachhorn build?
It's amazing. With Roach speed and tunneling close. I'm calling it now. That's what I feel he does here.
I don't think so. If he's going to make any double buildings, it's going to be double hatchery early on.
This is my call. I'm not
Okay.
confident this is going to be a standard game.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll see. We'll see. Well, we are already in the lobby. Like we mentioned, it is going to be Coda LE. So very apparently we're going double roach for it. I don't really know. So what's the Protoss going to do? Like, do you have some sort of fancy strategy for Protoss as well?
Pros, builds, pylons.
Pylons.
I don't know. I think
Gateway
Space
units.
Marine just goes for a very standard kind of one gate expand, couple gates, forge, take the third base off of Twilight. I don't think he does that. I think this is straight up standard. I don't think anyone messes around here.
Yeah.
I think Space Marine. I think Ret goes pool first. I think Space Marine goes gate first.
Yeah,
Straight up standard.
Just safe play from both places.
I think Red's going to build his hatcheries on their own side of the map.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for anyone only just now tuning in, game number 1, we saw... Wait, oh yeah, we saw Red's taking his opponent's third base. Very interesting, into a gold expansion. Game number 2, we saw a cannon rush into a roach run by. It was some very wonky games right here, but we are, in the meantime, in the game. Would you be so kind to introduce the first player?
All right, in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, let's see if he can win this third game to move on into that winner's match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Red.
And in the top left corner of the map, we have none other than SpaceMarine. There we go. Get some SpaceMarine hype going. Now it's interesting. The winner of this game is going to go on to the winner's match, which is going to be Guru, well, versus whoever wins this one. That's going to be sick.
I think if Space Marine goes through, I think Guru wins. Because Guru has had some incredible CVP lately. He's beaten Bling, he's beaten Wellmu in these qualifiers that we've had recently. He has been beating Protoss players all over the place. If Ret goes through, I'm quite confident that Ret has really good ZVZ right now.
I'm still so impressed by Guru in the last games, honestly. Like the series before this one, if you haven't checked it, go watch it like after this or something. Like it's insane. I was just very
It was
impressed
a
by
mech
that
game
CVT.
that was fun to watch.
Yeah, he basically just decided to play Mutiling Bane against Mech and just win. Anyways, looks like our predictions are relatively okay so far. We see like the safest opener for Red right here, going for a 14 or 15 gas into a 15 or 14 spawning, no, 14 spawning pool right there. And we see a gateway expand from...
This isn't just safe, this is aggression. You know, this is very early speed. This is, I'm going to move across the map and attack you with speed lanes pretty darn fast, so you better be ready for it. And Space Marine isn't scouting just yet, which is really, really bad for him. If he doesn't know this is coming, I imagine this probe's going to go scout now after the Nexus.
He did actually scout in the previous 2 games. So, interesting decision from Red.
Yeah. It's, but I feel like this build is very good anyways, because you're almost guaranteed to force your opponent into either a fast wall off or something, so cutting probes to get that up. So, especially on kind of a ramp which is kind of a little bit wider than usual here on Coda. So
yeah, and it says like safe to cheese as you possibly get. I mean, if there was any kind of gateway aggression happening, he would easily be able to clean this up. So there we go. We see the metabolic boost being researched immediately. We see the Queen on the production tab and 4 Zerglings. Likely going to follow us up with a expansion on the low ground very shortly. Now this is something that we saw every single game in Wings of Liberty. Like this used to be the standard for like a year. And obviously, you know, Red has been around for a long time. He knows exactly how to play these kind of builds. We do see him go up to 6 Zerglings right there, actually.
This is very aggressive right from the get-go. And in fact, this Nexus is maybe in a little bit of trouble. There's a Zealot on the way out. I think the real plan here for Red is going to be, with these 6 Zerglings, he wants to really deny. In fact, we see the Nexus cancelled.
Wow, Nexus cancel into double gateway right there. That is worth it right now. I don't think Red is going to do anything. No, he's following it up with drones. He's like, okay, you cancelled your base. LOL, I will just make drones now.
I mean, these first 6 Zerglings, I think the initial plan for them is to kind of get across here and deny the wall coming up at the natural. So when speed kicks in, he can just flood through. But having already cancelled the Nexus, he's already done what he would want to do. But
yeah, Red is happy here. This is actually, he could easily play macro here. I mean, what did he commit? 6 Zerglings, a little bit of a later expansion. That's something that people did for years. This is totally fine. He's going to follow this up with more drones. And in the meantime, he's just getting a queen. And if his opponent doesn't have an expansion, he's going to be very, very happy.
And I mean, he's going to have Zergling speed to hunt down pylons in case Space Marine gets aggressive from this position.
Is this a 3-gate expo? We saw this in Wings of Liberty, I swear.
I think it has to be. I don't think he really... I don't think he just all-ins from this point. I think he does expand. But the thing is, if you expand off a 3-gate expo, you can move across the map and be aggressive, right? But
no, not really. It's going to be a massive commitment if you do that. So
he's going to have a recall, though, soon enough.
Yeah, he's actually chrono boosting out the warp gate as well, so he may be planning on some sort of aggression.
Maybe he's just going to attack. But he's building probes too. There's a Stargate. Wow, this is just going to be 3-gate Stargate.
3-gate Stargate off of one base. That's practically all in.
Well, can I just say, one thing we've accomplished here is that Rhett has finally taken his own natural
That's
in one of these
pretty
games.
impressive. I'm actually, yeah.
That,
I'm actually
that's
quite
something we've
surprised
not
here.
seen yet.
He's droning. He's actually making drones still, yeah. He's just happy. He's a happy Zerg right now.
I mean, that's the natural.
Is he gonna go Void Ray as well? Is it gonna be like 3-gate Zealot Void Ray? Is that literally what's gonna happen?
I don't know.
Is this a Nexus cancel? I wouldn't even be surprised. He could go for the Nexus cancel. Force field! Oh, he's gonna hit it! Oh, there we go.
He probably could have gone to the main base there and really scouted and seen that Stargate,
Yeah.
but it didn't seem like he was too interested. He is sending an Overlord in here now
Alright,
anyways.
Phoenix. Oh no, it's
gonna be
actually
an
gonna be Oracle. Cool.
I think this is...
Alright,
weird.
I think they're just gonna follow this up with completely standard play though. Red is actually scouting around right now.
That's a brave thing to say in this series.
But he sees the Stargate right now, and the expansion is finally up as well. And while this was a pretty wonky early game, I would say there's not very much to worry about right now. He did notice the gateways as well, so we do see a Roach Warren this time around, which is actually a very smart follow-up. But he's getting the third base in the meantime as well. So, you know, I think they're actually going to make more than 30 workers this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're surprised as well.
Yeah, we might actually get past 10 minutes without the game
No.
looking completely ridiculous.
No.
I mean, once this Nexus finishes for the pros player, we're looking pretty normal for now. I mean, third hatch on the way up for the Zerg, a couple of roaches out, Oracle going to try and grab some damage. Not going to get too much done. He targets this Queen as well, not the way he wants to do things, and gets absolutely nothing done there.
Yeah, so what is the plan right now for SpaceMarine? He's actually promising out a Void Ray right now as well, after getting a couple of Oracles. Interesting. Usually you see people switch a little bit faster into something like a robotics facility, you know, to get out some Immortals, to at the very least deal with some sort of Hydra Zergling timing push and eventually go up to Colossus and whatnot. Right now, he seems to be just sticking with the Void Ray.
I wonder, okay, there's a Forge. So I was about to say, I wonder if this still is some kind of like 2-base all in from him, but with Forge coming down, he's going to start upgrading, and I mean, I guess just head towards the third base at some point. I feel as though the Void Ray is because he doesn't have anything to deal with roaches now.
Yeah, maybe.
And
yeah.
so he needs something at home to be able to really like start targeting them down throughout the game.
Yeah, he's actually queuing up a second one as well, though. It's a second Void Ray
I mean,
on the way.
there's a lot of roaches, right? And I assume he's seen them with the Oracles because he's been constantly in there. He's seen them popping out. So I think he's just kind of thinking of his own safety right here. I mean, he doesn't even have a wall to buy time, so he really does need something
so there we go.
to start dealing the damage. And yeah,
Immediately activating the prismatic alignment right there, picks off one of the roaches, and it basically just forces Red to go back home. So in the meantime, we see an evolution chamber go down. We already actually see the lair being done as well. No roach speed on the way yet, interestingly enough. He decides to, oh, well, there we go. He decides to actually first wait for the evolution chamber to finish up. Fair enough. But he's going to be making a couple of Zerglings, likely for some scouting around it to potentially cancel that third base. In the meanwhile, we see a Void Ray hunting some Overlords.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, as a Zerg player, what do you kind of expect in this situation? Red's actually supply blocked here. 4 Overlords about to finish, but aggressive pylon coming forwards. I mean, there's potential to get something done here as Oracle's coming in towards this third base, which is protected only by Queens, no spores. And
is he actually going to be aggressive here? I feel like this is so risky.
it has to be a fake out, right? Like, I think he might warp in, but like he can just recall.
Yeah, no, Red is just going to overrun this right now. He doesn't want to deal with this.
Well, the Zerglings are
He's
going to go
making
down.
drones behind. So confident.
This is actually kind of crazy because SpaceMarine's kind of pushing this back.
Yeah, he's waiting for the Hydra Den though. Hydra Den will be finished up very shortly. He got plenty of Overlords for supply. Queen's being added on right now as well, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be warded off relatively easily as well. Interestingly enough, we don't see a third base yet for SpaceMarine. It's very late.
Yeah, I mean, he took his natural very late as well. And
there we go. Oh no, actually, that's a Zealot.
I think maybe he's just cleaning out before he sends a probe over there. There's Blink only just coming
There
in
we
now,
go.
and I mean, +1's only just coming up now too.
Ooh,
So
he can spread creep though on that base if he's paying attention to it. There we go. He's gonna do that immediately. This is like magical right now, man.
So this is painful for SpaceMarine because we just said that third base is already
Yeah.
late, and I think he realizes he can't delay it any further, so he's going to come and take in the forward position, which isn't ideal when it comes to defending because it's a lot harder to defend. In
Okay.
fact, now he turns away.
Couple of Oracles in the main. He may be able to do a little bit of damage with this, trying to pick off a drone or two, and he actually gets a couple as well. So I guess that's better than nothing. But he's gonna have a pretty hard time, you know, dealing with the Zerg forces right now. He's actually still not having that third base though. That's gonna take about 40 seconds or so to actually dissipate completely. So that's a massive delay, and it may have actually forced, you know, SpaceMarine into some sort of semi-all-in, at the very least to, you know, do something. If you look at the income tab right now, it's a massive advantage for Red.
Rat winning a little bit of a fight down here as well, and the only thing left for SpaceMarine is that one Void which is trying to retreat right now. Two Immortals. I don't think this is enough for Ret to really push that third base. I think SpaceMarine does have enough here. Just needs to make sure to fight kind of everything at the same time.
Gotta be careful though, these Immortals deal very easily with all of these roaches, and this could easily go either way. There's no sentries in this fight though, which makes this kind of interesting. There's no force fields to really worry about. So here we go, the engagement is gonna start off right here. Zealot's going to town, or the Stalker's going to town right there on the roaches. Looks like they both decided that they didn't really want to take that fight, and just both sat back a little longer.
These Hydras just deal so much DPS, and
there is double time warp though, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, these Hydras need to be careful because there's nothing to tank for them, and they're very squishy units. So they are backing off right now, which is the best idea. But they're going to start, getting attacked, and they have to turn around and fight. But again, the DPS on them is insane.
Yeah, so we actually see the Hive already finished up for Red. I've seen him a couple times switching into Ultralisk. I don't think this is really a game where he wants to do that, but Vipers would be a great addition right now as well. So there we can see the first Viper. Timing this out beautifully, actually. We just see the first Colossus popping out right now. And the timing on this is, yeah, it's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, he's going to be able to have pretty strong timing here. And I mean, there's Temple Archives down, so there's feedbacks available, but them feedbacks are going to have to be on point to be able to shut down the Vipers here.
It's going to be really tough to do. We see a couple of Zerglings in the meantime, trying to, potentially get some sort of damage done later. Fourth base has already finished up for Red. He's not mining from it, just now, but he will be able to very shortly. No fourth base yet taken for the Protoss player. He just barely gets the third base up and going. But there we go. Couple of Zerglings running in. We'll be able to pick off a couple of workers, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just runs them out in a second.
He's doing so much damage here. 5 workers killed, and continuing to increase 7. And he gets away with the Zerglings as well. This was a nice little attack from Red.
Yeah.
Loses nothing, gains a lot. Really
so
nice.
Red is actually close to maxing out right now. He does have the option to go for a bit of a push right when those +2 missile upgrades finish up, which is in about 30 seconds from now. Obviously, he can reinforce with something like Zerglings or something like Roaches, and that will be very powerful. We do see energy on the Vipers right now as well. They have the maxed out energy, so they can go for some abducts. Obviously, having 2 each right now, dealing with plenty of these units. Just a little scary against those High Templar.
The Protoss army is starting to get into really good shape as well.
That's true,
I mean,
yes.
he's getting Storm plus Freeze on the way. If he can survive this first wave, which isn't going to be easy, then he's going to be in a good spot afterwards. But again, it's going to be very difficult to survive this first attack incoming from Red right now. His army is huge, it's maxed out. He's picking off an Oracle here and there as well. And these Colossi need to be very careful with where they go. And the first one gets abducted forwards.
Ooh, we see no muscular augments though on these Hydras. Wow! That's a huge pickoff right there. But if SpaceMarine manages to hold on, he will be able to chase these Hydras down every single day of the week. This is going to be real scary though. No more energy on those Vipers.
I don't think there's DPS anymore for our Protoss player. I mean, one Colossi is very effective against Hydralisks. We saw that in game 1, but against this number of Hydralisks...
Oh, the Storm! The Storm upgrades get picked off right there, so that means there's not going to be any of that in this game, at least for now.
I mean, I don't think there's a way back from this. For SpaceMarine, he's in a very tough position. He can't really move down his ramp. He's trying to control, but he's losing absolutely everything in the natural. The next is gone. He's losing an Archon on the high ground, and just a handful of Stalkers is dealing with his army right now. And the third base going to be under attack momentarily as well. Red is everywhere, and he is crushing through this army. GG!
Very, very, very well done right there. Clean game. Really not making any flaws during that one, and I gotta hand it to Red for that game. Very, very well played. Obviously an interesting series. I mean, game 2 could have easily been a loss. I mean, he literally ran past the pilot. I was like, don't see me, don't see me, please. And he got the victory out of that one. But yeah, very cool series.
What is completely different to what we've seen all day long here, to say the least. And Red moves on to play against Guru.
Yeah.
In that ZVZ, which is going to be very exciting. I believe that's going to be our next matchup.
I believe so, yes.
So that's that is exciting. So Red versus Guru to see who advances to tomorrow's semi-finals.
Yeah. So Red actually tweeting about Guru a couple of times, talking about how good he is, and actually asked him whether or not he think he could win. And he said he could easily win, easy. But he seems to
he's on the Guru hype train as well.
Yeah, he's on the Guru hype train.
Everyone's on the Guru hype train.
So we'll see. We'll see
it's
exactly what's going to happen.
Awesome. Wow.
Don't know if we have a winners interview lined up like we had in the last series,
I don't think we do.
No.
I think we're just going into a break, are we?
I don't know if we're going into
Yes.
a break.
Yes, we are.
Oh, we are going into a break. Cool. So I'll see you guys on the other side.
Making things is in our DNA. For 23 years, we've brought together some of the brightest minds in the computer industry to create and build new technologies and products that push the limits of PC building. But now, Cooler Master is looking beyond DIY, beyond just doing it yourself, to a more ambitious future where we're driven by the desire to reinvent the ways PCs are designed, made, bought, and used. We spent the last few years constructing our muse, our blueprint for technology and the next generation of computing. And the master concept is the first step. We collaborated with a team of world-class case modders and power users to combine our conception of the ultimate modular case with their expertise and vision. After brainstorming, hands-on testing, and countless feedback sessions, the master concept was born. And with it, a new direction for Cooler Master's future products.
What I am surprised with from day one, coming into, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a Taiwan case company, normally you'd think really rigid, we've done this a certain way for 20 years. You've blown me out of the water. I'm in shock of what I've seen, and it's great. This needs to happen.
Our master concept is the result of a vision that every person's PC can be unique. And this is a first step in a fundamental reimagining of our relationship with fans and supporters. We're embracing the maker spirit, and we want to reach out to the community to provide them the tools they need to fully express themselves, to give free rein to their creativity.
We've progressed to a point where I think people can, really bring in their own style to it and add value, not just have, a beautiful case, have it be a little more freeform, which is why I'm really excited about having a modular level type design.
It's a dream for me to be working with these guys.
It's a new way of thinking in the computer world.
The community had spoken. We listened. And the master case represents the vanguard of our response. Inspired by the master concept's revolutionary approach to working with the community, it pioneers a new wave of case technology. Fundamental to this is our unique free-form modular system. In the master case, free-form gives you absolute control over how your case looks and functions, opening up new options to create multiple setups like home servers, professional workstations, and even gaming rigs with advanced water cooling and extra long graphics cards. From cases to power, cooling, and peripherals, our products will embrace the concept of offering greater choice and potential for self-expression. We want to give you the flexibility to make it yours.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, just in time. We are here for another game here at the DSCL Open 2015. But first of all, we would like to remind you guys that there's still a Twitter contest going on in which you can win an awesome gaming keyboard.
Get our charming assistant, Frank.
From yes, it is a Cooler Master Octane keyboard. The only thing you need to do in order to win it is to take a screenshot of the stream, doesn't matter what moment, and edit it in a way to, well, basically make it funny.
Yep, and tweet it at DSCL League and CMNL.
Yes, just like it says, like right here.
Thank you, charming assistant. So the next series we're going to be casting is going to be the winners match in Group B.
Exactly.
Very exciting one right here. It's going to be Red versus Guru. Now, Guru might be someone who most of you are not as familiar with.
No.
But this is going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's been making the rounds in this tournament so far, definitely showing that he's worth his money. And I'm really anticipating this to be one of the most exciting matches of the entire tournament, because Red himself, as you mentioned, has been saying how good Guru is.
Yeah.
So
It
should be one for the books.
train. Exactly. Now, obviously, Red has been, he's been having some very solid results, especially recently. Just barely making it to this game, though, and he might be a little bit shaken up from that last series, which he literally played minutes ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very excited for this one. It's going to be a close one. Obviously, going to be a Zerg versus Zerg, which is a very tough matchup to be playing as well. I mean, most of the time you have different options, but it's mainly going to be Roach v Roach.
Yeah, Roach v Roach is definitely one of the more common compositions you see in the mid game, simply because it's so viable in both the early and the mid game, and you don't have to transition as hard of it, into Hydras, or have to make such a big tech switch if you want to go Mutas with a completely different upgrade style, etc., etc. Yeah, I'm anticipating a lot of Roach v Roach action in this matchup. Like, I don't think both players will be going for a lot of Ling style, but then again, we saw against his opponent that in the mech game against Optimus that he didn't mind going with a lot of heavy Lings.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Looks like we are going to go into a quick commercial break, though, while we are setting up the next game.
Yeah, we still need to do some map feed, so just hold on tight, guys. We're going to have for you a really good best of 3 of Red between Red and Guru.
Hi guys, I'm here with SpaceMarine. SpaceMarine. We're in Amsterdam, man.
Yeah.
Amsterdam. First time?
Actually,
It is. Okay, well, I promise you you'll have a good time here. It's also your first time at the DSCL.
yeah.
Right? How are you experiencing the whole thing?
Well, it's very nice, and the people are very nice. The crew is really awesome. They're supporting and trying to help if we need anything. So, kind of, I don't have anything bad to say about it.
Okay. Well, it's not your first live tournament, is it?
No.
I mean, you probably played some in Denmark. You said before you're kind of a big deal now. You've been winning a lot lately. You've been doing pretty good.
Yeah.
However, I feel like not a lot of people know who you actually are, and don't know you from the game that much because you're not seen on that many broadcasts. So, how about you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Hi, my name is SpaceMarine. I'm 21 years old. I play Protoss. I'm currently the best Protoss in Denmark, and I'm going full time in 4 days. I have like 1 exam left.
And you're going full time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dedication, man. That's dedication. Okay. Well, something else, and I think more people notice this. Your name is SpaceMarine. However, you play Protoss. How does that work?
Well, okay, it's actually funny. I was playing Warhammer, and it's not the reason I picked the name Space Marine. I was trying to make a name, and it was all the, when you were a little kid, you had one of the cool names, the Dark Killer, and all the weird stuff.
Yeah, we've all had them.
Yeah, and then in StarCraft, you could only have like 12 letters. I'm like, what the fuck, I can't pick a name. I used half an hour, like 20 names, and I couldn't pick any, then I just went with, well, Space Marines are pretty cool, and just went with that.
Okay.
And I didn't want to change it because it kind of became my identity. So when we change it, so people are gonna.
No, but I think that's really important, especially you programming, right? Okay. Well, we're gonna talk a little bit about your group. You're gonna start your group in a little while.
Yeah.
Anxious? Nervous?
I don't have high expectations.
You don't? I mean, you do have one of the giants of StarCraft in your group, Liquid Red. What's that like?
Well, we have been playing really good lately, and I am kind of scared to face him, but I have prepared like every single day. So hopefully I can take it.
Yeah? You're not afraid of Zerg?
It's my worst matchup.
Yeah, no, there are a lot of Protoss playing about Zerg, but it's the other way around as well, so I'm not really sure it matters that much. Well, as far as the tournament goes, do you have any predictions?
Well, if I make it out of the group, then I'm gonna make it to the finals. Because
sure of that?
Yeah, because if there's no Zergs, then I don't expect to lose.
Okay, so you're pretty confident?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that said, I think we should end this interview. Thank you very much, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you.
Alright guys, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us here at the Dutch StarCraft League. As promised, we have for you an awesome best of 3 coming up between Liquid Red and Guru. And I'd say without further ado, let's get into this game.
Yeah, the game is already ready to go. I'm very excited for this one. Like we talked about, this is going to be the winner's match for group number B. Group B in this tournament, which is, you know, a very exciting one. Guru versus Red, Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah, this should be pretty exciting CVZ, pretty cutthroat, pretty high level. And one of the things that a lot of people have been saying about Guru, including Red himself, like we mentioned, is that he's simply a lot more better than a lot of people would explain. Like this guy plays like 4,000 games a month or something. He's like a machine.
Well, maybe that's a little much. I mean,
yeah, maybe.
Still, he plays a lot of games. Anyways, it is going to be, well, the player that we were just talking about from Extreme Supremacy. It's none other than Guru, who, by the way, apparently took the bus.
It took about 18 hours to get here with his dad. He took the bus with his dad. Took about 18 hours to get all the way over to the Netherlands from Poland. It's pretty insane. And in the top right, we have the guy who didn't have to travel as much as far as his opponent did. He used the red Zerg, he used Liquid Red. Who also has a lot of fans in the house. Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this series. I've already pointed out that I'm very excited. I think I said it. Yeah, I think we might be slightly overdoing it at this point. Yeah, but anyway, Guru in the first series that we saw today, he was going up against a Terran player and he absolutely demolished him. Yeah, he went pretty awesome. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Wasn't even close. I mean, he just played very solid all round, and that's really what ladder games do to you. I mean, at some point, you will just simply start hitting every clean inject. At some point, you will start spreading that creep perfectly, and that's likely what we're going to see in these games as well. Even though, you know, he may not have as much tournament experience, these mechanics are just going to carry him through if he ends up winning this.
Exactly, and that's why so many people use the ladder, you know, as a main form of practice, even at the highest level. Like, of course, if you want to practice specific matchups or situations, then it's obviously a very good idea to go play custom games with teammates.
Yeah.
And here we're going to see one of those situations. Guru went for what I believe would be a 15 pull, and so pretty much a bit of a save. You see, he did that against the Terran player as well, so this is pretty interesting. And he didn't go for...
He goes pull first every time.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is, though. What we noticed in the Zerg vs. Terran that we saw of Guru is that he basically just plays a style that is safe against everything. He doesn't cut the corner, or at least versus Terran he didn't. He gets the Roach Warren no matter what, and he just makes sure that he's safe. So I'm probably expecting him to go for like a Bailing Nest and a Spinecrawler, or at least like something that will allow you to be safe all the way through. Obviously, we've been hyping up Guru a lot right here, though. His opponent is going to be Liquid Red. I mean, most of you will be aware who Liquid Red is. Recently, he's been having some very, very strong results. Obviously, in the Hell It's About Time tournament. And, you know, just doing very, very well.
Yeah, I really wonder if Red has some sort of particular strategy prepared for Guru. Because if Guru is going to play, like you mentioned, you know, Ling Bane opening with a defensive Spinecrawler, then going straight into Roaches would be something that is very good for Red to do. And keep in mind, if you were to do that, you know, then Guru really wouldn't stand all that much of a chance as long as Red hits his timing.
Yeah. Relatively late gas guys so far by Guru. A little interesting right there. It doesn't really mean the biggest of deals. It just means that Red does have the option to be a little more aggressive in this game. Now let's talk about the map for just a second. If we have a quick look at the middle side of it, and this is where some crazy games happen, we see the gold bases. And these gold bases can obviously be taken instead of like the more natural third base. Sometimes we see players spread some creep over towards the middle of the map, and there's definitely some potential in that.
Yeah, we saw in CVC earlier on this same map between Guru and Yona, and Yona at some point decided to take the gold base in the middle, but because of the moves he made with his army and he lost, you know, a lot of stuff, it didn't really end up mattering. But if he had held on to that base and actually gotten like a decent economic advantage out of it, that could have, you know, meant a lot of difference in the game.
Yeah, I believe that was Numshar, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Yona was involved with that.
No, Yona versus Numshar.
Oh, right. Oh, so I was half right.
Yeah, it's in the other group, but fair enough. Doesn't really matter too much. But we'll see. I would actually be kind of surprised if Guru does that. I mean, just from those couple games that I've seen him play, he plays standard. He plays normal. He doesn't really, you know, cut very many tricks, and you can already see it in supply. I mean, you know, it's not the biggest of deals, but there's really no reason right now for Red to lose a couple of a couple of supplies.
I'm not sure if you saw that, but that one Zergling got shot and it just fell over the edge. He got a perfect scout off, by the way, so
very well done.
Red should pretty much know what's going on, and so far that's not a whole lot. Okay, finally we have an Evo chamber and a spine at the front, so definitely a defensive position here for Guru. Looking at Red, he's going into mostly a Ling-based composition, chasing down an Overlord, very wisely running his Lings around the vision of this Overlord, so he doesn't get spotted.
He won't see this. He won't see this until he's already at the front door. And at this point, there's really no defense. He does have the option to get a ramp, though, and it looks like he's setting up for it. Does he hold position in time? Ooh,
no, he
that's all in the
doesn't,
middle.
and he gets this round, but the spine does finish. However, these queens are losing their health rapidly. One transfuse goes down, another goes down. One of the queens down, the other survives, and Red just runs into the main. Is he going to snipe the second queen? Yes, he is. He gets a perfect surround on it, and the drones are hastily pulled in, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is pretty insane right now by Red. Obviously just making Zerglings at a relatively random time, not with lining up with a Bailing Nest or anything. And that is really what gets
Oh
Guru
my god, so many drones are dying. Perfect sneak attack here by Red, and OMG.
See, this is what happens. He is safe against standard. He is safe against super
GG,
normal
and Red
play.
just takes it 1-0.
But this timing right here by Red, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's not a normal timing to
Not
actually
at all.
be making Zerglings.
I'm thinking the same thing, like, who does this? Well, Red, and he did it perfectly.
Bailings are overrated, man. You can just make Zerglings and leave a chamber. That's the way to do this.
I didn't really look at Red's build in detail, but was this like, was he following up with Zerglings? Like, was he all in off of this?
I didn't actually notice that myself either. I would assume he was making drones behind it, or maybe after breaking the queens, he could have followed it up with Zerglings as well.
Yeah.
Either way, you know, it guaranteed him the very first victory. Now, obviously, this is a best of 3, so it's by no means game over yet for Guru. And it looks like the second game is going to be on Coda. Looks like everyone loves Coda.
Everybody loves Coda.
I think we had it in every series so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
With very good reason. And wow, I really wonder what this does with Guru's mindset, because you got to keep in mind, Guru is not an experienced LAN player. On the opposite, you know, he doesn't go to LANs all that often, if at all. So I'm not sure how he's going to be mentally dealing with, you know, just getting destroyed like that all of a sudden in the game. You know, you have to be an experienced tournament player in order to, you know, put that stuff aside and just focus on the next game. On the other hand, if you're a ladder player, you kind of have to have the same mentality. Just going game after game.
Fight match.
Yeah, it's it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, this is sort of what happens a lot to players that play a lot of ladder. They're great against standard builds, but this was kind of awkward, and it immediately caught him off guard. And obviously, chasing away that overlord and then running around the overlord, making sure that he couldn't see the Zerglings until they were already on the opponent's side of the map. Very well done by Red.
Yeah, it's. I really wonder if he particularly practices for Guru, or if this is just something he keeps up his sleeve.
Yeah, maybe.
For particularly this map and this matchup. But let's see if we can get into the next game and just see what's going to go on and what kind of stuff Guru maybe has prepared for Red.
Yeah, I hear beeping. I love those beeps.
It means that there are good things to come for everyone involved.
Yeah,
well, not everyone involved usually. Most people involved. Oh man. So yeah, Coda definitely the staple of this tournament so far. Everyone loving to select it, and you know, Red currently continuing his streak. You know, not just in WCS or the It's About Time tournament, also here at the DSCL, and we have him already in at the top left. We have the green Zerg. He is Guru.
Got some Guru fans in the house right there. Good. And in the bottom right corner, we got his opponent. He's currently 1-0 up. It is going to be none other than Liquid Red.
So once again a two-player map, perhaps another chance here for Red to catch his opponent off guard. So we mentioned how safe Guru played, and I guess he would have been safe as long as he had properly held position those queens.
I think there was one more building that needed to that was needed to complete that wall. It was a little bit hard to call. Obviously, you could have like put a Zergling or like a group of Zerglings in between them as well.
But those don't last forever.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. It's a tough call right there, and I guess all Guru can really do is just put himself over that loss. That's something that everyone can lose to, and it's not really something that you can really get upset over.
No.
Obviously, it does mean that he's 1-0 behind right now, and he has only one more chance.
What I'm really wondering is, from Red's perspective, was this just a gamble? Like, does he not want to play a straight-up game against Guru? Is he afraid of that?
Could be, yeah. There's definitely the chance that is going to be happening. I think it mostly just has to do with him analyzing Guru's playstyle, and obviously being much more of a LAN player himself. He has the time to study those games, and I think it probably just was the result of him being very, very safe. Like right now as well, you can see Liquid Red is going for the hatchery first again. He doesn't really care.
Yeah,
he knows that there's not going to be like a 10 pool happening, or at least he hasn't noticed that is a playstyle that we see a lot.
And we once again see the pull first from Guru. And this might be just the thing that Red managed to exploit in previous game, which is predictableness. You know, if you play the same game, the same style every game, and your opponent knows your style, then you are just open to a complete myriad of troubles that could be coming your way.
Exactly. So we do see the Gas Geyser quite a bit earlier once again for Liquid Red. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the gas being taken right around right now. Yeah, very aggressive.
Really built from Red, I feel. But if Guru just plays safe, then going greedy is the correct response.
There we go. 3 drones in the Gas Geyser as well. He will be able to get some very early Zergling speed going, and that basically allows him to go for a couple of different options. Obviously, he could pull all of the drones out of the Gas Geyser after mining 100, which would be relatively standard, but he also has the option to just simply get that metabolic boost started and then actually add on the Baneling Nest once he hits 50 gas. And at that point, there are countless options on how he can follow this up. So this is quite an interesting build by Liquid Red. Isn't one-sided by any means, so we'll see what happens. But nice little scout right here by Guru, managing to figure out exactly how much gas is mined from that Gas Geyser, and he just actually clicked on the extractor as well, so he knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, he sees 100 has been mined, so he should know that Zergling speed is a very real possibility and is being researched. Interestingly enough, Red is not stopping his gas mining as you would see in a typically more economic opener. So maybe this might be followed up by a Baneling Nest or something like a Roach Warren, which is all a possibility. Neither player really has, definitely showed their respective cards yet. Both players are getting Zergling speed. Guru wisely doing so in response to what is likely the Zergling speed of Red. And yeah, this map and this game is pretty much anyone's for the taking.
I always like watching the supply counts and like super high level mirror matchups, because technically speaking they should be even 100% of the time, and it's just funny to note that Guru seems to have a couple of supply up every time. Well, I say that and obviously he gets one supply up. But
yeah, well that's because they have to commit drones to build bases.
Yeah.
So both players are building a Baneling Nest at the exact same point, and Red has placed his at the natural, and the Overlord of Guru is in position to spot it, so that's huge. At the same time, Guru has placed his in his base, so Red is not aware of the fact that his opponent also has a Baneling Nest. This could have a multitude of consequences. There's actually a couple links on the map for red right now, but I do not feel these are for any other purpose than for just...
Looks like Guru is actually queuing up 6 Zerglings right now. The injects are almost about to pop off. He can use these Zerglings to morph the Banelings in early and follow it up with Pureling himself as well. Looks like he's actually adding on some more drones though.
Yeah,
so it might have just been as a response to seeing those
This
two
might be
Zerglings.
timing, and there's no evolution chambers under construction for red. He does spot his opponent's Baneling nest, so this should be a potential alarm for him that there might be something coming on the way. He's making drones of his own and also making some defensive Banelings, so that's looking all good. But we see what Guru's going to do.
He cancels them. He knows that they won't need them really.
Yeah.
He's nothing to really worry about. He's just simply getting the Roach Horn up right now, trying to save himself that extra 50 gas.
But look at what Guru's doing. He's getting a lair. I think we're going to see Roach.
Well,
for the first time.
That would not be surprising, is there?
No, not at all.
Zerg.
No, we were here cracking our brains like, what's he going to do? Oh, it's Roach.
But that's so good, though. I actually like this. Both players going for a bit of a different early game, but they basically ended up at the same point. And Guru going for that little bit faster over third base right now, already planning it down right now. But you can see Liquid Red's supply already almost, going like 15 supply up right there because of all of these roaches that are in production right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of roaches in production here for red. The question is, will they be spotted by Guru before they actually hit
the Zerglings? The Zerglings are running up right now. He's actually sacrificing the Banelings just to deny that scout. And that alone may already be enough of a tell for Guru.
It may be a tell, but at the same time it doesn't really seem to have any effect because he's already making roaches of his own.
Yep.
Really, the defender's advantage is really what makes the big difference in this fight. Like, if I were red, I would not dare to commit to a fight at my opponent's base right now with with this kind of army.
Yeah, I gotta keep in mind there's no evolution chamber for red at all. So red has to do some sort of damage with this. He does not have any upgrades done. He does never, he never actually researched anything.
And he's reinforcing with Zerglings simply because these get across the map so much more faster than regular roaches.
Looks like he's gonna be morphing in some Banelings as well. He will be committing to this engagement.
He needs to watch his roach is gonna get picked off by this clump here. Maybe he's going to go and try to force something at the third. That base is almost ready to complete. Keep in mind, Banelings are not really this bad against roaches if they are clumped up.
No, there's 30 seconds left on that plus
a lot of Banelings there for reds. If you can just keep the high ground with them.
I mean, he can force the cancel on that third base, but I think he's smelling blood right now. He wants to do more damage than just killing a third.
Oh, decent connections on the Banelings, not so good. That one there. The Banelings still having to get through the roaches. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for red. There's a spine crawler as well. Really helping out in the fight for Guru here, and red is being forced to retreat here.
Yeah, red has already given up this aggression. He's in the meantime making 12 drones. He's not getting his own third base yet, which is a little interesting. He's still fighting right here. I'm not sure if I agree with this. +1 attack is done on those roaches for Guru, and that is a massive advantage that he has.
Massive advantage, yeah. Maybe he felt like he couldn't retreat anymore, and at this point, he's just trading armies, but it's not a very favorable trade for him at all.
No, but roach speed wasn't done. I think he assumed that roach speed was done, but it just really wasn't.
Oh, and this really puts him open to a counterattack. Like, he needs roaches of his own to hold this. And this is actually a lot of roaches here for Guru marching across the map. I don't think red can hold this.
Interesting situation red got going on right now. He got 26 Harfestes in the third, or in the main base. Or in the natural, rather. He may have thought that he started up the third base, and therefore was making all of these drones. But
it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me either to make so many drones when you don't have a third. But knock knock, look who's there. We got a bunch of roaches here for Guru, already knocking on Liquid Red's doorstep. They spot the third.
Not quite Heaven's Door yet.
And now they have to figure like, oh, where am I going to go? I'm gonna fight in main. Am I going to cancel the third? And red is actually being pulled out of his natural and might actually get surrounded here if he's not too careful.
Oh, he has to be very careful. That third base is going to be forced to cancel. And Guru is like, okay, I'll just leave right now. Roach speed will be done for him in about 10 seconds. So he will be able to get all of his roaches out. And red actually has to be very careful because obviously his roaches do not have roach speed.
Yeah, that's going to be a major difference in this attack. Of course, the upgrade disadvantage with no +1 yet.
Engagements everywhere.
Yeah, there's fights everywhere. The supplies are actually equal somehow. Red seems to be holding on one flank, but on the other he needs to rely on another surround. This is such a difficult fight for him. He needs to maybe pull a couple drones here.
Yeah, Guru tried cancelling the third base right there. Didn't quite get it. He's right now trying to get a couple of roaches into the natural. Likely going to run for the main base right now as well, while giving his other roaches room to potentially counter that third.
Oh, we have another fight down the ramp at the natural where a lot of Red's roaches are getting killed.
Oh,
and this seems to be the the killing blow, I feel. More of Red's roaches now fighting in the main. Some of them fighting at the natural, but it seems like Guru's roaches are just in greater numbers.
Yeah, it's on a bit of a timer right now, and yeah, GG is going to be called.
Guru managed to ties it up.
Very, very well played right there.
Yeah.
Clean victory, really not making any mistakes during that. And, you know, just defending that aggression by Red. Barely hanging on, but barely hanging on is exactly what you want as a Zerg.
Yeah, he showed some very patient skill, I think. Like, he was very patient. I don't think the banelings from Red were all that effective.
No.
You know, most of them blew up without doing all that much damage. And Guru, from that point on, you know, he just had a very clear advantage because Red committed so many resources that he fell behind on economy and upgrades, and eventually army size too. And then, you know, throwing away his army there, really wasn't a way back from him from that point.
So currently it is 1-1 in this best of 3 series. The winner of this next game will actually be basically the winner of their group, which means they're going to be qualified for the bracket, which is going to be played tomorrow.
Exactly.
And they're already in the lobby, so they're good to go. It's going to be Echo, Ellie.
Wow,
Pretty
both
good
players must be feeling pretty tense at this stage. Probably really ready to get down and hustle and see who's the better Zerg here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough one. Very solid games. You can say go.
We say go, you say go. We all say go. All right.
Here we go, guys.
We're going to go into this game on Echo, like you mentioned, Red against the newcomer here in the Netherlands, Guru. Guy took a bus for 18 hours. He's going to get his money's worth.
Yeah. Like, people were asking as well, did he take the bus yesterday? He just arrived here a couple hours ago, you know, like, why would you do that? Just sleep on the bus.
Well, technically...
Play some ladder games on, like, data.
It's not, yeah.
No, I don't know, but he's not tired, apparently. He's just going, and he's ready to rock and roll right here as well.
Yep. And let's get into this game, and we have in the top left, the guy we've been talking about all the time, the Red Zerg. He is Guru.
I'm becoming a little bit of a fan for Guru right here. Really enjoying his playstyle.
He's showing some very solid play, so how can you possibly not become a fan of that?
Yeah. And his opponent is going to be none other than the blue Zerg player spawning in the bottom right corner of Echo. It is going to be Liquid Red. This is going to be a hard one to call, honestly.
Yeah.
I would pretty much give Red the upper hand in most foreign Zerg versus Zergs. I mean, he's great at Zerg versus Zerg. He has very powerful timings that he knows how to execute. And he's just very good at the matchup in general. However, if I put him up against Guru right here, I mean, Guru is not playing risky. He's not really trying anything gimmicky. He's just playing straight up, and he's just playing better macro games.
I might be overanalyzing this, but there's something odd about Guru's build. Like, he's a solid 2 to 3 seconds behind on Red in every way. So I'm not sure if he made like some minor mistake. But there's something off about the timing of his drones and his Overlord. It's just a tiny bit, and it's probably just going to even out once the actual fighting starts.
Sometimes you think you make a drone while you're moving out the Overlord, and then you actually look at your larva and you're like, well, snap, there's 3 larvae right there. Sometimes it happens. Once again, we see the spawning pool first for Guru, and Red, you know, he doesn't care. He goes for the natural.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because that hatch first for Red should sort of rent him some sort of advantage, but it kind of gets
so
nullified out over 10 minutes.
The main advantage of going for that hatchery first is just that the Queen and Jacks line up a little bit nicer.
Oh, yeah.
For the most part, it only gives you about a larva or 2 of an advantage. So going for the spawning pool first is generally speaking the safer option. Obviously, in Zerg versus Terran, the main reason why you want to get that natural up is just because of the creep spread. The creep spread is a lot nicer to actually start from the natural than it is from the main base. That said, we see Guru once again going for a super standard build, very safe style, and we see Red doing actually the very same thing as he did last game.
I don't have a problem with Guru going for the same style. Like, in game 1, he lost because of, I think, something like a minor mistake, and because Red went for this really strange anti-timing. And in the second game, he just kind of outplayed Red. So in this, if I was Guru in this position, I would feel very comfortable going for this build a 3rd time.
I'm very happy with the way this is turning out to be a series right now. Very cool group. And yeah, like I said, the winner of this one will be guaranteed of his place tomorrow, and it's gonna be a very exciting series as well. I'm excited to be here, man.
Yeah, very excited to be here once again at the DSCL Open in Amsterdam in the Melkweg. I hope we're gonna get a pretty large audience for the finals. Yeah.
All of the foreigners are like, wow, does he have a throat disease? Like, what's happening right now?
No, just Dutch.
It's just Dutch guys. We just love the G in there, like.
So if you have like friends who are backpacking in Amsterdam, you see a lot of people with backpacks in Amsterdam in this time of the year, actually.
Yeah.
So tell them to come over and watch some great StarCraft.
It's worth it, man. It's some sick games.
Man, I'm really trying to look at these guys' builds and be like, okay, which one is gonna like strike first? Which one is gonna pull the trigger?
banking up a lot of gas right here. He may be looking to go for a faster lair this time around, and he's probably trying to figure out if he is allowed to do so. No Zergling speed on the way, no Baneling Nest on the way, or he could even go for the double Evo chamber. Would that be a thing? I would love him forever if he does that. But
well, you have to go quick roaches first, I think, to be safe. I would really like to see him build.
Oh, there's one Evo.
There's one Evo, yeah. But where's the Roach Warren? I really wouldn't feel safe doing this without a Roach Warren.
Yeah, what you see sometimes is players going for +1 armor and +1 melee upgrades. And you can basically make a lot of Zerglings and just sort of overrun your opponent. That is relatively uncommon, but it is very powerful if executed correctly. We see the lair going down
There's
right now.
the lair,
That's sadly
indeed.
it's not going to be happening.
But is he going to do this with slow links? Okay, there's the Roach Warren. All right, so this...
Yep. It's just going to be a +1 attack timing here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Red, at Guru's build. Like, what he's getting another Overlord. He's currently supply blocked, but he's also waiting for injects to finish, so it's lining up quite decently. But what is he going to make with these injects? Is he going to make links or is he going to make drones? That's the whole
calculated supply block. I like it.
There we go. Links, but he's also immediately supply blocked again. Makes another Overlord. So this
this is huge though. Like, this is huge.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Red skipped out the Baneling Nest. He skipped out the Zergling speed. He only has... You know, he does have nothing. He doesn't have a Spine Crawler. He doesn't have anything. And there's a couple of Queens ready for the defense, but that's not going to be enough. Now, keep in mind, the Roach Warren is much earlier than we would usually see.
There's
it,
no
and he will
Spine
be able to
either.
start creating them.
I think a Spine would matter so much here, because then you could use 2 Queens here to wall off.
Oh, man. So many
One
Zerglings
Roach.
right now running across
Okay, he's
the
bringing
map.
a drone for a second.
Oh, the full wall off. Wow, actually mispositioning that Queen right there. He could have put 1 Queen in that gap. That is huge. 6 Roaches on the production tab right now. He will be able to get out a whole bunch of them, but the Zerglings are going towards the natural, killing both of the Queens.
Oh, is he fighting with the drones? I'm not sure if that's the correct decision. Okay, hold position. Roaches are trying to do as much damage as possible, and it takes so long for them to actually fight. I like his drone control. He hasn't lost a single drone yet.
Wow, that is actually very, very well microed so far, and he's actually dealing with this perfectly so far. 1 worker went down in the entirety of this game. Might lose another Queen, but I mean, you know, as long as you get your drones, you're happy.
Oh my god, this was such a perfect defense from Red. I can't believe he pulled that off.
Whoa! That is insane right there. 1 worker went down during all of that.
And this was such an investment from Guru. I mean, the supplies are equal, but Red is the one here with the superior tech. You know, he's got the Roach Warren, he's got the Evo Chamber, double Evo Chamber even. He's got a lair already. You know, this is Red's game to take at this stage, I feel. But still, there's a lot Guru can still do.
Yeah, look at the income tab though. There's actually a slight advantage for Guru.
Yeah.
Guru was making drones behind that, and he's starting up his Roaches right now himself. The main disadvantage that he has going on right now is that the +1 attack is only halfway done, whereas Red's is just about to finish. It actually just finished.
Yeah, and well, Red actually immediately follows this up with the +2 missile attack. I love this by him. So on point. Meanwhile, he's currently gathering up his forces in the middle of the map and maybe try and threaten Guru a bit.
1 hero drone is joining the battle as well.
Oh wow, really?
Going for the BM hatch.
This isn't the first time we've seen Zergs do this. Send drones like as some sort of mistake towards their opponent's bases.
Yeah, he must have accidentally added that to his control.
Is he actually going to commit here? I'm not sure, man.
I don't think he really wants to.
I
But I think what happened right there is that Liquid Red assumed that he started up the metabolic, or not the metabolic boost, the glio reconstitution for the Roaches earlier on, and then +1 attack finished. He was on the other side of the map. He's like, wait, where's my Roach speed? And at that point, he started +2 and the Roach speed as well. I think he assumed that both of the upgrades were researching at the same time. So instead, he's following it up with a couple of a couple more drones to get that 3rd base going and get that economy advantage. And you can see he overdrones the natural a little bit just for the transfer.
Yeah, I see. So both players have now taken their 3rd at this point. The main advantage for Red at this stage is upgrades. But as we all know, with upgrade advantages, you don't really have the advantage unless you actually use, the units that have the upgrades. So it's really not as black and white as it seems like just having more money.
Yeah, there's a massive timing attack right here, though. If you look at the upgrades of Red, in about a minute or so, he will be finishing up +2 missile and +1 armor. And that is going to be way before his opponents. I mean, Guru is just now finishing up glio reconstitution himself, which is going to be done by the time that fight hits, but obviously the upgrades are going to be much more delayed.
Red just added on 6 Overlords.
Wow.
That means he's going to try and max out on Roaches here, I feel. And it's going to be the perfect timing for him to hit. And, well, what is Guru doing? He's getting out on the map and actually snipes a Queen.
Yeah, he actually just started up the Hydra then
Oh,
as
this
well,
might
so
be
he
a
knows
huge
he's a
mistake by
little
Guru if he commits to this.
Well, then again, he can just go home. There we go.
Yeah, but still.
Oh my god, ooh, a little bit of a misclick right there.
Loses like 4 roaches there for almost no reason. He's building a Hydra then on his own, but without upgrades, Hydras are really not that efficient in
Yeah, I
this
feel
fight.
like that's a huge committal by him right now, and being behind in the upgrades is definitely not where he wants to be either. Here's the attack that we were talking about. +2 attack just about to finish up, +1 armor is already done, and these roaches of red is gonna be,
Here we
gonna
go.
be far superior.
He's gonna go in, he's gonna shove, there's no transfuses on the queens, all the roaches are firing, so the concave doesn't matter all that much.
The defender's advantage though, it's huge right here.
It's true, there's so many roaches here for Guru. The supply is in favor of red, and he's also winning the fight on the left flank. But the upgrades are making such a huge difference in this fight.
You can see that all of the roaches are just simply staying alive for longer. They managed to dish out more damage that way, and +2 attack versus, you know, +1 attack right there, and the extra armor upgrade makes
here
a
come the
massive
drones.
difference.
He needs to kill him right now, because otherwise the roach worm will certainly fall, and he will only be able to make zerglings. But the roaches from red, they're being reinforced as well, and they are just not dying. Hydras are being added on, but it's not really making that much difference.
The drones that were lost right there, though, were basically the Axis one. He already had a little bit too many of them to begin with. So if he manages to hold on to this right now without making too many losses, he can definitely come back. And it looks pretty reasonable.
The supply difference is still really in favor of red, though. Guru's dancing back and forth with his Hydra roach, trying to take fatal
is not what he was looking
Oh,
for.
snipes down that Hydra, and here we go. He's right on top of the roach ward. Guru down, 50 supply, GG, and red takes it.
Very, very, very well played right there by Liquid Red.
That was an awesome series.
That was a very close series right there as well. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, exactly. But that clutch defense there by red, only losing 1 drone to a 16 Zergling run by.
Oh, I actually forgot about that Zergling run by for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, that was this exact same game. Yeah. 16 Zerglings in his mineral line, lost 1 drone.
Exactly. Wow, that's, you know, when you fall off a defense like that, you always deserve to win in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very well played. Red is going to go out in the first place in his group. Obviously, Guru is not out of this tournament yet. He will be facing up against the winner of the loser match that we will still have to play.
Exactly.
And if I'm not mistaken,
we're not done today at all for you guys.
We
We have another match coming up, and we're going to go to a winner's interview here with Red and Thomas.
First of all, I wanted to give you a little reminder that if you want to win this awesome Octane gaming set, you have to make a screenshot of the stream right now or later on, doesn't really matter, and work your magic on it. If you do that, tweet it at CMNL and at DSC League, and maybe you can win this amazing set. Now, let's just put it right over here. Liquid Red, you've done well. You've done well. Being a king worthy of the name, good to your subjects, losing only 1 drone in that attack.
I normally lose a lot more, but...
Well, you're on fire, it seems. The last invitational, you completely wrecked, as they say here. You were in amazing form, and, well, you seem to be showing the same form again. Is there anything different in your preparation, or is it the same? Because I can remember last time you were saying that you didn't really play that many games.
Yeah, right now I'm actually playing quite a lot again because of WCS next weekend. So I think it's just a good time for me, and I think the games were pretty close though, so I shouldn't be too comfortable about it. I almost lost both series, but overall it's going very well right now for me in StarCraft.
Yeah. And Guru, have you played him before? I mean, he's unknown in the scene, or rather, we have not seen him at many live events. I think this is actually his first live event. Playing him, do you know anything about how he plays or what his style is?
Well, I watch his stream all the time, so I know exactly what he's doing all the time. And actually, he surprised me a little bit because he played different than what he normally does. So he's mixing things up, and you know, I have to say I think he's a very good player, and I think he's going to be only getting better from now on, because he probably is the guy that plays the most ladder games on Europe.
Yeah, I've heard that. So kind words from you, kind words. Now, the rest of the tournament. Got any predictions?
Well, I guess I'm playing Namshar because he didn't get second place yet, but I guess he has to play against Strintern or something first. So I think that's already going to be a tough game for me, no matter who I play against. But I think Uthermal should probably make it to the final. Would be a bit of an upset if he didn't, and hopefully I can see him there, and we can make another epic series like the Invitational.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and good luck in your games. Guys, hang on for our next matches, which will be Optimus versus... SpaceMarine. Is SpaceMarine here? SpaceMarine is here. Okay, so hang on for some more awesome StarCraft.
Alright guys, welcome back once again to the DSCL Open 2015 finals. We are here in the Melkweg in Amsterdam, or Amsterdam, wherever you're way. What do you think so far?
It's been a pretty awesome day. We've got one match left to wrap it up between SpaceMarine and Optimus, see who's going to advance to play tomorrow, see who will fall out.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to see who's going to advance to tomorrow and live to fight another day, and who will unfortunately end his run in the DSCL 2015 Open here so far, in this tournament. It should be pretty good, and let's get into the game.
Yeah, we're pretty much all set, ready to go into what's going to be a Protoss versus Terran matchup with SpaceMarine versus Optimus. Again, this is the losers match of Group B.
Sorry, what did you say?
Losers match of Group B, man.
Okay. I'm not sure. This is just going to be a very straight up TVP, I feel. I mean, Optimus, like I mentioned earlier when I was casting is Games vs. Zerg. He's sort of considered to be like a mini Thermal by some, but I think at this point it's kind of changed. Like, he's definitely got his own style, and I really want to see him play some good TVP. So without further ado, here in the bottom right from no, he's actually currently teamless. It's SpaceMarine.
And to the north side of the map, from AT Gaming, we have our blue Terran player. It's Optimus.
All right. Yeah, there we go. That's Optimus, all right for you people. I think he still plays with a SteelSeries keyboard with black cherry switches, which is very uncommon. I only know like one other player who plays with a SteelSeries black, a SteelSeries keyboard with black cherry switches, and that's Harston. I had that keyboard for a long while, and after when I got a different keyboard with like red or brown switches, I was like, oh, it's so much better.
I use red switches.
Yeah.
They're really nice.
Yeah, red and black.
I've never had black. I went from blue to red. It was amazing.
Yeah, blue, for those of you who are unfamiliar with mechanical keyboards, there are several types of switches, and one of the most common ones are from the brand Cherry, and they label them by color. And blue ones have very distinct clicks, and red ones and brown ones are a bit more subtle, and black ones are very heavy. And there's all sorts of variations. Like there's like translucent and white and green and topre and all sorts of things. But yeah, having a good mechanical keyboard is like one of the almost must-haves if we want to be like a really high-level StarCraft player.
Yeah, man, it helps you so much. I never realized even until I got one. It's life-changing for everything though. For like typing, playing, it's great.
Yeah. Fun fact: like a lot of players who break out, they play usually on very cheap keyboard gears, and then they get sponsored, and then they get like the really good stuff. But I really remember Harston during like summer 2012 when he had his breakout performance playing with a Dell keyboard.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I know players like Elfie and Happy use them like old Microsoft keyboards.
Oh yeah, I have one of those.
yeah. I think I probably got one like buried beneath like.
I know Grubby used to
10
play on that
years.
one, but he couldn't find one with a USB connector or something. And a lot of tournaments they would only have PCs that have USB connectors, so he couldn't use it at tournaments anymore. So he had to switch to something else.
Well, in the CVP, we have a pretty standard opening from both players. I mean, it's going to be a quick expansion coming out of SpaceMarine after his gateway. And we just have a quick expand coming up following the rebirth from Optimus. So nothing crazy so far. And it looks as though we're going to probably see Optimus following up with that factory in the pretty near future to see some mines coming up.
Yeah, it seems our Protoss players really don't like to play proxy or cheesy styles, which almost surprises me given my current ladder experience. But regardless, I think Optimus really prefers to play against a player who plays, standard, and he's going to play standard himself. This Reaper now trying to go for some pro kills. Is it going to get though? I'm not sure. It hasn't gotten any so far. Now the Mothership Core is chasing it out of its territory.
Yeah, this Reaper's just going to back off. No point sacrificing itself just yet. It wants to find out what sort of tech's going to be on the map later in this game.
Exactly.
And yeah, you're right. We haven't seen anything really super cheesy from like in the TVPs today.
Reaper moves in again. He's trying to focus on this probe. Is he going to get it? No, he almost gets surrounded. One more shot, but no, he manages to stay alive. Wow. That's one traumatized probe we see over there.
Escaping by the skin of its teeth, but so did that Reaper, man. He was very, very low when he escaped. Robo facility coming down very quickly here from SpaceMarine, so really wanted to...
Well, the main difference between the probe and the Reaper is that if the Reaper just stands there, then everything seemingly grows back, so it should be fine. And he's gonna maybe dart into the base another time, maybe try and go. Oh, is he currently out of sight?
Yeah.
I don't think he can see him.
No, he can't.
Oh, he can. Oh, this Reaper though. Oh, is he gonna get away again? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he doesn't see the robo facility, which is kind of what the Reaper's built to do. Obviously, we also see a Twilight Council coming down as well. So SpaceMarine really attacking heavily here off of just one single gateway. His Nexus now up.
Yeah.
And we do see for on the other side of the map from Optimus, the Widow Mine's on the way. The starport coming up as well. So aggression will be coming across.
Here he
from him
comes
soon.
again. He sees the Robo, and he's gonna dart through the middle line. Maybe, yeah. And he's gonna spot the Twilight as well. So this Reaper has certainly served his purpose. And well, we will mourn his death, but he's definitely done the job that he needs to. But he doesn't see, however, the Dark Shrine, which just been added on. And the War Prism. So whatever I said about Protoss is playing cheesy, I guess I have to take it back.
The thing is, though, after seeing that Robo Facility and the Twilight Council, it's something he has to have in the back of his mind, the possibility of DT drops. So we might see him at an engineering bay, but that being said, nothing just yet, and that DT Shrine's coming up to about halfway done, and Optimus moving out on the map, looking to get a little bit aggressive as his couple of mines, couple of Marines going to be jumping into this medevac and heading across the map very quickly.
Yeah, this Dark Shrine is still a good 40 seconds away from being finished, and only then will the Protoss be able to warp in. So this mine drop should hit before that, but still, once mines are out on the map, what is the Terran going to do? Like, there's a Warp Prism on the way, so he's going to have them in his base. Like, he can scan and maybe use mines and everything, but this might actually be one tough pickle.
I mean, he's got an engineering bay on the way, but I think he just doesn't have enough units behind this at all. But he is moving in, so he's looking to get damage done. And if he can get enough done, this could be
There's an Atosis pylon here, actually. If he focuses it down, then he can actually warp in. He burrows the mines. Oh, it's going to get some big hits off, maybe. No, he unburrows one without getting a shot off, and he retreats once again. Where's the War Prism? It's outside the base of Optimus. SpaceMarine currently banking quite a bit of money. Warps in only a single DT. And he's going to transfer that into the natural. But there's actually a missile turret being built there.
Yeah, turret's on the way up, but no units just yet, so this DT can still pick up a couple of SCVs as it comes in, and it's going to start swiping away here.
Optimus spots it immediately. He finishes the turret, and he's going to send in some mines and a Marine in order to save the day here.
DT on the south side of the map as well, just trying to clean up a couple of Terran units, and really not too much damage done so far. 5 workers killed is nice, but I mean it's far from a lot. This DT really controlling the space between the turrets well, though. Just being as annoying as possible here. Optimus is on a third command center, though, so 5 workers lost is nothing compared to the economy he's going to start building.
This DT is, he's got 7 kills, but he's not exactly, living the life he should be, and he's kind of darting in back and forth between these bases. There's a mine at every turret, so whenever the DT moves in, those mines are actually doing a lot of damage. 7 probes have fallen. Wow, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, SpaceMarine is continuing to take quite a lot of damage here without really dishing out. And again, Optimus with that 3rd orbital now finishing here has the opportunity to really just crank out a lot of SCVs. So
scan, but there's not enough Marines here actually. And this Stalker warping in the main could be very annoying. SCVs being pulled. The DT gets away. So annoying here for Optimus, and he might be taking more damage than he can afford to. I mean, SpaceMarine is also building his own 3rd, and he's already cranking out Colossus at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, Optimus is starting to stabilize a little bit here. He's got Stim on the way. He's got he's going to continue producing medevacs, of course. As DT's actually going to try and swipe their way through this forward. This is bloody by the front, but scan
needs to bring in SCV to repair.
He's actually kind of walled himself off a little bit here as a DT comes in from the War Prism once again. 2 kills going down there, and will he be able to get away? No, misses that up a little bit.
Oh, he loses 1 DT finally, but still 2 more Stalkers here, ready to be very annoying. The DT at the front hasn't actually continued to attack the depot, so that might have been a bit of a mistake. Otherwise, there would be another DT near. Optimus needs to be very careful about using his scans. He's going to lose the depot at the front to the DT now, and that's going to be annoying.
Again, just these DTs are actually doing a lot of work, considering Optimus was fairly well prepared for them. He had the turrets, but SpaceMarine has consistently been poking in with these and looking to find a way to do damage, and he's managed to do it. He's up on 3 bases back at home. He's keeping Optimus pinned back, and this is putting him into a really good position here.
Yeah, the pressure should be really mounting here for Optimus. Really, at this point, he should at least have been starting like something like +1 attack, but he seems to have just completely forgotten it. Maybe because he's been short on gas. And yeah, there's +1 armor already around for the Protoss. He's got 2 Colossi. He could maybe go for some sort of timing once he's managed to get his 3rd Colossus and thermal lance, because he's adding on a ton of gates at this point.
Yeah, this first little push across the map from Optimus is not going to achieve a lot at all. With 2 Colossi out, they should be just fine. As once again, we see DTs back in towards the natural. And okay, there is a mine here, but this first DT is going to just start swiping away outside the range of it. And DT towards the third as well.
Yeah, it gets 2 more free SCV kills. Oh, he scans actually the Colossus. There's no response from SpaceMarine, and the Colossus is just going to get focused on. Is he going to get the second one as well? It looks like it, and this is turning for the worst for SpaceMarine suddenly. Those 2 Colossus are so incredibly valuable.
Yeah, losing these without...
I'm not sure if this is a good move for Optimus here. He trades his army for those 2 Colossi, basically.
He's losing so many SCVs, though.
Oh
Optimus has lost 10 workers. His third base can't... Well, his third base can land, but the SCVs it's making are just getting picked off as they spawn. And there's still a DT in this War Prism as well, just trying to do whatever it can. Just
he needs to get like a Viking and maybe just take out the War Prism.
This War Prism has been so annoying as it's actually this DT now chasing a mine. And Optimus just can't seem to stabilize here, and SpaceMarine's going to start taking a pretty significant lead. Widowmine gets taken out. Finally, this DT is going to get killed off.
Finally, indeed. But the War Prism is still... oh, no, wait, that's an Observer, sorry. Yeah, 1 DT still once again in the third base. Really, Optimus, I don't think he has Concussive Shell. Oh wait, he does. So he will be slowing down this DT and finally taking care of it. War Prism's still around though, so annoying.
Optimus loads up, he's going to go move across the map and just look to try and get some damage done, attack wherever his opponent isn't, but 3 cannons in the natural expansion for Space Marine is going to make it very difficult to drop into this. Now the main base is definitely targetable, but you know, Space Marine's army is quite close.
His army? Oh, there it is. I was
Yeah,
looking like, where's his army? I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, it's just over at the third base, but can you know...
Oh, this could be deadly. There's going to be Blink here for the Stalkers. He might actually be able to intercept. Oh, you shouldn't drop on top of the army, Optimus. I'm not sure if this is the best idea. He's going to try and focus on the Colossus. That's one sure, but he needs to pick off and get out. However, there will be a Blink chase. No, okay. Well, Optimus actually gets away a lot better than I had expected him to be.
I think not blinking was smart, because if he'd blunk underneath there was going to be a lot of Marauders coming out of the medevacs. I don't think the Stalkers would have had too much of a chance. Behind all of this, there was a mine in the natural as well, but it didn't get any damage done. So Space Marine really doing a great job in defending kind of everywhere at the same time right now. And he's continuing to build up a supply advantage. And in TVP, it's generally the town player who should be at a supply advantage here. So this is really looking good for our pros player, whose upgrades continue to come in. Storm's on the way now as well. Things are looking great for Space Marine.
Yeah, for Space Marine, things are definitely looking up. Optimus is now trying to sort of rectify, the whole issue with, with supply. But it's one of the bigger issues here, I feel, is upgrades. I mean, +2 armor is about to finish along with Storm for Space Marine, and Optimus is only getting just +1 armor, and he's only just finished his +1 attack. So these engagements, if they take place later in the game, are most likely going to be heavily favored for Space Marine.
DT in the natural once again, and there's just not the units here to just really pick this off, and 5 kills already. He's going to move out of range of that turret as well. This is really nice as these 3 medevacs heading towards the main base, but can they get anything done? I don't think they can really. Stalker's in position.
Oh, we have another pick off here at the left side. 1 blink forward, and fortunately Optimus barely loses anything. He's going to drop into natural, no, maybe? Oh, no, he sees, Space Marine is just turtling at this point. Like, it seems like he's learned his lesson against the oh my god, 3 Colossus. What?
This Colossus is in the middle of nowhere. Now he realizes he comes back, he's going to pick it up. That's really unfortunate for Space Marine, because he's actually doing a fantastic job defending all over the place, and he's not really allowing these drops to get in and do damage, which is fantastic.
Is he going to get the War Prism too? He should pick it off. Keep in mind, there's no Vikings here for Optimus, I think. I haven't seen a single Viking.
I mean, he's really just playing super medevac heavy and super drop heavy, and he's just going to keep looking for kind of big doom drops to kind of do damage, while threatening at the front with a little army just to keep Space Marine out of position, but this trying to drop everywhere. But he keeps getting spotted. This War Prism is going to be found. It's going to see these medevacs.
Does Optimus see it? No, these are okay, he's going to see it and drop pretty much his entire army.
He doesn't have many Marines though, so this War Prism is going to get away.
No Vikings still, and he's getting a Ghost Academy. He's producing 7 Marauders at the same time. I really don't know what his game plan is at this point. Keep in mind, there are 6 Templar with the army of Space Marine. That's 6 Storms. Look at the positioning here for Optimus' army. He might be setting up for a big flank though if Space Marine moves out to the wrong side.
There is actually, is there only really 2 Colossi on the map? I guess Optimus has done a pretty good job at keeping that sort of splash damage low. Of course, there is those Storms, and all of these medevacs on such high energy that feedbacks could be so effective as well in terms of just picking them all off. 4 of them sitting over to the right-hand side here. As again, once he picks up so many units though, his army kind of to the left
I am
so small.
I am so worried here for Optimus's composition. Like, it's just bio. Really, that's it. He's going to be poking at the front to try and distract the Protoss. SpaceMarine has actually Templars positioned at the top bottom right. Oh my god, here come the Medivacs, but they have a lot of energy.
Oh, he sees it as well. He's going to get 2 feedbacks. Really good awareness by SpaceMarine then. He's on top of everything, and Optimus can't find a way to do damage to slow down his opponent. He has no momentum right now, and it's really hurting him. And I mean, SpaceMarine sees all of this again, and he's going to have, well, Templar moving forwards, but it looks as though these Medivacs will be able to get away for now.
Man, Optimus's entire army is in Medivacs. This is such a vulnerable position. The War Prism spots the entire army, but is he just going to trap these Medivacs now? What is he going to do?
I think they're going to move towards the natural. We might see this turn into a little bit of a base trade. There is a recall available for SpaceMarine, but of course he'd have to kind of recall in towards his main base or something. He can't just recall on top of wherever that army goes. And this medevac this army in the medevacs is still just moving around. The Stalker's blinking forwards. At the same time, SpaceMarine across the map starting to get some damage done, and will he be able to take down this planning forwards? I think he should be able to, but Ultra's is going to have a lot as well, and we're going to start base trading, but the Storm's available too.
Oh man, these Storms are going to be dealing so much damage. I don't think SpaceMarine really minds this current fight. Like, of course the army, okay, 1 Storm lands, but it doesn't kill all that much. Wow, what a strange situation that we have now. It's almost like a base trade indeed. Optimus currently being the one here who seems to be having a lot more firepower in order to kill everything. But there's still a recall here, but it's not being used by SpaceMarine.
This is such a shame for SpaceMarine because he has a much bigger bank than Optimus. So if Optimus is able to shut down his production, SpaceMarine is going to lose that advantage which he's built up for himself. He's just recalled back to the third base though, and he's going to be able to turn a lot of these medevacs away. But the main base, all of his production's gone. He's lost so many warp gates.
He's running out of boost at this point. But SpaceMarine's army is currently just sitting there. I'm not sure what he's doing. And Optimus is going to be able to evacuate.
These Templars, so he walked down them Templar looking for the feedbacks, but the medevacs just don't go close enough. Again, if SpaceMarine can get the structures up again, he has such a big bank to spend, but the problem is he's just lost so much. However, we also see the natural command center of Optimus I don't know where it's gone. I think it's floating around, and 28 workers killed here. DT's doing work, and Optimus is actually really running low on economy now. 38 workers remain.
Finally, there are Vikings and Ghosts down on the map. This gives Optimus so much more options here. Oh, come on, just... Oh, come on, don't...
Oh my god, these medevacs are stuck because these Templar are going to come in from 2 angles.
This is not good. This is not good at all for Optimus. Is he going to pick up? Yes, but here come the feedbacks.
He
just gets out of range in time. But now he's stuck.
Yeah, he's got a lot of different exit points though. It's going to be very hard for SpaceMarine to cover kind of everywhere. As that's that War Prism finally being killed. I mean, it's been a nuisance all game long. As again, that bank for SpaceMarine is huge, and Optimus has barely anything in the bank. But he is going to try and land a orbital at the gold and just try and get that.
Oh, this could be a money drop actually. I don't think SpaceMarine's army is in position to currently defend. Okay, he's moving up there right now, and yeah, this is actually a big drop. But is this the right decision? Here comes SpaceMarine's army to defend. He's going to focus down the Nexus, pick up. Is he going to be in time? Stalker's blink forward though. Can he boost out? I don't think so. He's losing a lot here.
He's lost so many medevacs and so many of them full of units as well. And with this, SpaceMarine is going to be able to continue pushing across the map. Optimus just boosting back home, but he's running out of options. He needs medevacs to be able to buy time, and most importantly, he needs army in that medevac.
Here comes the army of SpaceMarine marching across the map. Optimus needs to reunite his forces, get these ghosts out. These ghosts are going to be so important in fighting the Templar, as well as the Vikings taking out all of these Colossi. He's just going to add on a bit more, and then I think he can take a straight-up fight as long as he micros correctly.
I mean, he just has
he pops the cloak. I don't see any of... Is there an observer in this army?
I think I've just
perfect EMPs all over the army. Is he going to fight this? He's currently chasing the Protoss army off, but is there enough? He needs the EMP more. There's still a lot of storms available here.
Yeah, these Templar, they've not been hit by the EMPs just yet, but there they
More
go.
EMPs all over the army.
This is perfect for Optimus. This is exactly what he needed
Look
in this
at the observers. There's 4 observers, and he's going to kill them all.
Yeah, he's going to chase them. He's actually going to take so much down as SpaceMarine tries to retreat here, and this is Optimus' opportunity. As this Colossus goes down, there's no real tech units here, and Optimus!
Awesome EMPs all over the Protoss army. Finally building all of those ghosts has the effect that he really wants, and he's pushing towards the 4th. The probes are being evacuated from the 4th base. And what does SpaceMarine really have? He has a couple of Templar, some Ghosts.
He has 2 Colossi just popped out. 2 Colossi are out, but they're stuck in the main base right now. They're having to kill a Forge to try and get out of there.
Oh my god,
Optimus
the Colossi in the main.
Yeah, he's trying to break out. I mean, with the Colossi though, again, there isn't Vikings here. There's only a couple, so I think SpaceMarine should be able to push this back.
He gets a scan. He sees the entire army of SpaceMarine. He decides to go for the fight. Ghost dealing so much damage to the Zealots, and the Colossus are not dealing enough damage at the same time. Optimus, he's powering through.
Yeah, he's continuing to push forwards, and he's
EMP.
actually taking a supply lead.
Oh, he snipes all of the Templar. The Zealot warping comes in, but there's still so much bio here for Optimus. Space Marine is now down to 1 mining gold base. The Colossus is still doing so much damage in the back. Can Optimus push through? I don't think so. There's so many Colossi.
I think 4 Colossi is a little bit too many. At the same time, I mean, there's a gold base up for Space Marine to the right hand side, so he's continuing to build his economy. I mean, he's got it
He
back.
spots
He
the
just
gold
won't spend
base.
it.
He just
Yeah.
scanned the gold base and he spotted
Optimus
it.
has a gold base too, which is why he's getting all of his money from right now, basically. And he's just going to lift up. He has to retreat right now. He has to again go back to kind of buying himself a little bit of time, but this is a little bit dangerous.
Oh, this is a dangerous fight. He's steaming forward, but the Colossus is just wrecking all these Marauders, and he's trying to get out, but this is not a good move from Optimus.
No, that was a bad decision. He couldn't fight there. His units weren't high enough health. There was too much splash damage coming in from the Colossi, and now there's a DT working away at the gold base, and workers going down here. Optimus losing that very important economy.
Oh, he's going to fight the DTs with SCVs. I'm not sure if that's a decision I
mean,
like, but he kind of has to.
He has nothing in position. What else can he do? This DT is racking up the kills. He's on, what, 13 kills? 14? He's going to keep on climbing. Oh my god, 15, 16,
Oh,
17.
he should have just evacuated. He's taking much more losses than was necessary.
19 worker kills from 1 dog temple. That's absolutely disgusting here. And Optimus, that was so much of his economy. He lifts up everything in medevacs again, but he's running out of steam. He's running out of momentum again. What a back and forth series game this is. It's just game number 1.
Look at all the probes, long distance mining at the third base. He scans, he sees the Colossi, and for some reason Space Marine, well, he needs these Colossi more than anything, but for some reason he's moving out of position. Is this a move that allows Optimus to snipe? No, 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 why is he moving in there?
This is interesting. I mean, there's cannons, there's Zealots. He's going to drop on top of the Zealots, and the Zealots aren't really going to do
It's a
too
decent
much.
trade, but it's not the damage that he needs to do. If there was one drop in the gold base, it would have been a different story. Actually, he can
That
go
being
to the
said,
gold
yeah,
base
you can
right
go
now.
to the gold base now, and there's a couple of Immortals there. There's Templar coming over though, and I think the Templar are going to be enough to kind of really turn this around. The
Oh, he needs to
Storms.
split.
GG! Space Marine takes it, and I mean,
wow,
what a game! Like I feel as though Space Marine had a really good advantage for a lot of that,
Yeah.
but he just couldn't spend. Like he built, his advantage was in his bank, and Optimus killed enough production to slow him down to the point where he couldn't actually use his bank, which kept Optimus in the game for so much longer than he really should have been.
I don't know what to make of this game, man. It was so back and forth.
Yeah, there was Space Marine just took a couple bad fights. I think that's what Optimus was trying to do from a lot earlier in the game. He was trying to pull Space Marine apart in such a way that he had to fight in places he didn't want to, and so Optimus was able to start picking him, picking units off here and there. What a game! Number 1 in this best of 3. Space Marine moves 1 map away from playing tomorrow in that decider match.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this puts him in such a good position. Even after such a scrappy game, like, I don't know about you, but that was entertaining. Let's see some more of that.
Yeah, we're going to invite into the next game, which is going to be Cactus Valley. So, I mean, a much larger map. It's going to be, I mean, it's another great map for dropping on.
Especially,
and it's going to be very much a lot more of the same, where we're going to be, like, really just looking for, the Terran player to drop, distract the Protoss, and the Protoss to just survive on 3 bases until he has enough to turn the Terran player away and just push across the map.
I would almost say there was too much dropping in that previous game. Like, at some point there was a drop from the Terran where I felt it was almost unnecessary, and you could have just, when he scanned, he saw there was nothing there, and he could have just moved his army over and go out and kill that base. But
it's so difficult though, because you need to kind of create opportunities to like do damage, and you feel like you have to do damage, otherwise he's just going to build up this army you can't kill. And
it sucks so much when you're in a Terran position. You have like low HP army, not a lot of medevac energy, and you're running out of steam, and you feel like you're on your last legs. So it's so tough for for Optimus to be in that position. And well, I think we're just about ready to get into the next game, dude.
We are indeed. Cactus Valley coming up here. Space Marine leads 1-0. What do you think this is going to go to a game 3? You think Space Marine's going to?
I hope so. If it's as good as the previous series, then damn, for sure.
Yeah, I think Optimus can pull this back. That was a very close game, and to make a game out of what was a pretty significant disadvantage I feel he had at some points was very impressive. So we are pretty much set to go into Cactus Valley for game 2 of this best of 3.
Yeah.
Optimus facing elimination if he can't take this map.
Oh, that's so very true. Yeah, he needs to play like his life is on the line, because his tournament life is in fact on the line. But I really feel that Cactus Valley is a map that Optimus if he plays as drop heavy as he did in the previous series, it's something he can excel at. But at the same time, SpaceMarine here, he's a player who's a game up. He can take risks. He can do stuff that a normal player you wouldn't do in a normal situation. He can go for proxy shenanigans. But without further ado, we have in the top right of Cactus Valley, we have the purple Terran. Representing AT Gaming, he is Optimus.
Over to the upper left, we have the blue Protoss player of 1-0 right now. It's SpaceMarine.
Wow.
That was a very interesting cheer.
It reminds me of DreamHack a couple of years ago, in fact, when there was this one girl in the crowd who would always cheer whenever someone mentioned Sase.
Oh, was that not MLG?
Oh yeah, it was MLG.
Yeah,
you're right.
MLG, the cheer cannon. Oh man, I didn't remember that. That's so amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go YouTube that later.
For sure.
Do you think we see a CT first out of Optimus here?
Definitely, actually. I really think that fits Optimus.
Well,
Optimus'
he's actually going to drop the barracks, but I wonder if he goes gases expand, because Optimus is someone who will change things up in that sort of way. Nope, he's going to drop the gas as well.
He's not getting he's getting gas.
I mean, Reaper expand's great on any map, and I think when you're 1-0 down, it's probably it's a safer thing to do, right? Because you're really looking to, more than anything, make sure you're not going to die. You want to survive into that mid game, and I think that's where he's going to look to excel. You know, if he can scout anything coming towards him early on and shut that down, that's where he's going to be able to get to the point in the game where he's going to feel comfortable. So I think it makes sense to go for the Reaper expand. I mean, you can risk the CC first, but again, in 1-0 down, I think you've just got to stick to what can give you that information.
I'm also definitely feeling a macro game here from SpaceMarine. You know, putting all of his chrono boost into his Nexus so far. Definitely not anticipating any shenanigans, even though this is a map that can definitely lend itself for it. You know, proxy DT, proxy Oracle, always stuff that pisses Terrans off, but it can be so effective.
Yeah, and it's a large map, and you don't really expect. You know, you kind of do expect it because it's a large map. There's loads of places to hide, but you kind of don't because it's a large map, right? It's like the mind games get to you. So SpaceMarine is just going to expand though. He's just going to play this macro. I like this man, confidence. He's not, you know, he doesn't feel he has to resort to anything. Despite that last game being very, very close, he feels as though, you know, he got an advantage at some point. He feels he can do it again.
Yeah, like let's be honest here, the build really didn't influence the outcome of that game all that much.
No, it definitely did not. I actually think going into macro game is the better option for SpaceMarine because he showed us he could get to an advantage once.
Yeah.
There's no reason he can't do it again. I mean, he was doing brilliantly. He was fending off drops left, right, center for a long, long time.
Yeah.
It really took Optimus a long time to get any sort of damage done.
Yeah, and I mean, once it happened, he clearly showed how capable he was of doing damage. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him, you know, buckle down even harder and just go full Maru on SpaceMarine here. We have some harassment actually with a pro, but Optimus is dealing with it quite okay. Meanwhile, the Reaper is actually shooting at the Nexus, but also not dealing all that much damage. Let's look at the amount of information he managed to find. Well, he saw double gas, but they're in 3 pylons, so that usually gives you a decent amount of security.
Ooh,
he actually kills the probe. Wow.
You know what? First of all, there's nothing more annoying than a probe attacking an SCV building a building, but there's nothing more satisfying than killing it.
Exactly. Especially with SCVs. Like they never, like Zergs do the same. When I go CC first, TPC, and they let their drone harass, they never anticipate that I pull an SCV, attack it, and then take my building SCV off of the CC and attack it as well, and it just dies. And they're like, whoa, what just happened?
I know that feel, Terran brother. I know that satisfaction. Reaper here is, again, going to want to get that information sometime soon. It's a very similar build so far from SpaceMarine. It's just lacking the Twilight Council, and I'm not sure if he will add it on. I wonder if he maybe tries to go for some kind of Immortal bust. It's definitely a possibility with this, once again, early Robo. And Optimus coming in, he will see the Robo.
He's going to go ham, and he wants to get that he gets the probe and probably all the information. Whoa, that's an early Immortal out of...
I think he's going to Immortal bust, because when you get a Robo facility this early, you either kind of get a Warp Prism out and move across the map and be aggressive, or you just Chrono Boost out Immortals and try and kill your opponent straight up. So it's going to be a very aggressive build out of SpaceMarine. He's going to get 2 Immortals, move across, and just try and kill his opponent. And
and he's Chrono Boosting it, so I think you're definitely right. And we have a Marine move out actually here from Optimus to coincide with the Mind Drop that is about to come down. I believe the second window mine is, the third window mine actually is about to come out. Same goes for the medevac. Optimus really needs to identify what is going on here.
This is good and bad for Optimus, because if he can move across the map and see the Immortals, immediately he knows what's going on.
Exactly.
But if he overcommits and loses these units, he almost has no chance at holding on back at home. He needs these units. These are what he's been investing in the last few minutes in. If he loses this and his opponent has a bunch of Immortals, what's going to defend those Immortals? Nothing. So he has to be very, very careful here. It's a very fragile situation.
Okay, here comes the medevac. Interesting here for Optimus. Okay, he hasn't popped the photon overcharge yet, but I think he sees the Immortals. Okay, he sees the Immortals, and immediately Optimus bails out. He's actually going to send the medevac back into the main to drop mines regardless, because there will be no observer. What's he going to do with these mines? I'm not sure. But at this point, Optimus is being chased down back to his base. Here come the mines.
I think he just wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to lose
disappointing.
the mines.
But there's bunkers on the way now, and he's going to need those.
Yeah, he definitely is. I'm not sure if two's
he's picking off the medevac in the middle of the map.
Oh, that's pretty important here. And well, these two mines, they're not going to be killed for a while here unless SpaceMarine invests into a observer.
But the bunkers are going to finish, and keep in mind how good mines are against the Immortals.
Yeah, but there's only one Widow mine here, right? There's a siege tank on the way, but I'm not sure siege tanks are actually the best against this sort of build, because the Immortals just shred through them if they can get close enough. A lot of SCVs pulled off the line from Optimus here. I mean,
he's getting a warp prism.
I mean, he needs it. Yeah, I mean, the warp prism can be nice as well, because if you can just distract from the front, I mean, because that's where Optimus is paying all of his attention right now.
No stim yet. This Widow mine is well concealed with the SCVs on top of it. He's just going to take pot shots at the SCVs. Very annoying, but this is also losing him shields.
This is nice. There's that tank coming up, though. There's a lot more Zell to get warped in.
He's not adding on any more tanks or Widow mines. I don't get it. Like, Widow mines are like super in this situation.
He needs to do something. He needs to keep spending that money. I mean, just stim a couple more Marines coming in. As again, the Immortals trying to move forwards and get something done, but not quite able to. An observer came out back at home, by the way, cleaned up them Widow mines. So that's not much of a threat to SpaceMarine anymore. He's now probing, making a forge, making a Twilight. I think what he's saying to himself is, I've forced so many workers off the line, I've killed a few, I've forced tanks out, I've really slowed down his build.
Warp prism. He's going to Immortal drop into the main.
Is he going to
he might actually flank and take out the
Is he going to go in
siege
front
tank.
of
Oh, you should see this though. He's got a lot of Marines there, and he's going to pick off.
Alright, he gets the tank though. That's really nice. And this warp prism is fast enough to get away, and he might even pick off an SCV building the command center, but he has to be careful because the Marines are close by.
You should make a Viking and get rid of this.
He's attacking at the front at the same time though. Nice force fields, and the SCVs can't quite get to the bunkers. One of them falls, the other one continuing to survive there though. The Immortal not targeting that down. And SpaceMarine just keeping Optimus busy, and back at home, starting a third Nexus, just continue to make his lead here.
This is sweet. Oh, actually, maybe it's not. I think two Immortals will take a lot of care of these Marines. Okay, he forces out the Warp Prism, and he's actually retreated. So Optimus has held on. He's got a third CC under construction. There's a third Nexus on the way as well, but the command center for Optimus is already finished. Stim is already almost done, and Colossus are still quite far away here for SpaceMarine.
I don't know about you, but I really feel Optimus has a bit of a timing because he's about to get sim. This is why SpaceMarine is dropping, right?
He's
trying to buy time.
Though. He doesn't feel like he's that far ahead.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think he quite realizes.
Oh, look at this
I don't think he can't drop over there.
Oh, come on. He's just letting him back in.
Fine. There's units moving towards the front again here. There's not too much here for Optimus. You just see this attack maybe coming forwards.
Pulls all the SCVs again. Just a bit show of forcing from SpaceMarine is enough.
This is so well played by SpaceMarine because he's just completely faking out Optimus. Optimus thinks there's like aggression coming in. He thinks he's still under pressure, whereas really back at home, third Nexus, Blink, +1, more Immortals, Robo Bay. He's getting everything up that he needs, and I mean this Warp Prism just buying him time as well, and just keeping Optimus back, keeping him busy, stopping him from moving across the map, and using the medevac and stim bio advantage.
Definitely. At this point, Optimus really should be at least sending something out on the map. Yeah, he scans in front of his base. Oh my god. How tilted does he have to be at this stage? And he sees there's nothing there at the pylon. And now he realizes, like, okay, maybe I can actually go and do something. But he could have been doing that for at least a minute.
It's way too late now because that first Colossus is on the way. And with Colossus out, I mean, one single Colossus, that little bit of splash damage goes so far. Just to help a little bit against these Marines. And Optimus' army just doesn't look that big, considering how many Immortals there are. There's a lot of force fields available too. With a few Zealots, this army from SpaceMarine is very, very scary. There's even Immortals, it's actually Zealots, heading towards the main base. So
he sees the army, but he knows his own isn't big enough to fight it. He might be trying to get a sweet position here against the third Nexus. There's still a lot of double photon overcharge available, Oh, he sees the army coming and he chooses to evacuate.
Yeah, I don't think he can fight this. He actually left a lot back at home to deal with the potential war prism once again. And wow, how many scans is he going to use here? I mean, he's not in the best of positions in terms of economy. Like, I guess he's got 65 SCVs, but he's just scanning. He's and you know, he's lost so much mine time early from having SCVs off the line, so it's kind of crazy right now. War prism can drop a couple of Zealots and a couple of Marines will fall. The Zealots will get cleaned up pretty swiftly though.
I really feel Optimus needs scans, Vikings so badly. Like, just to take out stuff like war prisms, and he needs to fight Colossi. You know, just making pure Marauder, it really isn't going to work. At this point, Space Marine is just camping until he get up to like good upgrades, a decent Colossus count and Storm. And there's something Optimus kind of has to do, and now he does. He picks up with 3 medevacs, and he's going to move out with the rest of his army, but he's going to have to play this really well.
Yeah, I like this though. I mean, the 3 medevacs, if you can catch the pros player out of position, they can get so much done before the army gets back there. So moving out into the middle of the map now, with the Watchtower control, maybe, just maybe Space Marine realizes there's a few medevacs missing from this and he begins to prepare, but the scan reveals that army's just moving out. But mine picks off a Stalker, and for now, Space Marine will just fall back here.
Man, this is a pretty tense situation for Optimus. Like, one mistake and his entire army could get taken out. He has a lot of space actually in the main to drop his army and maybe snipe some tech.
That robo facility is kind of the main target right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and meanwhile he's poking at the other front, and it's going to force the army of Space Marine to head in towards the other direction. Here we go.
Even further away, and he could also move towards the Forge, the Twilight Council, the Temple Archives. There's a lot of tech available there, as Zealot in the third base though, as their medevacs are now
he scans the main.
Yes, and
I don't really get that.
Yeah, I mean, me neither, but the drop is coming into that main base, and Space Marine, he's so busy thinking about this army at the front, he's got no idea about the drop in the main base.
Here we
There's going to
go.
be so much.
What's he going to snipe? He's going to go for the robo facility. This will disable all of the Colossus production. Is he going to go for any units? Yes, he picks off the Zealots immediately. The army of Space Marine is heading back as fast as he can.
He's actually going to get the Nexus,
He's
I
going to
think.
go for the Nexus, but is he going to get it? Here come the Colossi right on top of the Marines just in time, and the Templar are nowhere in time.
And
Great snipe,
front.
and look at the front. Great force fields here from Space Marine, preventing any further progression of the army. And Optimus needs to be really careful here, because there will be... Wait, are there storms? Yes, there are storms available, and here they go!
Storms landing on top of everything right now, and this will slow down Optimus's advance, but...
Oh, look at the left side. We got another attack coming in, focusing down the Colossus, but the charge lots are right on top of the bio, and they get shredded.
That was a good little pick off there by Space Marine. Optimus in towards the natural. This is what he needs to do. Keep his opponent busy. Keep him from moving across the map. But cannons in place, and Space Marine again very good defensively. But these medevacs, no! Optimus. Maybe is he gonna get away?
Oh, that could have gone so much worse. No, what is he going back?
No! Optimus!
Oh, he's messing up his control immediately. And now there's a huge Protoss army at his front. I'm not sure if he has the army that he needs to control this. Where are the Vikings? He has no Vikings. Well, he's losing his third base.
Yeah, he's got nothing on the other side of the map. He's got nothing to make Space Marine go back home, so now he has to fight this army, and he's in no position to do that. That's not what this build is meant to do. Losing those units in the medevacs is absolutely huge here, and Space Marine advancing forwards, and well, Optimus, he is going to attack across the map, but it's going to, it's going to hit so late.
Is he going to counterattack?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is. He really wants to get Space Marine to go back home. He really doesn't want to fight, but at this point, he lost his third base. I mean, even if he makes his opponent turn around.
Oh, he's going to trade thirds.
That being said, though,
and what's Space Marine going to do? He's going to walk all the way across the map. Oh my God!
He has no mothership core, really. It's over
he
here.
does, but it's not going to do a whole lot.
I don't think Throne Overcharge is going to help. He puts it down anyways, though. And that mothership core is just going to go down here. Nice little move by Space Marine. He's sending a lot of Zealots into the most natural of Optimus, so trying to keep his opponent busy. And both players now losing their third base. It's 2 bases each. And these Zealots are not going to break through these Marauders,
I don't think so. They're pretty solid, and the Marines are dealing plenty of DPS to do with it. Now Optimus picks up and goes straight into the main, but there's a lot of Stalkers there.
Yeah, these Stalkers are in a good position.
I'm not sure if he wants to drop here.
This is kind of weird. The Storms are going to be coming in as well. Slash
here
feedbacks.
come the feedbacks.
Is he going to drop on top of the Colossi? No, he's just going to escape to the left-hand side. Optimus is making one heck of a game out of this. He's actually... wait, did he save his 5th CC before? He's actually got 4 CCs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, he's still got a lot of mules.
Okay, Optimus is actually in a pretty fab position here. He just needs to not die to Space Marine's attack.
He's finally making Vikings. By that I mean 2.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because,
we have a counterattack once again from Space Marine, trying to go for this third base. He will pick it off for sure, but does this give Optimus the opportunity to position himself in a way that he can actually straight on fight this army from Space Marine.
He's just going to attack across the map again, but this time Space Marine has units left at home, and I don't think he's going to be afraid to push into the natural, because there's actually nothing here. So this is a weird scenario right now, because again, you know, I don't think Optimus realizes there's army left at home, so he's coming in towards the natural at the same time. So is Space Marine, and Optimus lifts, he goes back in towards his main. He's going to be able to get the natural here.
Oh, he's going to get the natural, but there's a big army here for Space Marine.
Oh, huge
Storm's going down, but there's so many medevacs here that they keep healing everything, and the Marauders are just not dying, it seems.
Who needs Ghost EMP when you can just have medevacs to heal? He's going to pick
Oh,
up
that
everything.
storm! Oh, there's a huge storm there in the SCVs. There's still a lot of units here for Space Marine, and Optimus is currently fighting with his life on the line. The Class is doing so much damage. Force fields should be able to cut away, and Optimus is not really controlling his army.
I mean, he's got nothing in his main base to defend. He's not producing anything anymore. And over in his opponent's base, he's slowly running out of units. And with that, Space Marine is going to take a huge advantage. And this could be the end of Optimus's tournament. I think it is. I don't think there's anything he can do. He's trying to float away his buildings, but he literally can't do anything. He's got a couple of Marauders and Marines, which genuinely can't be killed because there's so much healing.
Exactly.
But Archons come in, and that's going to be it. GG, Space Marine takes the 2-0. Wow.
Wow, great series there, man. Insane.
What a great couple of games. That's such a great example of the current meta game of TVP. Dropping, dropping, dropping. Protoss, defend, 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 and slowly try and
That's
attack.
the current meta. We see them there, shaking their hands. Unfortunately for Optimus, even though he replaced Goody, he will not be able to continue on to tomorrow. And, well, those were some sick games, though, man. I really enjoyed that.
That was a pretty fantastic couple of TVPs, man.
Yep.
It doesn't get much better than that at all. All right.
We got some stuff going on here.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we're going to be going to next is Frank. I think he's got a nice little message for us. Great deal of banter going on about here. All right.
It is, all right. Over
Well,
to
let's
Frank.
go over to Frank, and he's got a small little message here for us, guys.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. I really enjoyed those games. I hope you guys at home did so as well. That concludes actually the StarCraft portion of, or that concludes the tournament portion of today's broadcast. I want to congratulate Red and Euthermal for advancing first from their groups to the semi-finals of tomorrow. And of course, all the other players will still be fighting in the decider matches tomorrow, except for Strinter and Optimus, who we just saw lose. So Strinter and Optimus, thank you very much for coming over to Amsterdam, playing in the finals. Unfortunately, they're out. Maybe we'll see them again in tomorrow, some of our off-brand content, so to say. So that's it. I've got a winner, actually, of our goodie contest. So this Octane gaming set from Cooler Master was won by Leon Lucassen, and we may be able to see his entry. This is actually the entry that made me snigger the most when I saw it. So there we go. so actually, what I said was when I introduced the contest was said just take a screenshot of the stream and add some magic, and he literally did that. He added some magic cards. So congratulations, this one will be coming your way. All right, and what I want to do now is say that up next is a 4v4 between members of the audience. So members of this audience, some of them have solved a riddle that I presented them with, and they have thereby been granted access to the 4v4, and of course they will be winning some goodies as well. So stick around if you want to see a crazy, wacky 4v4 with casting from some random people. Maybe I will be stepping in, I'm not sure yet. It will be up right after this, but first, very important part of this tournament. Shout-outs to the backers on Kickstarter. So these people have made the prize pool possible. This morning I went by Michael Butcher, Filthy Rake, Jeroen Westen, Mr. Endemic, Thomas van Offeren, Victor Borge, Elias, Steven Rustig, Christianen, Crowtail, Spawning Tool, Otter, Will Judd, Mox, and Mark Meidam. And I will add to that now Pickle King, Ichiroku, Alexander van Dulken, Elefros, Ilke Spaak. I just remember I got these as well this morning. Never mind, I'll just keep going. Dennis Lemmers from AT. Danny de Rooij, Matthias Latwijk, Nick Baltussen, Mark Stiebe, Sjors Zuidgeest, Arne van Dongen, Matthijs Breed, and then finally, Poopfest 420. I know who that guy is. Poopfest 420. Jedernader, Michel Volwater, Partouf, very special shout out to him. He's doing a lot for the esports community. Scout, Julio Proen, who says, just a thank you is fine. Thank you. Ragnar Rourke, Robert McGoy, Marcus aka Emperor, Uta Allenstein, who says, give a shout out please to Leipzig Esports. So there you go, Leipzig Esports. Thank you very much for supporting the DSCL. Bart Gene, everybody knows him from IGN. Aaron Albeck, PNP Boy Love, who gives a shout out to PNP Gaming. Mario Weitz, and finally, Chan Kim, who gives a shout out to the Dank Meme crew. I think some people back here know more about that as well. So thank you everybody to the people who made the prize pool possible. And for now we're going to have a very quick break and then on to a 4v4 with members of the audience. And of course, I'm going to see you all back tomorrow for the conclusion of this year's DSCL Open in 2015. Thank you very much.
changes.
Hello, everybody. It's me. I'm back. I'm not a caster, but I'm trying to be one. Actually, I'm not going to be casting an actual game, so I'm not sure if I will qualify. But my name is Frank. I'm the tournament director. I'm looking to see if that's currently in view. No, it's not.
No,
Never mind. It is
but
me.
we all know who you are.
We
so.
all know. Okay. With me is Ranasha or Gideon.
I'm not a caster either, but we're not really casting an actual game, so.
But could you explain what you do?
What I do is I'm
what you do?
I'm one of the two observers here at the DSCL finals. The other is Jordi, who is taking on the brave challenge of observing a 4v4. But we're taking turns in making sure that what you see on the stream is at least somewhat relevant to what's happening in the game.
Cool. All right, so you're our Funka, our what is the other legendary caster? So Legend.
Adebisi.
Adebisi and Legend, of course, in Korea.
Started Legend,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And like you said, we're going to cast a 4v4 between members of the audience. So 8 members of the audience solve a riddle that I posed to them. Actually, I gave you the riddle as well. Did you solve it by now?
Yeah, I had to observe, so I forgot about it again.
Oh, you forgot about it. Okay. So this was the riddle that got you entrance to the 4v4. And by the way, the 4v4 involves prizes, right? So every single member, every single of these 8 players will get a prize. But the riddle to get in was this. You have a 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you have a plus and an is or equals symbol. But how can you use it? How can you, using only those symbols, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus and is or equals, make a true equation? That was the riddle.
Well, the important part is that you can use each symbol only once.
You can use exactly each symbol only once. So you have only one plus, only one is. Do they call it an is?
I think it's equality sign.
Equality sign. Okay. But yeah, so a lot of people solved it. You haven't so far, but you didn't think about it, so I'll give you a pass on that one.
Thank you.
All right, cool. We see members of the audience currently setting up. I think there's a lot of people, a large contingent from mouse control getting ready to play. So I think it's going to be, is this team mouse control versus team non-mouse control?
No, we have one mouse control deserter in team 2.
Oh my god. I think that's the one wearing the cook's hat, right?
Yes.
Cool. All right, all these players, I'm not sure if they all have their sound isolation on, but it doesn't really matter. We're not gonna be spoiling any really relevant details. All right, guys. So all of this is just for cooling down because we've been having a full day of very high-level StarCraft games. I especially enjoyed Group B, and 2 players have unfortunately dropped out of the tournament at this point, which are Strintern from Group A and Optimus in Group B. But all the other 6 players are still in the tournament tomorrow morning, or actually 12 o'clock. Tomorrow at 12, so tune in again tomorrow at 12.
It'll feel like morning at that time still.
Sorry?
It will still feel like morning at that time.
It will definitely still feel like morning. Then it's going to be the decider matches of both groups. There's going to be 2 best-of-3s, after which we only have 4 players left, and they will then go into the semifinals. In the semifinals, by the way, is Euthermal waiting and Rhett on the other side. I think there's a very real chance that Euthermal and Rhett will be meeting up in the finals. And I wouldn't mind because we've seen a tremendous best-of-7 series between them at the DSCL Invitational in March. So if the finals were to be between them and it were to be something at least to a certain degree similar to that, we're going to have an amazing finals. But of course,
we're not there yet.
Exactly.
We've
very
seen
well
some good play from the people that are still in the tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't think Euthermal and Red can just relax and assume they're already in the finals. They'll still have a tough semifinals up ahead.
I was especially amazed by Guru's play actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, I don't play a lot of ladder, not on a high level or any at all basically. So I don't know Guru, but many players of course do know Guru because he grinds the ladder a lot. But I usually only watch StarCraft. So and seeing as how he hasn't played in many tournaments, I haven't really seen much of Guru. So I'm very happy that he's here. And I think his games were very very good. We see some BM going on in the chat. These teams are really getting down to it. All right. Right. One thing I want to say is that if you go on Twitter and you go to follow esports GG, you can follow esports GG. Cool thing about followesports.com, it's a website. It's basically a TV guide for esports. So if ever you're in need of watching some esports and you don't want to rely on Team Liquid because it only lists StarCraft and what does Team Liquid list?
CSGO.
Esports? CSGO. All right. Okay. But anyway,
maybe some Dota.
Followesports.com. Makes an inventory of all that. and listed on the website. What you go there and you click the games you want to see, and you immediately see which events are live with links to the brackets or information about the event. So pretty cool. And tomorrow, I forgot about it today. I'm going to have to make an apology about that. But tomorrow, we're going to be giving away multiple T-shirts from Follow Esports in the chat on Twitch. Besides, of course, some more goodie giveaways. Because today we gave away a Cooler Master set and also a HyperX memory kit. Tomorrow is going to be more stuff from HyperX Cooler Master. And it does also include a HyperX 120 gigabytes SSD. Which I have been informed, SSDs are not a subclass of HDDs.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
But nevertheless, you'll want one, so do tune in tomorrow.
Definitely,
Not just for the games, but also for the nice giveaways that we'll be having. Checking if we're ready to go, but apparently there's not enough trash talking done yet. Oh, there we go. The beeps are starting.
Right.
We are counting down.
In come the beeps.
We're playing on Overwatch, so what do you want to tell us about this map?
It's an 8-player map. Oh my god. My lack of game knowledge is gonna shine through in this one, I think. I'm just gonna be play-by-playing.
I don't think anyone has game knowledge on 4v4.
No, that's true, actually. That's true. Okay, puts me in the clear. Nice. All right. Okay, wait. We need to somehow bring up the teams. So how are they? How are they spread out over this map?
I think it's top versus bottom.
Top versus bottom. All right, cool.
We'll see when they start fighting.
We're so informed as casters. Isn't there any like overlay that we can put up? Actually, I do believe that our GameHard overlay is really quite confused currently. It just says,
oh yeah.
Yolki. Right, so it just says the name of the player that the observer has selected. York Mark asking, where are you guys? I can't see you. Oh, that's actually a problem. But he should be able to see them, right?
Yes.
Right,
so let's start introducing the players. Will we start at the bottom?
Let's do it.
Okay, in the bottom
Wait,
left.
no. Oh, this is what we're seeing.
Oh, that's what we're seeing. Oh, well, let's look there. Where is this?
You can just look at this one.
Okay, we have in the top left corner of this map, from MouseCon, Rikiz.
Ryquiz, actually.
Ryquiz, yeah, well, okay.
Didn't know. Woo!
He's somewhere over there.
Somewhere over there.
One of them.
Right behind our handsome admin, Martin Jan. All right, shall we take turns?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so here we go. It's Lizzie, I think also for mouse control. Lizzie, the Terran player in blue.
And next up we have another mouse control player.
Oh, there she is.
The greenish Zerg called Yogmark.
Yogmark.
Placing his drone suspiciously for building a pool.
The cameraman just gave up. So like, okay, there we go. These are the players. You figure out who's who. All right, okay. So this is Yolki from mouse control, playing as the, I think magenta is the right word. The magenta Zerg player in the top right corner of the map. Immediately expanding, by the way. Very brave move.
And in the bottom right corner, the first player for the opposing team, we'll see him soon. There we go. Or not.
What the going on? I think Jules is his name.
Anyway, it's Jules. He has a large fan support in the audience.
All right, next up from team WATM, W-A-T-M. This sounds like trash talk. W-A-T-M, it's Provoke. That also sounds like trash talk.
And we're moving on, also from team bottom. It is the purple Protoss player, Smokester.
Smokester. Reminds me of Smoked You, a player that played in the tournament earlier, about which Bellinor had a mighty laugh, because Smoked You apparently in Czechoslovakia means something very filthy. So, okay, never mind. And finally, it is my pleasure to introduce a traitor, apparently, from Mouse Control. It is Wish. You may know him as one of our admins that frequently does work for us. And he also made us all dinner today, so it's good. I gotta say, this is one of the most passive 4v4s that I've ever seen. I think it's also one of the only 4v4s I've ever seen.
Yes, well, we do have some Zerglings moving across the map on the right-hand side. We may see some action. Oh, and also on the left side, it's going on everywhere. They're killing a probe and all that sort of good stuff.
This is just scouting being shut down. All right, okay, I'm gonna dare to put up the production tab. Okay, that looks pretty terrifying.
There's a Stargate coming up somewhere.
Stargate somewhere. Let's oh, double Stargate.
Oh, it's from the trader.
Wish is going double Stargate.
No, that's
no,
Wish is single.
Smokester.
Smokester is going double.
Wait, okay. So these guys, most of them share a base, right? But the people sharing base are teammates, right? It's not like you spawn right next to. Okay, cool.
That would be funny.
Okay, you spawn right next to your enemy.
But there's some Zerglings coming into the base of Smokester and Wish.
Some micro going on here.
Don't really have anything to defend as this single zealot is now going down. And well.
Oh, something being typed. If you die, stand up. Ah, okay. That's a good call, actually. It's like someone's about to die. Please stand up when you do.
I think
is it me? Am I about to die?
I think Smokester might be the first one that has to stand up because he's losing a lot of probes.
He did go double Stargate. Pretty risky move in a 4v4.
He has an Oracle, but it's mostly just flying around looking at the Zerglings.
Although, usually in a game involving more than 2 players, whoever goes Void Rays wins, right? Isn't that true?
Yeah, definitely. As soon as you get to 200 Void Rays, then it's just insta win. The game doesn't even continue anymore. It just detects that and it will go to the victory screen.
Auto feature. Nice.
We have the technology.
Aggression fended off.
No,
no.
Well, it's still going on. They just he ran out of probes for the Zerglings to kill, so they went away.
All right, we see some injects going on. These people know their stuff. Like, isn't Ichiroko also playing?
I heard something about it, but I'm
but
don't know.
I'm looking in the audience. I can't see him in the audience. No.
But you should look at the players.
Oh, okay. So I just found something out by looking towards the players I was talking about. What I found out is that Yorkmark's actually not Yorkmark, it's Ichiroku. So he's a player to look out for because he was coached by Grubby and Yona for a full weekend last year in my living room. So being in my living room alone just gives you extra experience. There you go. This mineral line gets ravaged. Die trader scum, says Ryquist.
Yeah,
so Wish, unfortunately, not getting his wish today.
Smokester and Wish have kind of run out of probes. I think they have one between the two of them.
I gotta say, this is looking pretty hard for Team Bottom. I mean,
but in the meantime, I think there's something. Oh yeah, there's 1 Stalker, 2 Zealots, 2 Sentries, and an Immortal moving out for the Team Red.
But like, okay, so this is top versus bottom. Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, in that case, I think Team Top is really looking good.
Because top has been attacking bottom on the left side.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It would be a bit strange if they're.
Yeah, so let me check. Why?
And Roaches, they're just moving past the Protoss units. They're not having any battling.
Yeah, so I think the I'm looking at the supply counter, and I think supplies are basically double for Team Top currently, as opposed to compared to Team Bottom. Maybe we should come up with better names than Team Top and Team Bottom, though.
Team Winning and Team Losing?
Yeah, that's a good name. So Team Winning is currently ahead, as it usually is. Again, Team Winning wins.
Yeah, but Team Losing is going for a counter-attack at the moment, so maybe they can pull something off.
We're going to stick to this. All right. Yeah, okay, but they basically lost 1 player. But as you know, in a 4v4, that doesn't necessarily mean that the team is out.
Yeah, so maybe they'll be handing over resources or anything to help each other out.
It's like Day 9 said, if you're in a 2v2 or whatever, die as slowly as possible. It definitely gives your teammates a chance to get back.
We see some Oracle harass going on the left side.
This
but
team's
just
got everything nailed down.
Just not so many SCVs to kill, so... No. We have some more action going on. This is Team Bottom attacking back to Team Top, or this was not.
I want to see Team Backstab, like 2 people who just randomly attack their teammates.
That would make things interesting. Yes.
Yep. Right, this is all going down for us here. I think the aggression has been defended, and again.
Yeah, I think they're coming back for more. The Zerglings from yellow. I'm not sure who that is, but they've been very effective in cleaning out bottom left, and now they're starting on bottom right.
So here's the thing, though. If Smokester's teammates gave him like 5 minerals, he could build another probe and start mining again. So I don't know if you hear this, Team Bottom, but if you give him 5 minerals, he's a new teammate for you. There we go. Probes dying at the bottom. Void Rays attacking. Void Rays actually. That's a telltale sign of. Well, actually.
Oh, Team Bottom has built Void Rays.
Team Bottom has built. But there comes.
Yeah.
These are Ichiroku mutas. I gotta warn you about those. Ichiroku's like he's a muta user all the way, and
it was not 200 Void Rays
Mercy.
either. So.
That's wish.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's gonna get any because pylons are now going down and there's more Zerglings streaming in. Yeah, that's what you get for betraying your team. He's being ruthlessly attacked.
By the way, okay, so this is important because we have goodies for everybody, right? But the losing team, they all get a very nifty Jim Raynor figurine. But the winning team, they get even better prizes. So there's a Heart of the Swarm Collector's Edition. There's some mouse mats and a mouse even. And there's a jury consisting of Thomas and Stefan. Yeah, there they are. And they will be deciding who's the MVP in the winning team. So it's up to them to decide who gets the coolest prizes. and which one of the winning team members haven't done too much. So the power of Protoss will save us this wish, but I'm afraid that really won't. He says as he's dying. It's like when you're
Boldly
playing
stated, but I remain unconvinced.
yeah, that's exactly. It's like when you're playing Hearthstone and you're dying and you're throwing out this final threat. There we go.
Some last-ditch defense
Yeah,
effort from
definitely.
bottom right. I mean, they're relatively unscathed, so maybe they can put up something of a fight.
Maybe, but here come the Ichiroko mutas. So,
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, that's
they're
a tough
going into
one.
Red's base.
I think this ball of mutas can even take this army head on. I mean, sure, there's stalkers there.
How many does
but
he have? He has 23 mutas at the moment.
Yeah, I
and he's
think-
building more and more, so he's going for the Zerg equivalent of max out void race.
Dude. So I think tomorrow we should pit some of these audience members against our finalists. See
Yeah,
how they do.
I think that sounds more fair.
Yeah. Team winning versus the finalists. So I think four people from team winning could maybe beat 3 pros. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
You know?
No, I don't
2
think
pros.
so. Two pros would be fair.
2 pros. 2 against 4. Okay. All right. Yeah. Ichi's mutant. Actually, I think Provoke was just killing his own Stargate there, was it? He was killing something of himself, I'm not sure.
I don't think it would have really mattered.
No. It's like
oh, we have a Nidus. Exciting.
Nidus. All right, let me check. Oh, there we go.
Too bad it's not really going to do anything because by
Ryder's
the time
like,
it's done building,
Here I am, guys. I got the Nidus. Check my sick plays. Like, base gone. Oh, guys. Wish GG's and left the game. All right, let's get a shot
Stand
of Wish.
up.
Standing up. Give him a round of applause because this guy made our dinner tonight. Yeah. Woo. Congratulations. Wow. Oh, wait. Something happened in game.
They all GG.
They all GG.
So give it up for team winning.
Team winning. Yeah. Woo. Congratulations.
You can see the excitement in their team.
Yeah. I think. Okay, I think we see Ichiroko wearing a mouse control T-shirt. I think the bet was that if Optimus lost his match, then Ichiroko would switch to mouse control, something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, was that it? Okay, cool. All right, guys, congratulations, team winning. I'm going to be giving out some prizes to them. Congratulations again. And this rounds off the stream for today. Like I said, be back again tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. It's going to be the decider matches. And then afterwards, the playoffs with the finals starting around 6:30 tomorrow evening. So tune in. But if you're anywhere near Amsterdam, just come by. We have some seats left. You can come in and join us. Everybody who comes by gets a free Heroes of the Storm t-shirt. You can buy tickets right at the door right here. You don't have to make any reservations. Just come by, say hi. Thank you very much to all our sponsors, HyperX, Cooler Master, MSI, ISO even stepped in. I think this, over there, there we go.
Don't
ISO.
break it.
Yeah,
They want it back.
I won't break it. Yeah. So they even helped out giving us enough monitors for the event. And then finally, of course, Follow Esports, our new Follow Esports TV guide. Thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow, and have a safe evening.
Good night.
blood is rushing and I am trusting you'll come save me. My knees are feeling weak. Your body's close to me. I want you to come rescue me. Won't you come and rescue me? My knees are feeling